Worth a watcher, guys. Not doing a heck of a lot here so far pre-market.
I haven't really looked at Hertz at all, but yeah, why is it? I mean, Brendan just mentioned it going down here. I was just dealing with something else here. Did you want to take Hertz?
Sure, no worries. We kind of remember Hertz
he braiding his beard?
a couple years ago there. The euphoric action that we had in 2020. And oh boy, does this really hurts to the downside? Fading off quite extensively. We're in the $3 market now. This thing's had a bit of an adventure as well. I know they moved over to the pinks for a while, and now they're back on the DAC. And so a little bit of a strong volume off of that notes offering, strong trend. Strong trend happening off of these off of this 5.
Have a sip of water, man.
Sorry, excuse me. Yeah. Let me just.
Yeah, look. When you go down to the, we talked about that, them going down to the pinks and then coming right back. I remember when Carl Icahn actually liquidated his position under $1, in and around $1 on HTZ, only to see it come all the way back to where it was right there. Did you, we could go back to that too, but Bitcoin too, 64,000 right now.
Yeah, you
trying to break a lot lower there. If you look at a stock like an iBit or something, as that continues to make moves lower, it's like, we're gonna have to find out what's going on with some of these crypto spots now, because this is not good, man. Under the 50 period, if the NASDAQ loses steam, I mean, I said this last week, it's like, if the NASDAQ loses a little bit of bid here, I feel like Bitcoin will lose a lot of a bid. So I'm going to be looking to see if we can pick something up around $35 or so. I don't think we're going to get that down there today, but for right now, it's been a nice, if you're bearish anyways, or you're looking to buy some dips, you're going to get an opportunity here. You've got 10 days here with just a couple on the upside. So that's not been good. And then Ethereum, ever since we sort of got, I guess, that talk of the approval there for the ETFs later on this summer, which is now midway through, nice bump up right there, kind of holding out as well, looking to break back below 3,300. So we'll watch. That's nice. That's back to 35 right here. So some names moving around there in the crypto verse today as well. But was there a trade on Hertz or no? You're just looking at the
chart. As Brendo mentioned, it does have a bit of a short flow, and then it's getting volume with that offering. And you can see yesterday it was doing some decent R-vol, maybe a potential break of this trend. Let's see today if it kind of continues. That's the only thing that I would be watching on this ticker. But it is doing volume. It did show up on my morning scans this morning, so I did write it down. It is the second name on my in play list today. Hertz, but again, not necessarily priority with the rest of the stuff that's going on in the market, but I think that if we can kind of break some of these levels and get a little euphoric, then we might get involved. But again, if there's anything I'm really looking for, is to see if that short float plays any significant part in today's price action. Yeah.
Just another super chat here from Donnie Zimbabwe. He says, "Hey Sean, what's up? CRM saved his loss on the Qs. You want to make sure he said his 5K loss there. So, all right, so he's trading with bigger shares there. I'm also, whoa, geez.
Yeah, that was a little.
Ramin, are we okay? Like, just blasted that in my ear. Oh my God. Oh yeah, that you got to turn that mic way down, way down. Love you, hoping for that 133 on Nvidia. Same as me, so I'd be hoping for that print today on Nvidia. I'm not long or short. I mean, I'm long in the long term, Donnie, on NVDA, but great call on CRM yesterday as that name keeps battling back. It's funny that Palantir gets downgraded today on news of, like, you know, SaaS and all the CRM worries and things like that. And then obviously CRM yesterday goes straight up to the upside. Nvidia is going to be doing millions and millions of shares today. I do think that we can get back into this 132, 133 area. So I'm with you, Mr. Zimbabwe, for that short. I'll be working on the sticky note as we go back over the desk with Mr. Noss and company.
Yeah, there he is. Friday morning. Let's get to look at a few things. And I love the fact that you brought this morning, Mr. Noss. Happy Friday, by the way.
Happy Friday.
It's one of those things you get. It's so easy to get stuck looking at the big names over and over and over and over and over again because they're in the news, they're moving, lots of volatility, lots of volume every single day. Yep. That said, there's other areas of the market that are worth paying attention to. One of the scans that you can get on Trade Ideas brought to your attention, it would appear, anyways, silver once again popping its head up.
Yeah, the gold's crazy cousin, as I like to call it, is back in the news. And you're 100% right, Brendan, where the it's very easy to go, okay, what's Nvidia doing? What's Apple doing? What's Microsoft doing? Just over and over and over again. And that's great. And it's rewarding traders right now. There will be a moment where it doesn't, right? There will be a moment where these names either stop going up and just move sideways for a period of time, or correct a little bit. And what we do at Trade Ideas and what we focus on is looking, where most people aren't, and trying to have scans that are saying, okay, we know Nvidia is going up all the time, but what else is happening? And if Nvidia pulls back or sells off a little bit, that money is going to go somewhere. And we're just, again, always trying to figure out where's the next place that this market is going to rotate into. So the scan that I have is actually TI strength. So this is a relative strength scanner that I built myself, and we back tested on about 10 years of market data, showing that owning these names will, over the long run, not in the short term, but over the long run, help outperform the market. And what we started to get from it, even though we didn't design it on purpose, was themes. So all the blue arrows that you see on this are pointing to different silver miners, silver ETFs. So as I'm going through this scan last night, I'm saying, wow, there's a lot of silver going on here. I was wrapped up with a lot of the big tech names, so I didn't even notice that silver broke out. So the first chart I have here is just the SLV chart. So just showing silver on the move a little bit yesterday. So we had a pullback in the market. We had a pullback in Nvidia and some of these big names. But then silver, you can see, actually gapped up and ran all day long. I just highlighted that, it became oversold. The last time it became oversold, when it's in this trend and breaking out of this long-term base, you can see on that monthly chart, it's had a nice push higher from about 22.5 to $30, which again for silver and for a commodity is a pretty good move. Pulled back again, became oversold, gapped up yesterday. So I wonder if this is going to continue. So what I did is, from that scan that's giving me all these silver names, I just picked the top one that actually looked nice, and it was showing that this is the most relatively strong name in the market and the relatively strong name in the silver sector, and that is a CDE, Coeur Mining. I probably butchered that. What's interesting is this nice weekly chart with this, smiley face I talk about all the time. I've been trained to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces. The pink line is just the anchored VWAP from that major high that happened all the way up around $10 or so a share. Currently, we're trading at about $6. That would be a crazy gain for something as calm as a silver trade. When you have, if we were to get back to that high, so we have that anchored VWAP from that all-time high. That looks great, and a nice smiley face here. The next chart gets us into the daily chart, and you can just see that we are consolidating nicely. This is a very typical, normal flag pattern you'll see on daily charts, you'll see on intraday charts. It shows that we've hit $6 a share 2 or 3 times, and we've kind of pulled back from that $6 a share. So for me, I think that that's going to be the trade. The last chart I have is just the 30-minute chart, just kind of zooming in on that $6 area. So you can see each day that we hit $30, we pulled off it about 3 days or so in a row. So for me, I want to see some sort of action, time taking place, or distance from that $6, something that's proving to me that the market's finally made it through that overhead supply. Nice $6 break. And the thing I love about this trade is that lower line is going to be my stop loss, which is about 525. So the idea is that we're looking for areas that, if the market in the big tech is going to sell off or even just calm down and move sideways for a period of time, where is that money going to flow to? This relative strength scanner is showing that that could be silver. And then this CDE could be an interesting mining company in that sector.
We're going to get the question, but if anybody wants that scan, first of all, go scan that QR code that's on screen right now. Get 20% off Trade Ideas, and then let everyone know where they can get their hands on that actual scan.
Yeah, so if you're already a Trade Ideas member, we actually have a channel built for this scan because we put so much time into it, and it's back tested, so it's proven. It's just called the Trade Ideas Swing Picks channel because it's picking swing traders as opposed to day traders. You can find that. You could also just reach out to myself. You can see all the Twitter and all of that around, or just email info@trade-ideas.com, and there'll be a whole bunch of people there ready to get you that scan. And if you're not a Trade Ideas subscriber, again, use that QR code, use TraderTV20 for 20% off there at checkout.
Mr. Noss, have a wonderful weekend. Has it been insanely hot in the down east this week as well?
Yeah, we broke yesterday was the hottest day on record for us anytime in June, July, but it's raining outside today. The winds shifted and everything's kind of calmed down. So hopefully, knock on wood, we're through it here.
Yeah, a little thick around here for the weekend. I think it's supposed to rain for the next 4 days or something. Great stuff. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll speak again on Monday.
Talk to you Monday.
All right, thank you, Michael. And it's always good to diversify your portfolio and looking at different names like, wow, as I was talking about diversifying portfolio, I go right over to Nvidia here because it's starting to go lower, lower, lower right now, looking to break 128. But no, thanks, Michael, for all that. I mean, you know, looking at silver, I've thought about, I haven't invested in any gold or silver my whole life. And I don't know, you know, it looks technically, I mean, like we were just breaking down there, there's that 50-period moving average, bounced off it on the daily chart, Ramin, if you can, right there. So that was a great move up to 28 bucks. So I do like that for sure. There was the COMX, they don't have it on here, it's an ETF. And then we had, of course, GLD and then GDX. I've always looked at GDX a little bit as a gold miners, so just to get a little bit more interest in what the companies are doing rather than the gold itself, but still nice pullbacks in, and where you found some support down here at $33, $34. So, you know, maybe a name like a Barrick Gold where you can get a little bit of a dividend as well, 3 to 4% on this name, I believe. I have to check the yield on it right now, but you know, pretty steady as it goes, will reflect the price of gold as well. So Barrick and some of these equities are also looking pretty good at some of these levels. So yeah, I mean, I like that. Copper, FCX, another name there to get involved with. Lots of different ones to play. I don't know, you probably don't own any gold or anything, do you?
I mean, I think got some physical gold, but nothing in like
Right.
ETFs
That's
or
nice,
anything
like.
like that. But yeah, no, I can see. Just looking at the weekly chart here, it is extremely. I guess it's been in an extremely bullish trend here. Just a slow trickle up. I remember what was it in 2020? We got some fresh highs, and then before you know it, by 2024, we're making some fresh highs as well. So yeah. Don't really have too much of an outlook on this one, other than the fact that like the chart is extremely strong in the uptrend here.
Some interesting names here on the upgrade side, particularly kicking off with Apple getting this price target increased from 195 to 240 from Bernstein here. Another mega cap name here, Microsoft getting this upgrade from Citibank. Nike getting this upgrade from Oppenheimer. They actually have earnings next week, so NKE could certainly be an interesting one here. 120 price target, up more than 1% in the pre-market thus far. Palo Alto Networks ending things off here on the upgrade side with a 380 price target here in upgrade from DA Davidson. The downgrade side, Palantir down about 3% right now in the pre-market with this downgrade from Manes Crespi and Hard, basically saying that there are some concerns about that entire industry as a whole. You can check out the watch list for more notes on this analyst take. We also have Northrop Grumman getting a downgrade from Bernstein, Ryanair getting a downgrade from Barclays, and last but not least, CME Group getting this downgrade from Morgan Chase. Kind of interesting look here, guys.
I like, yeah, so I mean, all those names, but great, just messaging my wife something here. I like all the names on that list. I mean, I feel like we're going to talk about Microsoft, we're going to talk about Apple, we're going to talk about whatever there was a big one on the downgrade side as well over there. One name that we don't really trade too much, but again, CrowdStrike, we'll talk about the rebalance tonight. You know, they're going to be added as well. Palo Alto getting some nice bumps. You know, holding the 50 period real well right there. Any drips down into 300, I think is a great little look there. 290 and change. I mean, I like this name. We bought dips down here at 260. We didn't take advantage the last time. It ripped up to 340, 350 almost immediately after that earnings call. Came back in, tested again, and just wants to hold higher. So, you know, we got some lower levels there, and now that support has changed into 290, 295. So again, a nice little upgrade there for Palo Alto. And then the big name that I feel like will pull back now, especially after the addition, you get a lot of tailwinds. I mean, me and Obi were talking about this. I wonder if some of the action was done over the last couple days, anticipating, you know, like this is a huge move when they got great earnings. They announced the addition into the S&P 500. So everything, well, this is earnings here, by the way. It went down to 272 right there this day. Then it started to go. Then you get the addition into the S&P 500, and then you just start to break highs. It's a great trade. It's still got to hold this 370. So I think you have an opportunity for this to dip back into 370 in the next couple of days. That would be interesting to see. But yeah, we saw Uber pull back a little bit after it was included. We saw Tesla pull back as well. CrowdStrike could be vulnerable for that just because of the huge move it's had.
Yeah, no.
Anything you saw?
I guess I was looking at CrowdStrike as well. We were talking about that. Micron I like as well. A little bit similar action to Nvidia, of course. But yeah, no, CrowdStrike. I definitely want to talk about that one. We were talking about this in the morning. Again, with the S&P ad coming up, and I think another one is KKR, which is another big one on the list there. But yeah, we got some strong selling off yesterday, again, along with the rest of the market, but it seems to hold some of these prior lows there, which is a little bit distinctly different than some of the other things that did sell off as they broke multi-day lows. Again, you're looking back at Micron, you can see that. Look at that. We broke like a few days worth of lows, and yeah, of course, Nvidia as well, a few days worth of lows. But KKR, I think, was the other ad, and no real sell-off on that one there. So yeah, I got some few names on watch today off of that list. Yeah.
All right, a few other things of note here. I just saw that Cavill Brands downside in a pretty big way here. It's down 13%. There's a lot of little ones moving around this morning. BTTR, another one under pressure, down about 20% this morning. MINM, that's our minimum.
I remember that one.
Remember minimum? Higher so far on decent volume, 2.5 million worth of volume. But I mean, it's going to be about semiconductors again today. I mean, we just finished that segment with Michael Noss talking about trying to find other opportunities. But at the end of the day, the market is moving because of this is just the SMH. On a weekly chart, it's looking a little bit reversal-esque. This week ended the same, maybe a little bit stronger than what we are right now, but did lead to that pullback going back into May that came back into $200 there. For the SMH, obviously, we went on to get right through to $300. So. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, still half a day left here, so most of the day left.
Yeah, kind of what we alluded to at the beginning of the show there, that the Nvidia, anyway, not the SMH, kind of was a bit of a topping tail candle on the weekly chart. It's red on the week. BofA Securities analyst Vivek Arya actually commented on this today with a $150 price target on Nvidia, but he had some cautionary tone that in the article. He was basically saying that he expected profit taking at these levels and that there could be some weakness while money cycled into other areas of the economy. We'll have to see if that actually manifests or not. But Brendo, Nvidia still negative on the week.
Yeah, here's another one that's gone red on the week. Micron now downside as well. Ugly weekly candle forming on Micron. If you remember at the beginning of the week, we were talking about this one to the upside with, I think it was 2 days in a row that we had positive analyst moves, some price target increases, and positive talk anyways. Now red and then some to the tune of 2.6%. The thing that's catching my eye is down here. It's on decent volume here as well. So Nvidia gets to, the biggest market cap company in the world, and maybe the start of a bit of a sell-off here.
I'm pretty sure Nvidia will be on there for sure, so we can talk about that now. Well, we can talk about Nvidia now. Look, there's that. We talked about it before, the whole XLK thing. I don't know. When the market's at all-time highs, people are gonna. Yeah, I can't look at the market here. Let me bring down Nvidia over here. When the market's at these highs, you're gonna get nervous hands, And I mean, just. There it is. Brendan sort of talked about that with SMH and everything. Now you're going to be down a little bit more here on Nvidia with this big candle. I mean, it looks very similar on Micron as well. Just trying to give it all back. This is a huge move from 140, basically 141, 140 into this 130 area. It's just covering up the week though, realistically. So I'm still looking at that little gap fill area. So we can probably go to a 20-minute chart now. Just wanted to show you how extended, obviously, Nvidia was on the daily. We already know all about that. But there's going to be a gap fill down here that we're trying to do right now. Our charts still don't represent the split. Anyways, it's down into here like 123, 124. It's just right there. I'm wondering if this is maybe where we stop. if we do get an extension to the downside. It's not even really a gap. It's just we didn't spend that much time here. Like it went from 122 to 123 to 124 to 125 and only back tested 124. So I just kind of want to see if we hold in and around this area. So I could see that Nvidia winds up falling another $4 or $5 today. I think that's possible. It's not out of line to get a move like that. Literally will happen $4 or $5 in the first 1 minute today. Like I think that once we get that imbalance, that's going to hit at 925. You're going to see Nvidia absolutely like off the open. If that number is a couple million shares, I really think that people will pile on to that number and just continue with whatever way it is. So let's wait to 925. But this move, once we lost 140, went all the way down to 135, and that did not take very long at all. We were long and then we were short. Nvidia was Meta was our number one name yesterday, but Nvidia was number two. We hit the long off this 138. We really liked it, right? But then all of a sudden the tides changed and we were able to go short. And we were able to go short again and then short again. And the short basically printed all day and then closing at the lows of 130 again, Obi. So I'm thinking like Nvidia, and I know you're gonna talk about Micron. So yep. I think 130 is gonna be a key level. But for me to put on shares, like to be more confident, let's get it up into this 133, 134 area of last afternoon. So I keep forgetting what day it was, but now I remember yesterday. Doesn't it feel weird when you have the midday holiday? Oh, how was golf? Did you guys go?
No, I think some of the other guys went.
Okay, some of the other guys went. I wasn't sure about the weather.
It was a hot day, but I think they had a great time,
But anyways, 130 I think is an area that we could start looking at, but for me, I'll wait for 133 to sort of see if that comes first.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at very similar levels on Nvidia. And yeah, speaking of a gap fill here, Sean, take a look at this weekly chart and look at this gap. This gap all the way down now. Pre-market levels are testing not prior day low, but like, what is this? This is Monday low, so weekly low right here. I have at 139.65. The gap fill doesn't necessarily happen until 134, so about a point or so. About a few points there to the downside here. Now we can go down to a shorter time frame and see what that action really entails, including the pre-market and after-hour data. There, as you can see, a little bit of a shelf right there, prior week high. We come down into it in the pre-market. We're trading at 140, so we did kind of break in through this week's lows right here, this week's lows right there, and then we are attempting to maybe get down to here. Let's see if again market tailwind determining. Let's see if this trend from yesterday kind of continues here on the chips. I'll definitely be watching Nvidia, Micron, and of course, again, AMD looking a little bit different. We were talking about this one earlier as well.
But distinctly different?
Distinctly different.
Yeah, I just took a short at Nvidia here with...
there. But some defined levels nonetheless, 163s, end-of-day consolidation highs here on the 15-minute chart. You can see there was a lot of action happening there in the morning as well. So let's see what we do in and around this area on AMD, but definitely Nvidia is the top of my list today.
Yeah, I'm in. So I'm in Nvidia now. This happened to me yesterday. Remember where we went long early and then it wound up tanking, but the long was still fine. Yep. I'm not going to hold this past 128.50. I just want to get started now on it. I don't know. We'll take an early dollar club hit or so if it goes back up, but we'll just play with this here a little bit, play with the food, and see what winds up happening because. I don't know. I don't like this early movement here, down 2.5% with the NASDAQ up here. If the NASDAQ continues to fall down, maybe we do get something. Remember, we are looking for 925. Right now, we have all these imbalances, but they're all they're all New York names. NASDAQ will hit at 925, and I think it'll be a sell for Nvidia. I know it's supposed to be reweighted higher. I just, I'm not impressed with what happened yesterday and think that we could get a big sell coming through here as well. So we're short at 64. Look, there it is, man. We're 20 cents in the money now. Starting to go lower. I do have a bid at 35s. Let's go. Hit that 35. If it stops at 35, Obi, it just printed 36s. Did you see that? Let's see if it...
Well...
Okay, it's going to hit it anyways. There's so much volume, but that was funny that it stopped on my bid. All right, so here it is. Early position, early trade alert now with Nvidia, 20 cents in the money, although it just bounced off our 30-cent take profit target. But I still feel like we'll get it. So, all right, back over to the desk.
Yeah, potentially some follow through to come here. Let's get into it. We'll start things off, as always, with a look at the market on this Friday witching day.
55.44, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday. The overnight high, that clean 55.50. To the downside, let's say we're going to use that consolidation area support, or sorry, previous resistance, now support, 55.25. To the high side, if we can break 55.50, then we can use it as support. Until we break it, though, it's going to be resistance.
Yeah, more downside right now, in fact, for NVIDIA. If you haven't done so yet, go to the website, tradertv.live, wait for the pop-up, enter your email address, and then you get the watch list delivered right to your inbox every single day. Has everything you need to know on it. In the pre-market, yeah, NVIDIA top of the list this morning, as it should be after that very weak end to yesterday. That is the daily chart right now. So pretty ugly candle forming yesterday on the daily chart. The weekly chart, as we saw, even worse. Now 2.5% to the downside. They picked up this, I mean, it's a minor acquisition, Shoreline.io, $100 million for a software company.
Yeah, in addition to that, Brendo, BOVESPA analyst Vivek Arya maintaining a buy rating and a price target of $150 on Nvidia. Reasons for the optimism include continued growth in the deployment of the AI, upcoming launch of their Blackwell chip slated to be released next year, and increasing revenue from software, their CUDA software, and all the other derivatives. Still thinks that there may be some short-term profit taking, though.
Yeah, including right now, possibly, for NVIDIA, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about it? I mean, we just
covered it.
We're covered. I mean, right now we're 30, 40, 50 cents in the money on this NVIDIA short. I sort of said my piece there. Anything to add? Ooh, I like that little slurpy slurp action.
Nice little slurp.
What you got for us?
Yeah, no. Again, looking for that continuation. Sean pointed out a couple levels that he's watching. I definitely vibe with that. I'm watching the 133s as well. Kind of this consolidation low at the 130. This pre-market highs as well, making lower lows and lower highs. So I do like the idea for a continuation to the downside. Again, being a little bit extended on the daily. Let's see how far we can get. Something to note as well. I know that Brendo was pointing out earlier that looking like a bit of a topping candle here, quite distinct, engulfing prior day. Haven't really had a candle like this since I guess in and around here. You can see that strong engulf of prior day's candles right there. But something to note as well, we were doing about, what is this? After post-split, sure, earnings, you have this strong bar here that did over 665 million shares traded that's post-split adjusted. But yeah, yesterday we did 500 million, just over 500 million shares traded on Nvidia, which is distinctly different than prior weeks. Going off the split as well. So something to note, high volume candle, strong selling all day long. With again, if you were around for that market flush, very, very aggressive throughout the board there. So I'm just looking for that continuation. Pre-market, we're already trading at 127.5. So yeah, we were talking about that gap fill that's happening. It might even happen in the pre-market. Let's wait and watch. That 125 might be interesting as well if we can actually make it down there. But yeah, potential continuation. If not, then yeah, we got levels to the upside as well. Prior day consolidation highs right there at that 133 halves. We can kind of make it back up. Let's see if we can reclaim some of those levels and if the selling was temporary or not. That's what I got on watch.
Yeah, I mean, okay, well, I was just going to say, because we talked about NVIDIA a little bit here, so we only got out of a third. It's right back to where we got in. So if you guys like that trade, you can get it again. We just didn't want to have too much FOMO on missing that move down, and it looks like we'll take a third out there. We could wind up losing on that trade. 128.50 is going to be our out. Look, not all stocks are the same. We talk about that all the time. And in a name that has been going sort of oppo here, and that is AMD. I mean, we had thought that AMD was the weak one and NVIDIA was the strong one. Well, right now it looks like a little bit of a rotation, which kind of makes sense to me. AMD is nowhere near its highs, like not even close. Meanwhile, so this is like basically where Nvidia is right now, and this is where AMD is. So, you know, I could see a little bit of a rotation as people will sell off Nvidia, hoping that this happens, and then AMD can pick it back up, right? So pick up some of the scraps that are left over and just rotating from one name into another. It's kind of like one is just so extended, possibly, and the other one is like at or under the 50-period moving average. So it does make sense that if AMD wants to continue to go upside, it's its own story, but more attached to what people are doing to NVIDIA. I think once the selling stops in Nvidia, then you're not going to be wanting to buy AMD anymore. It's an interesting sort of thing. I'm going to be looking only at Nvidia, and we sort of made that proclamation, I guess, 2 weeks ago, and we said that as soon as this splits, we wanted to definitely look over here. The volume's been insane on Nvidia, and I'm just going to keep looking here. But to me, the minute Nvidia starts going back up, I feel like we could start to look to short AMD. But I'm going to start that kind of, thinking more like on Monday. I want to see after these rebalances, see what winds up happening today, and just trade the biggest name around, and that's Nvidia, and that's going to be Apple. We'll push AMD to the side unless there's some sort of an outsized move over there that will probably fade. And I got the mean reversion guy over here, so we'll be able to see if there's anything happening. All of that. All right, Mark L says in the chat, what is Apple's price target increase? Well, conveniently, that's the next topic. So Sharif or Brendan will be discussing the Apple price target increase.
Relatively strong, in fact, right now, pre-market 0.82 currently to the upside, testing that 212.50 area once again. Yeah, it's Bernstein with lots of positivity or lots of positive comments to say about Apple surrounding AI once again. 240. $30 to the upside here, according to Bernstein. I mean, you and I were just saying, it'd be nice to get a test of 205, 200, that key area on a higher time frame. But there's a good chance maybe the market just kind of chops around here for a while.
Yeah, that wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility. I agree with that. It would be nice for the key technical level to get tested. That is that 200 level. Go and have a look at the Apple daily chart. We almost triple topped there over the last year. But with respect to Bernstein, a $45 price increase from where they had it last to 240, as Brendel mentioned, maintaining their outperform. They mentioned that it's outperformed the S&P by 13% since it reported Q2 earnings. Investor enthusiasm, obviously, here with respect to the supercycle, the anticipated supercycle of the iPhone 16 with the new AI features. We'll have to see here, Brendel, but this analyst also pointed out that some of the AI features may take a while to deploy, so they may be ready for the 17, not the 16.
Just seeing a note here on, just quickly on American Express as well. They've agreed to acquire Talk for $400 million from Squarespace. That's according to Bloomberg. For AXP, not really doing anything on that, but heads up again. American Express acquiring Talk for $400 million from Squarespace. Interesting.
What is it? XP nicely off the bottom there, off a nice little decline, and you just saw the daily chart there, a couple moves back up to the upside. Look, I wrote down Apple there on the sticky note, and I was just looking at a level that I thought was pretty cool. We got to get to 50,000 subscribers here, but I just wrote down 212. And I thought that there's the rebalance happening tonight and this morning. Could move lower, past support there, turns resistance. So I was just looking at 212. So if you're going to look at, go find the sticky note. There's some more notes there. But this is what it is right here. So this was support, I thought, right here, 212, right? Basically just goes back a week and a bit. And then we broke. So for right now, that break was great. Brought you all the way down into 210, and then you just faded around 210, 209 yesterday. We had, again, Apple was a good stock for us. We shorted it in the afternoon, and it worked out for us. So I feel like we want to just go back to that well. So this is the short that we had yesterday in Apple into the closing show. Must have been 210, 216, something like that. And all these lines have changed. So I think it was off the 200 period. But now you get this upgrade, and it just comes right back into 212. So I want to test this level, but again, we're not trying to. We're in Nvidia, but we're in it pretty small. If Apple does get a bump up, and again, in 10 minutes, we're going to see these imbalances. Our research has told us that Apple's going to get down-weighted, Nvidia is going to get up-weighted. So that, to me, is something that we want to make sure that we try to watch out for. But as Obi noted to me earlier, some of that move may have already been included here. So, but then I said to him, well, then if Nvidia is being up-weighted, then that move definitely hasn't been included, because that was the biggest red candle for Nvidia yesterday in a very, very long time. So I wonder if it's just also, we're just getting exhausted up here. Yeah. The buyers don't want to push the buy button right now. Yeah. And it's just like, we're already long Nvidia, we're already long Apple, and we're not long AMD. You know what I mean? Like some of these names that haven't been performing well, that's where they're trying to catch that relative pickup back to grab the percentage points that have been left on the table. Meanwhile, sell the ones that have been performing really well and get your money into the weaker names, because at the end of the day, the NASDAQ is just so strong that I think you want to pick up names that are maybe lagging behind. And Apple and Nvidia over the last 2 weeks have really been leading. So this move up 1% is great. It's great for the Apple bulls, and I am definitely one of those. So, we're not going to try to go too macro here. Let's just see the price action. I think 240 is fine. I have no problem with that. I think the super cycle is coming. I don't want to even sell any of my Apple shares. But for today, we do have sort of the quad witching, and just let's hold tight on all of our ideas. But I am definitely looking at 212. I wrote down short. If you think long, then I think it's the same kind of play. Let it break through, then use it as support. For now, I'm using it as resistance.
Yeah, no, I like that as well. I like this 213 mark as well. The close off of this strong selling that we had. We know that we had a couple days of strength after the WWDC event last Monday there, and then look at that. The selling comes in very, very aggressively and then kind of stops there, and we chop and churn and kind of use that 213 level as a bit of an orbit, as a bit of a support at an attempt at the all-time highs once again. So yeah, if Apple can kind of come back into this 213 going off into the open, maybe I'll look for that support turn resistance. I do like the 212 look as well. If we can't even make it to 213, 212 is even better. So I definitely agree with Sean on that one. Aggressive selling right off of the open yesterday, off of that 214 as well. So some strong action off of some key levels there, recent key levels. Again, we are pretty close to all-time highs, and I think again, with the ticker being as extended as it is, I think it's fair enough to take a little bit of a breather, and we saw some of that over the past couple of days with Apple getting sold off for the past couple of days. But yeah, with that rebalancing happening, maybe we can see that buying sentiment potentially come in during the day or even going closer into the close today. But yeah, no, that sell-off on Nvidia yesterday might have just been a discount for the buys. Who knows, right?
I mean, I think that's what I'm trying to figure out here. But without doing that, you have been to Alberta. Right here. Thanks, Sean. So he says, thanks for the sticky note here. I don't know the name. ES355 Lucille right there. Thanks, Sean. Alberta following every day. Love to Alberta right there. And go Oilers tonight. Yay Sports or?
Go Sports.
You won't be watching hockey tonight, I don't think, will you?
I don't think so.
Yeah, big game tonight as the Edmonton Oilers looking to go. They were down 3-0. Then they won 8-1. They won game 5. So now it's 3-2 back to Edmonton.
Okay.
And then they're looking to, what just happened to Nvidia right there? Did I put the wrong, oh no, okay. All right, I'm gonna get out of this because it's just what just happened there, it can happen. So we got a dark pool wick, which just stopped me out and pushed me long because I was gonna average in up here. Oh man, okay. Let's just, let me just get out of all this Nvidia trade. So we were short Nvidia. We just had a dark pool wick all the way to the upside. Let's just take this out. We're long 85. It looks like it will turn out to be a winner here if we get printed. We're just sitting there at 95. But again, so just in case those of you that are trading here at Real Trading, let me just show you what just happened there. So I put in a spot that if this breaks 128.50, which was view up, I wanted to get out of my trade. So it thinks it broke it there. And I don't know, it didn't happen on e-signal chart. So it was just a dark pool that got wicked up there. So that's me getting out of that trade. You know what? I'm just going to take that as an omen. And we'll be positive on it, but it's kind of a fluke because we lost 10 cents, made 10 cents. So let's just hold out now on this with all these dark pools coming around. I'm not going to take the risk. There's only now 20 minutes. Well, now 13 minutes and 8 minutes until the imbalances. So I'm going to wait on Nvidia, but that's just what happened to me there. So we were going to go short to 128.50, and the proof is in the pudding, man. My target got triggered. So we'll get out of this. Let's be hands off now to Nvidia and wait. All right, let's just keep going because we only have a couple minutes until these come out. So let's go talk about my favorite Palantir.
Downside this morning, almost 4% at the lows there, 24.60 coming back into play. New contract, it's only 19 million, but worth a note, but a downgrade this morning for PLTR.
Yeah, Analyst Brian White at Monet, Crespi, and Hardy. I hope I got that right. Basically lowering his rating from to neutral from sell, from neutral to sell. I'll get this right. There we go. With a $20 price target, He sees recent earnings report surprise as having been largely downbeat, disappointing outlook from industry leaders like Salesforce and Workday, and he believes the hype around generative AI in enterprise software specifically will slow down in the revenue growth in 2024. Brian.
The contract I was mentioning there is on the health services side. It's software-based, so data processing essentially for PLTR.
All right, so I wrote down, first of all, I never heard of these people that are upgrading or downgrading these guys, but it doesn't matter to me. Downgrading, but it just found itself landing into support, in my opinion. So here we go again. We talked about it being at $26. If you're going to look at the daily chart here, we actually mentioned this breaking through 26 and coming back up into these highs again. So we already wicked this back in May. So sometimes the stock market and different names like patterns. And I mean, it feels like this top here at $26, $27 just right now wants to be the top. And I can understand that. I mean, it is a nice move up. We were just at $20 the beginning of the month. So for 20 to 26, up $6 on 20, you'll take that all the time, right? And I think that's what's happening here. They have to downgrade it. They're going to give a reason for that. They cited, I mean, we just talked about it there, sort of software as a service coming through with CRM, and then I forget the other name that was cited in that. But Palantir, at the end of the day, there's support. It's 200 period on the 20-minute. I like that. Here's 24 right there, again, 24.50. So I like some of these levels to see if we can hold it. When we blasted this, we didn't look back. So let's just see if it comes back in. I could see it dripping into 24 as well, trying to top out right there. It's going to be a tough one today, especially if this market goes to the downside, and especially if we get a sell imbalance for PLTR. I don't know what the idea is there for this. It's not on. Oh, there it is, 400,000 shares. So it's on the sticky note to go long at 24.50. I don't think we'll put a bid early. Let's put a bid like maybe 24.25 and use that 24 as a bottom. I still like the stock. I'm not buying anymore at this level. Again, needs to breathe. Down 4%. I think it's a good buying opportunity.
Yeah, this one's been kind of on watch for me over the past few days, this whole week. Some strength coming up into the middle of the week, and something interesting to note is that earnings on when was this on the evening of May 6th. That wick high, that earnings reaction high is right at 26.30s, and pretty much yesterday's price action, I guess we technically lick grabbed that high, and then now we're getting some strong. We got some strong selling yesterday, and then we get a downgrade in the pre-market, which kind of draws out the chart even further off of that lick grab, and now we're selling back off. So yeah, I'll definitely be watching this 24. I like that price, Sean. And something else to note: this trend that we've been in. For the past, from the beginning of the month right here. So that's a little distinct as well. I think this is anchored from earnings as well. So we're trading below, this is prior earnings anchored. So let's do this real quickly. Throw that anchored in there off of that. And yeah, okay, so you see that the anchored is way lower there at 22.43. It would seem kind of a little bit in and around some of this base that we made before making an attempt for this earnings reaction high that we did kind of lick grab off of. But this trend, I think we can pull back into that exactly. Look at that confluence right there of that 24 prior resistance. Let's see if that turns into support if Palantir continues to sell off today. Only about 70 pennies away from there.
All right, crypto time, downside as well with the overall market here. I mean, this is IBIT, but it follows the price for spot Bitcoin, 2.1% on the gap to the downside here for the ETF. We were just going over some of the outflows from Thursday. They're starting to stack up here a little bit. I mean, I feel like 140 million on the day yesterday. Not a huge number, but could be wrong. 4.2% there on the month now for this ETF. So nearing $1 billion going out the door on the week here for some of these ETFs.
Yeah, Brendo, to the tune of 900 million yesterday. If it has another bad day, it's probably going to break that billion mark. So the outflows haven't been even out of the specific ETFs. There's many. We'll mention three. Grayscales had the worst outflows, $53 million left GBTC yesterday. FBTC, which is Fidelity's spot ETF had 51 million throughout. The best performer on the day was IBIT with only $1 million of net outflow. Some of the recent price drops can be attributed to large holder sales over $1 billion worth, the strengthening US dollar, Brendo, and strong performance of the US technology. So possibly money moving into that.
Yeah, I was just noticing Bitcoin making day lows basically as we speak. So is IBIT heading back towards session lows right now?
IBIT. I know you like that.
Oh, Serenity now. No, I mean, look at Nvidia.
Oh,
you know, the dark pool.
A little bit lower. Slightly lower.
Chart on. You know, there's that dark pool that got us out. Like we were trying to be short. You know, we actually should have got more short up there, but that should be a $1 winner off that level. But anyways, we were only short at 60s. We would have got more at that point. So it doesn't matter. But there it is. Though Bitcoin coming. I don't want to spend too much time on this because you know we'll probably trade it. And Brendan already hit that IBIT. I think that's something that's important as well. All right. So this is a weekly chart. Let's go to a daily. We had the weekly up before just to show you that we still are at a pretty good level of interest here. It's not like the sky is completely falling, but when you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight down days, it's not great, right? And that just gives us some bad feels about that. So yeah, Bitcoin definitely. I think it has a 60,000. Okay, shoot, man, that is the worst. All right, so there goes Nvidia. Nice little downside move here, as we will check out those imbalances. So it is only 1 million to sell, but there's that little washout. So that's not even that many shares. I was expecting it to be a little bit more, 1.26 million right there. That's too bad because we did have this short, so it is a little bit infuriating. I don't know if you can tell that, but oh no, there it goes again. So Nvidia starting this move in. Not that many shares, but look at the paired off. It was 20 million at one point to sell. So this could get nasty right here, right off the open. End of the day about Bitcoin, we'll have it down here. I just feel like it's just like it went to 70, went to 73. I feel like it's going to go to 60, could go to 57, 58. Those are buying opportunities for me down there. I still believe in crypto long term, but at the same time, if you think the NASDAQ's coming back in, I would think that you'd want to fade crypto for now as well. So, oh man, I'm just a little bit like there about Nvidia because we definitely had that and we should be in the money. We're up on it, but we should still have the short there. So. Oh man, that's disappointing, my guy. And then Apple.
There's going to be more opportunities, dude.
Thanks for saying that, Obi. I really appreciate that
and
positive
you're more than
talk there.
capable of capturing said opportunities.
Yes, we do.
What's the next trade?
Thank you, Obi, for saying that. We are more than capable of capturing many opportunities. But you know what else we wrote down? 212 on Apple. You know what the high was? 211.97. Apple's also coming back in right now. So, all right, Obi, give us the ones and twos on something here.
Yeah, so I got the weekly chart open here on the Bitcoins. And yeah, so a little bit of a double topping action here, just in those high 70s. So the question becomes, yeah, we are selling off of that, kind of pushing into the low 60s there. Kind of a bit of a support here from prior months earlier on in the year as well, in and around that 59 with the wick low at that 56. So all well within range. Now again, you know how volatile Bitcoin can be when it does attempt to make highs and then starts to sell off. We can see what it's done in the past whenever we've attempted that, and this is looking like a little bit more of the same there. So yeah, I think if we break down and crack some of these lows here, we do have room to come in for another discount, maybe down in the 50s and 40s. But again, what do I know? Let's see if this kind of this pattern here, this chart kind of brings it into the downside as it has been over the past couple of weeks there. That's all I got on watch. But yeah, IBIT can give a great kind of opportunity for that. If you look at the daily chart, we have been selling off, again, off of similar tops there, 41s being the high, and then 36s trading as of right now. So making fresh lows in terms of monthly lows and weekly lows as well on IBIT, kind of mirroring that move on BTC.
Real quick to wrap things up here, Gilead trying to get going once again through 71.5, trying to get back to 72, 4+% here, 2 days in a row, up on a positive trial or positive data from a trial on a twice per year HIV drug.
Yeah, Brendo, let's take a shot at this here. Lenacapavir, guys, achieved 100% efficacy in preventing HIV among women in late-stage trial with respect to men. Data from the men study is expected late this year, early next year. But essentially, it really aims to reduce the amount of pre-exposure, these PRP drugs, PREP, excuse me. It could increase the amount being taken here, but looks like a good result here, Brendo.
Yeah, relative volume, I mean, it typically doesn't do anything pre-market, but approaching 7 right now on Gilead, guys.
I'm actually, all right, we can, I mean, there's only a minute left right now. Gilead, $71. Great stock. I mean, you know, lots of stuff. They work with the HIV and a whole bunch of different opportunities there. Good level there, 64. It definitely held it. I mean, I don't know. I like the space, man. I like IBB. We talked about that XBI just to get more involved in some of those names. All right, so those are just healthcare and biotech names. So I really, really like that. It looks like there's not too much to be done here off the open. Palantir still looks like it wants to sell off a little bit into the open, but for right now, it's going to be Apple on my mind. I just put it off. We marked down as our number one trade idea was 212, but it looks like we're going to try to take 210 almost immediately right now off the open. So we're going to get this countdown ready to go. I'm probably not going to smash into something too big off the open, but I am waiting at 211.50 to see if we can get a short there in Apple, and then we'll try to be patient and go with it with only 3, 2, and 1. Nvidia 127 right now. All right, so we're now open. Nvidia with a huge flush, just went down into 126. That's Palantir, sorry. Let me go over to Nvidia, just flushed in. Don't know what it's doing now. Yeah, there it is, 126.30. They're taking it out right now on NVDA. Downside, 120, go. Damn, Daniel, where were we short again? It don't matter. There it is, a nice little flush down. We didn't have big size anyways at that level, so let's just continue to watch it. Look at that huge volume print. Remember we said 20 million shares? Well, it was about 28 million or so in that first little move down. We're not even closed that first candle yet. We have our starter position in Apple. We are waiting for 210. Put one at 210.50. It seems like we're dancing around a little bit here. We'll wait for 211.50 in order to get more shares up to 212. If we break 212, let's pretty much get out of that trade and regroup, Obi, if that does come through. But for right now, we'll take a little bit. Okay, there it is. We get the 52 print. So we'll print a little bit of money here early on that flush initially here on Apple.
Yes, sir. So a little bit of a lick grab of the pre-market lows there on Nvidia. Drops down to 25.73s. Insta rebid back into 127s. So I did get it a little bit long right in front of that. Let's see if we can kind of come into those. We were looking at that 133, 130 level as being potentially interesting. Let's see if we can kind of make it up there on that pre-market low lick grab. But again, very, very aggressive right off of the open there. You guys can see the speed and aggression of that tape there in and around that 127. So again, this could very well just kind of come right back in. But again, that rebid, very, very aggressive. I like that. Go ahead and bring that back to 129s. Let's see if that pre-market consolidation high kind of comes in there. 127 halves testing as of right now. 128's on its way.
Good one.
20 pennies away, 30 pennies away from that 128. Why don't I have more there, Sean? About 300 lots get taken right away at that 128 test. Let's see if this strength kind of continues off the open. That 210 holding on Apple. Here comes 128, a bit of a stacked offer there. Stacked offer gets taken out. Bye-bye. And where's VWAP? 127.90s, it would seem. So that is also VWAP, a little bit of confluence happening underneath that 128.
Okay.
So yeah, let's just wait and see kind of for that strength to come in. We did sell off quite aggressively yesterday, and I think there are a lot of players looking for that continuation short. So let's see who we can catch offside right off of the open today.
Yeah, we took some profit in, it came back up, and then right there, we got our 50s. So yeah, it looks like the market did flush and then bounced off 19.9. We'll see if we can flush back in right now. We're still waiting for Apple 212. We knew it would be a little bit violent. We probably should have waited a little bit longer. Great trade by that over there, Obi, for that dollar club right there for you. But it looks like we will lose about our 80 cents or so on this trade if it does continue to march higher now. Of course, that is Apple. We should have waited for 212, but we got excited a little bit too early there on that name. So we are into Apple on the short off 212. So look what we wrote down, 212 as if it goes to 211.90 there, Obi. You mentioned being patient. That was a good call by you. So now let's just continue the momentum here in the space. You're on Nvidia. Let's see if we were right about AMD. Yeah, as Nvidia goes up, looks like AMD still at VWAP, so I don't want to say AMD is going down, but okay, there it is. AMD trying to shoot back up a little bit right here. So we'll continue to watch both of these names. I did want to go back to one other name for myself, as we're still in Apple. I mean, Apple is really the whole trade for me right now. I did want to look at Palantir. Let me put some more. Oh, Apple just got in the 20s and stopped and just bounced up 40, 50 cents. There's a lot of volume and a lot of price discovery right now. So let's just be careful with exactly how many shares we're using and make sure that we adhere to our stops, because this seems to be a pretty violent open in some of these names, man. There goes Nvidia, good call on that, breaking through 128.
Boom. So a little bit of an ad on that dip there. I definitely could have been better of an ad. 127.50s was holding, bit of a reserve happening on the bid at 127.50s. I was not fast enough for that, but I was like, all right, when's the next point? So maybe going into 128. So I did get 127.90s there for a bit of an ad. Again, got to do way better with that. More efficiency on the execution for sure is required, but I don't mind the bid pushing into 90 for the break of 128 after it's already clipped it, pulled back down over 60, 70 pennies. Again, trapping more shorts potentially, because that was a confluence with this pre-market trend that we've been happening. And there's a slap to the ask into 129.
Yes,
Here we
sir.
go. 128
yes, sir. Where's
coming
these,
in.
Let's go.
Let's see how much further we can get. 129s. We're looking for that magical 130 there, Sean. Let's see if that 130 potentially comes in. But I do have to stay a little bit nimble on this ticker here as that aggressiveness comes in. That 212 on Apple, dude. Did you have that?
Dude, we are right now. We are cruising. We've got $1 in the money right now, man. It's good to be here with Obi right now. Obi putting up digits right now. Thanks, Obi, for doing that and showing everybody that it is possible to keep that dream alive. And yes, we do have, Obi, we did have that 212 level marked down, but unfortunately, we loaded up at 211.50, which is right now. I'll join you, Obi. How does that sound there? $4 club. I know you're in the $2 club.
129. Where do I get more is the question. I have no idea. I do not. Just hold on.
Yes, man. Hold on for the move. No, do whatever you want, my guy right there. Today is so far so good. As we sit, yes, let's go. This is a big trade for me here on Apple as we just sit in the trade that we wanted to make. And that was a good one. And of course, we talked about it, man. Nvidia getting upweighted, Apple getting downweighted. And of course, this is what we have on, baby. This is now, this is a big trade for me on Apple, man. We don't just write down levels and then just like ho-hum them. Yeah. You know, I mean, that's not, honestly, that's not what it's about, Obi. You gotta have some kind of confidence in what you're doing. And there, wow, $1.34. I'm not sure how much confidence I have because I keep getting out of these, but right now we still do have half on as we'll bid down here at 210.10 and get that fill right now. Wow, okay, Obi. Okay.
Wow, what a flush.
Wow, that's a big move there for us. We back in the building right now and putting on damage on Apple. Almost $2 in the money now on AAPL to the short side. We're having a good time here, and it's only 9:37. You want to go golfing now, or we still got to do the show?
I mean, I'm playing the game I want to play right now.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm not even thinking about golf. So let's see that 128. We came right back in. We attempted a push for that 129, pulls back into 128. So let's see what we do in and around here with that 128. Oh. Again, some of these pre-market levels looking interesting. Bit of a shelf happening on that 129 again. So I do again. When we talk about staying nimble, I do have to stay nimble on this trade as it is coming back to my break even. But again, this is in and around VWAP. I have VWAP at 127.90, so this could have just been a lick of VWAP and we just give everything back, right? So I do have to stay nimble, like I said. Apple's coming to the downside, so is the market. 20,000, kind of a chop and churn happening with that 20,000. So let's see what we got in store. Again, this is just the first trade, not the last one. So again, I'm not thinking about the next trade just yet because I'm still in this one. But again, I do know in the back of my mind that there will be more opportunities. But before that, we're going to go to Adara.
Clover Health here on watch. This one has run in the past. Right now, up about 22% here. Its director, Vivek Garipalli, apparently buying 877,000 shares of the company, valued at roughly $1 million here. So great look for CLOV here to the upside. Penny stock here. It's just above $1 now, guys.
Clover penny stock. Yeah, ask Chamath. What is that? What does he have, a price target of like $500 on that thing? Or no, wait a second. That's only the price target when he's selling it to other people. I don't know what he has it for his own personal account there. All right, so let's go on AMD. Not much happening there. Just trying to see if there's anything happening on some of these scanners. Like you mentioned, though, we're still in this one right now as well. We can look at Palantir. I mean, Apple right now, we've already, again, we have about 25% of that trade still on board. So Palantir there, we wrote down 24.50. The bottom was 24.40. Yeah. But the market's making this move right now. Nvidia's really coming back in as well. Yeah, so let's just watch out what's happening right there with the NASDAQ, possible bouncing area. Let's try some Palantir at 24.50 if we can.
Yeah, so this we came right back into 127s. That was a bit of a level off of the open there, and holding as of right now that 127. So a little bit of a wipe back down through VWAP. So we attempted to go through VWAP at that 127.90s, go up to 129 and some change, and then come right back into that 127. But technically, we are making some higher lows as of right now. But again, it hasn't even been 10 minutes. Well, it's gonna be now in about 10 seconds. But again, we talked about that 15-minute candle to print. We still got 5 minutes for that 15-minute candle to print there. And I did take a little bit of an add on top of that 127 when it did come back in. But okay, so let's just see how this goes. That 128 seems interesting. VWAP as well, right? So there goes the NQ. A little bit of a pop back through that 20 thou. Again, that 20 thou might be a little bit interesting there, as it is a bigger whole number there. That 128. Let's see. Again, chop and churn, Sean, off of the open is quite interesting. Yeah. A lot of opportunity. Again, it gave you a couple dollars to the upside and then pulls right back in all the way. So again, I'm gonna stay patient. Not the best to kind of hold on when it's not really working for you. But it seems like we're chopping and churning around this 127 as we try to hold this 20,000 mark with the bottom wick on the 15-minute chart here on the NQ as well. So I'll stay a little bit more patient with this one and see what it does. What's going on with that?
Not much. I mean, I add Palantir. I don't know. I added. Well, I'm waiting. Palantir's not doing too much right now. 24.60. Let's check out GameStop. All right, so GameStop moving around a little bit. I mean, it opened up around 25.15 or so. As Obi said, we've been live now for about 10 minutes, 11 minutes. High 25.80, and right now stuck in the middle. So I think we got to wait for that. I did want to talk about a little bit of a reload. It's not a huge one there. We just took some at 211. We'll wait for a little bit more if it comes back up into 211. I still want to try this 212 area. There's been some settling down now. Look, I'm aware that they were upgraded today by Bernstein, and I understand that. I really like the name. But I just feel that yesterday, in the last couple of days, we do have a nice downside move coming here for Apple. So let's props it up a little bit. As we just reloaded O's, we just got out at 60. So that's a quick 40-cent little push in our pocket right there on that one. And we do have a new position right now as well. So we'll go sirens up for PLTR, long now at 56. Let's see if we can just sort of scalp this one. We'll get something out. Oh, sorry, we're not even showing you Palantir. There it is right there. So we are long at 56. We did say we were trying to buy something near 50. It does go down to 50, so we should have done a little bit better on that. So let's get something out in the mid-60s here, and then we'll see about there it is. So we'll take a 64, 65. Now we'll see if we can get back up to the day's high of 73 now for Palantir, as Apple trying to still make moves a little bit here. I'm going to take another piece at 58 if we can get it there, which we can. So more profit coming through on Apple. We're still short. There it is. It's back in the money now, $1 there for Apple. And a good little reload for you, I can see on Nvidia. Is that still in that 128 pocket right there?
It's holding as of right now. But before that, we're just going to pass it back to Dara.
GILD holding up really nicely here. Gilead Sciences up over 5%. We did mention this one earlier today, trading higher up for this now the second day in a row after announcing positive results for its HIV prevention treatment, GILD, guys.
Yeah, that GILD was definitely interesting. I did not have eyes on it this morning, so thank you guys for pointing that out. And yeah, some strong action yesterday. Looking for that continuation today. That 74 mark is pre-market highs on GILD, so it is kind of trending up there. 72 is testing as of right now. Okay, so it seems like Nvidia looking a little bit weak off of that VWAP there, so I do have to keep an eye on this one going back through, potentially getting back through 127 here. So that 127, what's going on? What was that?
Oh, man, we're being passed love notes all the time.
Oh, nice.
Can't show it on air.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I see a little bit of a heart there. Yeah, okay.
Yo, don't.
Sorry.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, so no, as we're just playing around. All right, so your Nvidia is coming back in a little bit, but so is the market. The market is an absolute right now. I'm going to hit this thing because I like this one, the market red, as we start to turn. Yeah, that sounds great. All right, so back into 210 right now. We are back into the dollar club. We sort of talked about that. I do want to break of 11 here, or sorry, 210. Let's bid something just to get a piece out on this bottom. All right, let's go. There we go. We take a piece out right now. I mean, the rhetoric is working so far, man. We knew that we'd like this short and today. We took it. We even liked it so much we reloaded it. The Palantir trade is a little bit of a funny one because I'm not sure, man. If this market wants to slip up too much, I don't really want to be on this name that's been downgraded the way it has, but we are bouncing right off some levels here. So okay, we got numbers coming out now. Let me buy a little bit down here of Palantir, but let's go over to Adara as we have PMI coming in 10 seconds.
We have global composite PMI here, S&P global composite PMI flash for the month of June coming through here at 9:45. Also, manufacturing and global services PMI flash 54.5 was the previous print here for composite. 51.3 for global PMI flash and global services at 54.8. We had these numbers come in here. So S&P Services PMI, 55.1, so higher than expected here. S&P Manufacturing, 51.7. That's also going to be a little bit higher than the previous year, 51. And then last but not least, S&P Composite Flash, 54.6 versus 53.5 previous. So all these numbers coming higher than expected here. SPY curling a little bit lower, guys.
Yeah, kind of like as pretty much everything there, as Adira mentioned, a little bit higher or as expected. So, I mean, the NASDAQ, I just expect it to continue this movement down. And unfortunately, no, we'll lose 20% of our Apple trade here on Palantir. The market's starting to head down. I'm going to take a little piece off here on Palantir at 32, 33s. See if we can get back up to the upside. We're long here at 40. It looks like it's going to break. I'm not going to hold this past 25. The market is now below 20,000. I don't love this trade, buying a stock that's been downgraded and that's getting hit, especially with the market trying to really, I don't know, make new lows. So I'm not super excited about that. There's that wick all the way down there. Someone bought the lows up there, and it might be Nvidia based. Nvidia's at 127. I'll leave that talk to you. But Apple is also right now teetering around this 10s area. So I don't know if I'm going to take any more out here. Let's see if it does bounce back up. But for right now, Palantir looks like it's going to slip up. We did take a piece out there. There he is, breaking through 25. We'll slap a fail on it. We'll talk to you about it. We lost 20% of what we made on Apple right there on Palantir. So, bad trade for PLTR. Thought we could try to buy the dips. That was a mistake.
Yeah, so we keep kind of churning this 127 there. There's a lot of volume going on there at that 127. We got a bit of a sell-off off of those economic numbers there, but you can see the NQ is doing a little bit of a wick dance back up there. So let's see what Adara has to say.
Be aware of Etsy here, ETSY, not seeing any news on this, and no social media attention in the last 29 minutes, at least on X. But they do have a short float here of about 12%. ETSY up over 3%, trying to climb here to this high of day, guys.
All right. I just said to Obi, I feel a little silly not buying Nvidia here, but you are losing it. So I would also feel silly losing on it when I haven't traded it yet. But we'll punch a little bit long here right now. We're just long at 76. It looks okay. If it drops 50, that's the day's low. We're gonna get out of it. So it looks like it will drop it. Yeah, there it is. Oh no, just held it. Obi a little bit there. We are still in this one. I don't know. What is your average position? You're long a dollar ago. Okay. So yeah, I don't. We're just long right now. So it looks like we will lose 25 cents plus slippage. I don't think we got much slippage there at all actually. So that was pretty good. We actually got 43s. So that sucks. Still a positive trade for us here today, but yeah, Nvidia losing the bid a little bit now, Obi. 126 has been the bottom though. I'll try, I don't know, I'll wait actually. Is that your out? Do you have an out on there? Is this an all, is it, what's your thinking?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely watching tape here. Let's see what we do with this 126, as I do want to give it some space to kind of work there.
Yeah, I'm thinking that too.
But yeah, that 126 in and around that pre-market level, still not the day low as of right now. But again, a lot of volume churning at that 127, so that definitely interests me as well. So I'm just looking to see if we kind of come back into some of those levels or we break this half as of right now. But the market, again, selling off quite aggressively off of that economic number, so there might be some follow through happening there as well. Looking like a little bit of a continuation from yesterday, nonetheless, as of right now on Nvidia, 125.73s being day low, that wick low that we got right off of the open there.
We had talked a little bit about liking Amazon as well, as we're back into Nvidia as well. We're long at 58s now. I don't. We'll bid. There we go. We just got a lower bid now. Okay, so here it comes, man. We are going to be dropped out on this one as soon as this breaks 126. It's too bad because it's not too bad. I mean, I hope it still rips up. We're not necessarily out of this trade yet, but we had looked at it, and it's too bad because we're going to be red on it because it is going to break 126. But it's like we only wanted the short on Nvidia. We wrote that down, but Obi, as you know, it didn't hit our 134 at level. So it is continuously going down here. They are selling off Nvidia. We just tried it. So we tried it twice. It's funny because our first short was right, and then we got stopped out of that one. That was 127.50. Here comes 126 back in again. Maybe it's Apple that's wrong right now because it's not moving while Nvidia is going that way. Let's just check out on AMD right now. What was that level? 123-ish on Nvidia is something that we looked at. Wow, AMD. Okay, so they're selling the space now. Obi, it looks like as AMD continues its downside move here as well for the day. Apple just hovering. We're pretty light on it. You guys saw me cover some of that, and we didn't really get a chance to reload Apple anywhere yet. So we'll wait on that. If it gets to 211.50, we could do that. But Nvidia's breaking, man. And Nvidia's breaking for sure, and AMD. So AMD back up to 160 might be a good short, but for right now, we got to let these things settle down. There goes Nvidia, man. Wow, that short was dead on up there at that 130. But again, felt like it didn't get to any levels. And I like the long that you had. I mean,
yeah, it worked for a bit.
It worked for a minute, and then it didn't, right? I mean, that's the problem. Same thing with Palantir down to 24. All right, so yeah, about tech names. Maybe we'll wait on them because it looks like only Apple right now is going to be a winner for me, as we will go 1 for 2. L on Nvidia, dub on Apple, and then an L, actually 1 for 3, or 1 and 2, 1 for 3, because Palantir down here at 24 is trying to bounce as well. Maybe that's a pickup. Down 6% now, Palantir. What's up, A?
Nice look here for Asana this morning, ASAN on the NYSE. This one, after the market closed yesterday, announced a $150 million stock repurchase program. Some details here. The market cap here is about $2.5 billion. Short float of about 5.5%. ASAN near day's highs with decent volume here, guys.
Oh, man. I was just saying, he's just saying Intel's the only one holding up, but I said Intel. That's hilarious. Yeah. Okay, so 160. I mean, I would still like... Let's offer AMD. Wow, Nvidia's really getting killed. Yeah. All right, Apple's come back up, which is kind of strange to me. We're gonna have to be patient with that. Let's take a fill actually right now because we are getting close to the 50 period. Normally we use that, but we're gonna put on some shares back here at 211.50. Still using 212, but there's a little bit of a reload right there as OB Nvidia just now is gonna take 25.
Look at that
big size at 25.
Holy, more than like what is that, like 10? I see 10,000 almost. No, it's like 6,000 lots there at that.
I think we'll have to play the break on that, man.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Did it break? I just got short. I don't know if that broke or not.
It did break. Yeah, a little. About it's trading 124.70s on the bid.
Yeah. Okay,
right
we're
so we did break quite aggressive.
Holy shit!
Right away through that side.
I mean, oh my God. Yeah, so nice little move downside right there for us on Nvidia. We got that, man, and it's starting to make a move right now back in 124. We're short 125 flat right now, so good trade. We'll get some 50-cent spots out right now. Hey, man, all we're doing is licking those wounds, but these wounds can get exposed and get to be gashing wounds in a couple seconds here. So let's just get out. We're out of more than half right now. Oh my, we do not have diamond hands on this one. No, we do not. We are taking 50 cents because, yeah, man, we were not expecting this kind of a move there on Nvidia. So, wow, okay. Pardon my French on that, but that was, I was like, oh my God, we have shares. It didn't break, and then all of a sudden it did, and then it collapsed in, and then the P&L started going, and then I was like, you know. So there it is. We are now getting lighter and lighter as Apple continues to go up and Nvidia having a very bad day.
Oh yeah, that again.
I need more coffee.
Watching those 128s again. I was like, yeah, there's quite a lot of volume going on at that 127, but that VWAP definitely had some strong selling. We just reclaimed that 125 where that I guess. Distinctly different amount of size.
Ooh, I like that.
Went through over about 5,000 lots there, and then we reclaimed that 125, dropping down to 124.30s at day low right now. So I do like that look a little bit there. So yeah, I'll stay still a little bit more patient there to see what we do with that 125, where that significant amount of volume kind of traded there. NQ's holding up. What is this? 19,940. It would seem so. Just below that 19.9 right there, which is also kind of this wick from the pre-market session there, and then ES as well. Let's see what we do with this 125 here. So just taking a look at the larger time frame, looking back a little bit here on Nvidia. Let's take a look, see if that 125 has been a little bit of an interesting area, right? So pre-split, that 125 was definitely a little bit interesting, where we got that strong selling and consolidation going in and through that the split that we had, and then we got a little bit of acceleration to the upside off of this 125 area. So definitely also being a psychological level as well. I do believe that there may or may not be some interest there, and it has shown itself in the form of some size sitting there, and we're trading right in and around that 125 once again here on Nvidia. So I'm kind of I'll stay patient. I'll kind of stay nimble, maybe a little bit more nimble than I was on this position. No need to lose I guess a point after being over a point in the money on the trade there. I got to do a little bit better with the stops, but this 125, if this kind of holds, if we get some market tailwind as well, I will potentially get back involved with this one. But I guess Alphabet super strong on the day. This one's been pretty crazy strong for the most part here relative to the other names. Softy bidding up as well. Apple still holding that 210 mark. And I guess Amazon is
Apple.
bidding right back into some of these pre-market levels. What's going on with Apple?
Yeah, I mean, Apple is just, I mean, it's going to be P&L number one, and it's not even close today because remember we just said that, I don't know if anybody was taking it with me, but 211, we just reloaded it. We talked about reloading 211, and there it comes. Wow, thank you, Randy. I told Randy, I said I needed a coffee like ASAP. Thank you so much for that, Randy. We were.
Good, thank you.
Oh, we have our first. Today we face another league, so we play another all-girls team, and we've never played with a pitching machine before. So we have girls pitching, and today pitching machine, so that should be exciting. But I think it's going to rain tonight, isn't it? Me too. I hope not. Also, you have any plans, Randy? No. Okay. Well, enjoy. Hey, if you barbecue, bring me in whatever you barbecue, a little piece of something, okay, for the show. All right.
Yeah, it's definitely barbecue
You gotta
weather there.
slip that stuff in there, you know.
Yeah.
Because I know that if he's not going up north, he's probably barbecuing something. So you gotta think about that. And he likes the smoker, the ribs, the wings, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, we'll be more on forget about what I'm barbecuing up. We'll find out what Randy's barbecuing up there on Monday. But we just barbecued up a little bit of winner there on Apple as we just covered 210, 210, 18 or something as it's kind of dancing around. Look, we knew there'd be extended volume today, 24 million on Apple already. Nvidia touching 120 million right now on Nvidia. Good trade there. We're holding this one against us, but we've already You might have heard, like I was really excited. We got out of a lot of those shares. Here's a reload back up for NVIDIA at 126. I'm going to try to reload this to 127 and change. If we take this top of 127.50, I'm out. So we could turn this into a really bad trade if it continues to go up, but I'm going to average more at 127 than use 127.50 as our out. I do know that NVIDIA is supposed to be up-weighted though, right? So, I mean, some of these flushes might not last as people begin to think about quad witching and what that means for the option market. What's up, A?
Keep an eye on share care here. This one up about 76% right now. It was halted, news pending before open. And then we got the news here. It's set to be acquired by Alteris, this Alteris affiliate, for $143 per share in cash. Right now trading around $1.36. So SHCR, 5.4% short float. Watch out for this one. Just open back up, guys.
All righty then. All right, so what did bounce was Palantir. You know, I mean, I'm not going to feel any kind of ways about this one because on here we wrote down 24.50. We tried it, we lost it, we got out. Then we tried 24.35s. It dropped down 10 cents against us, we got out, which is probably pretty good because unless you waited for the absolute bottom of 24, then honestly, I mean, I got to try to represent some of these levels that I'm seeing. And 24, although is always a key level, could have retested it there. We had turned our attention over to Nvidia and Apple. For good reason. We're in both those trades, and we definitely missed that Palantir there. So I'll sit in sort of the trades that we have right now, but definitely aware if Palantir comes back to 24, that's not a horrible idea to do that. But with the downside protection, I feel like it wants to get back there. It's tested it. The market is going to be the key, right? If the market gets back up to 20,000, I feel like I'd rather short this level in the market as well as short this level on Palantir. So Palantir's already down 6%. If we can get a bump up to VWAP, that would probably mean that the NASDAQ's going to go. Feel a little more comfortable shorting Palantir than I would the market just because of the relationship there. But we are now $1 out of the money on Nvidia. So we did average back into this. We are looking for more shares. We talked about that up here at 126.90. So here comes Nvidia. Let's take a little bit now in case we don't get up there and just lower the time, the amount that we want up here at 127. Our out is going to be 127.50. So let's see what winds up happening. We do have a Dara, I believe, with numbers at 10.
Waiting on a few numbers here. Existing home sales month over month are going to be the key numbers. Existing home sales coming in slightly below the previous year, 4.11 million, in between the consensus of 4.1 million and the forecast of 4.12 million. We also got existing home sales month over month dropping by 0.7% compared to the previous drop of 1.9%. So a bit of a smaller drop than the previous month here. CB leading index month over month also coming in here, smaller than expected drop as well, negative 0.5 versus negative 0.6% expected. SPY continuing to kind of climb back up here above VWAP. NASDAQ and S&P 500 mirroring each other a little bit so far today. Not a lot of economic prints to keep and watch other than what we got at 9:45 and 10 here. And no Fed speakers on the docket as of right now. But certainly lots of things to watch out for in regards to a bit of a shift here in tech. Some other names to keep an eye out for include Gilead, holding pretty well here around this just shy of $71 level. Announcing some positive results for its HIV prevention treatment yesterday and continuing to trade higher, up about 3.5% for GILD. Another name to keep an eye out for is Palantir. This one was down about 6%, dropping to that 24 level, getting a downgrade to sell by Manes Krebs Hart. So PLTR, GILD, and quite a few other names on watch to end this week, guys.
It's not right.
Yep. Yeah. All right.
Price action.
Yeah, good trade there. Obi's long 126.50. I'm short 126.20. So we'll wait. But you know what? The name that's, again, it's kind of been a saving grace here for me, honestly, because we didn't lose that. We didn't lose anything. Well, we lost something on Palantir, but like I said, we've now made back more than that. At the time, it was only 20% of our Apple trade was lost on Palantir, and since then we've reloaded it, I think, twice. And now this is near the bottom again is Apple. So let's wait to see if that can go. And here is our trade of the day right now. It's going to be Nvidia, and we're just going to wait to see if it does fall back in. It is making a nice little retracement back. Let's take some advantage of that as we do have an extended piece of shareage on this. So 126, see if we can get a drop through 50 and then get this even lower than that. We just talked about reloading it up there at 127, which is what we did. And then here comes the drop back in. We're short at 126.30s.
Yeah, that 127 is also VWAP. We do come right into that 127, and then can't really make it too far past that. But I did like the re-break of that 125. 125 back through, I think, was a great short.
Here we go.
125 initial drop was a great short. It gave you about 70 pennies, and then the insta rebid and aggressiveness right back up through that 125. I did kind of go long on that push for a retest of VWAP, and we kind of got that. I I got out of everything in and around that 126.30s or just on top of 126. And then I was like, all right, well, what's the next leg there? Do we actually make it to VWAP? And then when we started holding the halves, I did kind of redo the long a little bit there for a push into that 127. But that 127 comes in, bit of a stacked offer there. Can't really get too far past it as of right now, but you can see how the market kind of wicked right back into this range that we were kind of doing in the pre-market there. So some strength happening. Let's see if we kind of continue with that strength, or does Nvidia continue to sell off with these VWAP sellers kind of being in charge on the day today? So I do have to respect that if that is going to be the case there. But I'll give it a couple more minutes there just to kind of feel out this flow here off that reclaim on that 125 there. What's going on?
Cash flow.
Hello.
Oh man, we're gonna have Kevin O'Leary back on soon, I believe. All right, so right now 126. I mean, let's go, man. Let's go. Hit the sirens. I know. Sorry, Obi, that you're long this name. We're short right now. Okay, all right, let's go. I mean, I just said sorry and the thing ripped up, so okay. Not that sorry. Sorry, not sorry. But no, so this is the thing. You know, we always talk about this on the show. People will say, uh-oh, you know, like Neil's long, Sean's short. Obi's long, Sean's short, vice versa. We have different targets. We have different share sizes. We have different expectations. I mean, we have the same expectation. You know, you don't put on a trade if you don't expect to spin it, right? But at the same time, let's wait to see what does wind up happening. Now, 80 cents in the money. Let's take another bid here at 126 flat. As it seems like it wants to resist a little bit here, as if you're going to read the tape, it looks like it just got bought up again right there. Look at that move down. I'm bidding 04s. Please don't stop at 05s. There it is. We get that 04 right now. Now 90 cents in the money right there. We have back-to-back dollar winners on board right now. We have only traded two names, really. Here comes Apple back down through 210. We're short at 211, 210.80 right there. And then Nvidia right now is really starting to make my day here a little bit as it comes all the way back in for us, NVDA. So yeah, a little bit of a tale of two opinions here for us.
I have no idea what your position is. I'm not watching the board or anything. I'm trying to decipher.
Yeah, and that's the good thing.
I'm trying to taste the rainbow. Let's say that.
Yeah, no, that's the whole point. That's what I was getting at is that you're going to do your stuff. I only know the position because it's the show.
That VWAP does seem like it's been a great place to sell off of the open there. I will 100% admit that as of right now.
Look at
those
Apple.
VWAP sellers are definitely in charge as of right now. But this 127, 126 area, that reclaim of 125 might have me a little bit biased there. But yeah, no. What are you guys trading today? Are you guys taking Nvidia?
Yeah, look at some more names.
Nvidia. We know that Apple short. Oh boy, that 212 man.
Dude,
that came in real nice there. 210s coming right back in. Actually trading 209.
Yeah, bro. We just covered some more down there.
Solid trade.
We're $1 in the money on that one. And the 212 was the most solid of all. But it's like you held that Qualcomm. Like sometimes like you get in such good positions. It's like, why don't you just hold it all day long? Yeah. But you know, we do know that Apple is supposed to have a little bit of an outflow today. So we'll wait to see if that winds up hitting or not for Apple. It's still up on the day with a red NASDAQ. So, you know, Apple's been positive. We are so light on this stock now. We have less than 10% left. Most of our outs, we have to admit it, are here at 210, 210.30s. We just did get that right into day's low. So yeah, man, we will be happy as punch on that one. Here comes Nvidia right back up. The market did not continue its lows there. So we did not go back to lows after trying to get back to VWAP. So now I feel like we will get back up to VWAP right now. So let's wait to see what happens on Nvidia. And again, like we are lucky enough to cover a lot underneath 126. Like what a violent name this Nvidia is here today, man. Just giving you dollars both ways. NVDA. So there it is, man. Nicely back up into 127 again. We'll try it again up here just because it is the 50 period. But we are, and VWAP. So we'll trade this, but knowing full well that shorting Nvidia can be a recipe for not success. So we'll wait to see. People could be buying the dips, man. Nvidia just in the last couple of days down quite significantly from 140 to 125. So anybody looking to dip buy Nvidia, probably trying to take opportunities like today, where we have rebalances and lots of volume to go ahead and do that. But there's the reload for us. So let's see what winds up happening now to Nvidia. And then any other names you guys want us to talk about. I know we're very focused on some of these ones for now, but put them in the chat and Obi and I will have no problem going through them. And then Dara will be there with any kind of breaking news as well.
Yeah, we're kind of we keep knocking on the door of this VWAP here. So we did get back up to VWAP, and then you get a nice flush into the bid for about 20-30 pennies, and it kind of is holding as of right now. VWAP I have at 126.98, so just shy of that 127 right there, and we're trading in the upper quarter of the dollar there, that above that 2670s, 2660s now. So I guess we're trading in the half. So yeah, I'll stay a little bit more patient here. Again, like I said, bigger picture, kind of potentially I did like that rebid through that 125, but again, that was probably the better price there. As again, VWAP sellers seem like they are very, very aggressive as of right now. And look at that market, the market coming right back in as well. So a little bit of a chop and churn happening. Apple back through that 210 there, Sean. So yeah, that thing, again, that 212 was great, but that 210 seems like some of these pre-market levels potentially coming back in on Apple there. Let's take a quick look across the board to see what some of the other constituents are up to here. Alphabet is the strongest one, it would seem, as of right now. Opened in and around that 177, trading at 178, holding that trend quite well as of right now. Softy still sideways, Apple sideways for sure, and Amazon and I guess Nvidia a little bit sideways as well, if you want to call it that, within a range of like 128 to 125. So slightly sideways, attempting to push for that VWAP, but those VWAP sellers do seem like they are in control as of right now. Bit of continuation, strong continuation off of yesterday on Nvidia. So let's take a quick look at some of this tech basket that I have going on there. Intel is the strongest one, it would seem, there, Sean. So Intel high a day is 31.15. We're kind of trying to pushing up into that with the rest of these names kind of selling off as well. But before that, we're going to pass it off to Dara.
Keep an eye on SRPT here. This one is actually not a small cap, $11.6 billion market cap for Sarepta Therapeutics. But this one is interesting. They did have a catalyst yesterday, FDA approving their rare muscular dystrophy gene therapy treatment. They also got a slew of analyst price target increases, including NVIDIA raising the price target to $235. Right now, this one trading around $172 point right now. They have a short float of about 6.9%. Keep an eye on SRPT, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good little look there. I'm wondering if this is a situation where it's like, don't look left, but look right. Like Nvidia right now, almost $1 off that reload. But then you were mentioning here on Google as well, like this is near all-time highs. Its all-time high is 180.40. So like, I don't know. This is kind of out of nowhere, isn't it? Did we get a story on Google, Dara, maybe? If I missed it, thank you, because yeah, it's straight up. And I mean, I know there's the AI talking. Maybe this one's being rebalanced the other way. I don't know. I was never really on. I don't think either one of our radars really today. I wrote down Amazon as a name that I liked long, but it seems like this. And I talked to Danielle Shea about this the other day when she was on the air, and I said, she said, pick one, and I said Google because it looked like it was consolidating. And again, a month out of earnings, we could get another push higher here as. Just like all the AI talk for Apple and all the AI talk for all these smartphones and new technologies coming through. I mean, they're going to drop the Pixel 9 or whatever. I think it's the 9 next, and it's going to have some pretty, wicked stuff, I'd imagine, in it as well. So just all the love that Apple gets, okay, there we go. We just got Nvidia 10s right there. All the love that Apple gets, I think Google can get it for their usage as well. I know their subscription model's not nearly as powerful with iTunes and sort of the download base that they have there, the subscriber base with Apple, but Google's, great. They also have the cloud that Apple doesn't, that same service that Apple has there with everything, and then the search. And I don't know, I really like Google. It is a big holding of my own, if you can't tell about that one. So, all right, yeah, watching Google. A lot of people looking to pick up some Google down there. So, yeah, off to the races. I look at a 180 break, to be honest with you. The all-time high right now of Google is 180.40, that wick right there. So watch out here, Google getting heated. What's up, Abe?
I found 2 potential news stories here in Google. One of them is actually from yesterday at 1 p.m. This is actually announced by Amazon, but Anthropic, which is backed by both Amazon and Google, announcing its Claude 3.5 Sonnet, which is the most powerful AI yet. Then at 9:17 a.m., though I'm not sure if this is going to be necessarily a catalyst that this well received, but we did get a catalyst coming in for TechCrunch reporting that Google is pausing its real money apps. So interesting look here on GOOGL. Couple potential catalysts here, guys.
Toby, in a second, I just want to get this out because we just talked about this. I've changed my stop for Nvidia. It's just going to be just north of 127, like 127.20 and change. It's strong. We just got some out again down there, like all the way down. We'll just average back in one last time and take advantage of this move down right now. Take an 80 fill. Like we just got in 90s. We'll take an 80s, man. This is looking strong. I like those reloads down there at 120. I know maybe you reloaded it, but I like those levels down there. If it pulls back, we are starting to slowly get out. Hey, look, man, and this is, again, look at the different style, right? I'm reloading, taking some profit. This guy's staying long and strong. So, you can easily win both ways. And that's why I love having Obi on here, because not in and out of many different names, being very focused. You could see the different style as opposed to Neil, myself, everybody on the show trades their own way. So thanks, Obi, for demonstrating that method as well. Let's just see what happens. I am now, so even just there, we just got lighter and lighter on this, man. Changing our opinion. Nvidia looks strong. If anything, it doesn't bounce its head off VWAP like 4 times here just to come back to it and keep doing it. Yeah. So unless we're range bound,
could be the case.
Which
we did have a strong day yesterday.
Could be the case.
Yeah.
It is range bound already. Where does it have to go to break the range? 130, 129 and change. So we still have a lot of work to do before we break anything right now. And we told you how light we were on Apple on this move, right back up to 211 and change for Apple as the market gets right. Remember we said the market's probably going to test that VWAP up to 20,000. This could be a TQQ trade if you're getting a little fancy with it right now. This could be a trade if you thought the NASDAQ was maybe going to sell off a little bit here into the rest of the day. But Google right now is extension, baby. Google's just broke 179. This name continues to go up 1.5%. Let's think about some of these reloads. There we go. We got Nvidia back into 80s again. I'm just taking this profit. Every time it comes into 80, we're just bidding it out. My next bid is at 50. Then we'll wait after that. So let's see if we get a nice move down for Nvidia. Understanding our stop is right here. See, there's another out.
There goes the end. Look at the Qs.
Yep, starting to really go.
To 20 thou.
I like it.
There. So 20 thou test coming in, confluencing with that 127. There goes the 127 breakout there on Nvidia there. So I did take a little bit more on that knock. So I was like, yeah, keep knocking on the door of that VWAP. Let's see how much further we get. VWAP sellers have been quite aggressive off of the open. But again, slightly bigger picture there. I did like that reclaim of that 125. Maybe some capitulatory action with that strong euphoric flush through
I like it.
125, doing that significant amount of volume, and then the insta reclaim back through an aggressiveness to the upside, back into VWAP, knocking on the door of VWAP when VWAP sellers have been aggressive off of the open. Like I said, I do want to keep looking for players offside, and as of right now, it seems like VWAP might be an interesting place to look. There goes Apple all the way back into that 112 there, Sean. So maybe a decent look going forward if that can continue past or back into that 112 for a potential reload, right? I'm also looking at some of these. Again, look at that Alphabet to the upside, making
is
fresh
huge.
highs. 179, can't stop, won't stop. I'm seeing a solid uptrend on Google L here. So I guess I am probably long the wrong name there, Sean. So.
Yes and no. I mean, you still got 50 cents in the money on Nvidia. I mean, we didn't really look at Google until, I mean, we were just talking about it at 178, man. You know, like just 2 seconds ago, and I was like, well, the high is 180. It looks like it's going to take it. And since then, it's up $1. So you're 100% right. We've definitely left this one to sort of fester by itself here. Huge move upside now for Google. I don't think we need to get long because it's, well, I mean, if you think it is going to run up into that high, then, I mean, of course, you'd want to get long somewhere. But I don't know. That just seems like a big move on not much of a catalyst. I mean, we went to a dare there and didn't hear too much about it. So I feel like we still want to wait a little bit for that. So for me, we'll hold off. We did go short there. We did get the price that we sort of wanted there, up at 50s. Again, as you mentioned, Apple. So we're short now at 20. We'll put some bids down here in and around 211. Maybe we'll get a bid down there at 211 and then, you know, be a little happier about this position. But for right now, a little bit of a trade here for us on Apple on a reload to the upside right now. We like that price. We've already had it once, so let's do it again. Palantir, what can I say? Nice move back up. We were thinking about their fading off the TQs, off 20,000. Let's just see. We're already short Apple. If the market wants to fade back to 20, which it's at right now, great. Needs to break it. That's right where VWAP is. So there's a hold. There's a hold of the market right there at 20,000. So it came back in, retested VWAP again, and now trying to hold. It's only 10:20. Lots of time left, man. Lots of time left in the day. So we'll still hold on to this. Your Nvidia just pulled back, which is kind of strange. I thought that was a clean break of 127.
I mean, like I said, there's been a lot of interest happening there. So I am expecting a back and forth. It's not going to be clean. The trade is slightly crowded, and it seems like VWAP sellers kind of step right back in off of a little bit of a pop. So I do have to stay a little bit nimble there. And we're also getting a potential reject of that 20 thou there. How much time is left on this 15-minute candle, you may ask? About 11 minutes left. So yeah, with that aggressiveness back to the downside, I do have to kind of continue watching this one. It is holding a little bit of a trend to the upside, but larger picture, bigger picture trend is definitely to the downside if you include yesterday's information. There goes Apple kind of coming back in. Only waited to 211.6s, it would seem there, Sean.
Yeah, Apple is, I mean, let's go again, man. There's that reload. We did it again, Obi, the same price as last time there. It's too bad that we sort of got stopped out of our Nvidia there at 127. You know, my stop was initially 127.50. We probably should have held that line, but, you know, 118 says Nvidia on Y Brothers. Are we ready for Adara? I see her standing over there. Did not call her yet. Okay, we'll wait for Adara. All right, so right now we'll just continue to look out. As we'll go to Adara in a second. Apple right now just dropping back into VWAP. So let's take a bid. We're bidding 85s. Don't tell me you missed it. Oh, we'll punch out and get out a little bit more there. Nice reload there on Apple for us as that's trying to go back into the downside. So all right, she's ready. She's over at the green screen. Let's go find out what's up with Adara.
IWM trying to curl back up here. Nice candle bouncing off this support area after topping and turning around VWAP for a little bit. So it looks like we're trying to make a bit of a recovery here for the Russell 2000. Right now, about in tandem with the S&P and the NASDAQ in terms of being slightly down on the day today. We have quite a few interesting names to talk about here, including Virgin Galactic SPCE. This one actually did have its reverse split and a couple positive catalysts coming through yesterday. Morgan Stanley raising its price target for the stock from $1.50 pre-split to $35, and then also Virgin Galactic partnering with IIAS for this new research mission. So interesting look here for SPCE continuing to trade higher after those announcements yesterday. We also have Asana ASAN. This one a little bit larger, about $2.5 billion market cap. This one at highs of day announcing a $150 million stock repurchase program. And last but not least, Clover Health, CLOV. This one also near high of day. The company's director buying about $1 million worth of the company's stock. So good look for CLOV. Quite a few interesting names here, guys.
Okay, Clover Health. That's a name I remember from back in COVID times, I guess.
Yeah. All those stocks. One of the SPAC, I believe. Open Door, Clover, a bunch of other great names there. All right, so just real quick. I mean, not a whole heck of a lot happening over on this side of things, but we're still in it. I mean, we still got Apple. Apple's now almost 50 cents. I mean, it just keeps on bouncing. The last couple outs were VWAP right there. I want to check out DraftKings a little bit, DKNG, because I was on that name yesterday, and then it was like, wah, wah, we have news. And then unfortunately, we were short. Oh, man, too bad that's where it is right now. We were short yesterday right here on this break lower of 42.80, so it's coming back into that level. Might be something to look out there on DraftKings if we get back up to 43. So yesterday we had that Penn news that obviously we were not expecting. You can't be in news when there's a buyout potential or at least a partnership in one of the competitors revaluing their business. So that's not great for us. But DraftKings right now, I like that trade breaking back down through 43. Let's just keep on holding Apple, man. Honestly, this has been a good trade for us. Let's see if we can get back into the 50 period and into VWAP again. We do have another bid down here at 210.76. For that Apple. All right, anything else you're looking at there, Obi? Because right now, DraftKings, Apple, Palantir, maybe a little bit of a reload there. And if there's anything else anybody wants to talk about, NEE also could be something. This is a big stock. I've seen a lot of people talk about this one. Chamath versus Cathie Wood. Yeah. I mean, I don't know which wealth destroyer you like more, but for me, Cathie Wood's ARC is down 14% this year. How is it? You would think like, how is that even possible? So I would think that Cathie's probably a little bit of a winner in that one if you're counting negatives. But let's go over to Adara.
Tesla here right now, basically flat on the day, but seeing this circulate around X here. Elon Musk posting 3 minutes ago, quote, "The super strong support from retail and large investors meant a lot to me. I will do my utmost to ensure that their faith is rewarded." So Elon Musk speaking a little bit here on X with regards to the retail support and large investor support for that Tesla shareholder meeting last week, guys.
Yeah, that was, did you see part of that meeting there?
Did not.
He's a little excited, definitely. Some interesting. What do you think about the Optimus? Those robots.
Yeah, Brendan and I already have the pre-orders in for those.
Nice.
Yeah. We just got, as long as they're doing household chores, that's what we're all about, you know. And eventually maybe take our dog for a walk and things like that. That's what I'm thinking. I like the idea. I mean, the thing about this is when you're talking about Elon, you're definitely talking about a different beast, and we all know that, right? So sort of the forward look there. I think we're a long ways away from getting any robots into everyday households, plus let alone the cost of them. But yeah, I'm excited for the future for all tech. And I think Tesla has a great opportunity. They have all the AI. They have one of the smartest guys around, honestly, no matter what you think about him. He's been pretty revolutionary in what he's built for us, including, you know, everything, Starlink and hopefully this robo-taxi thing can change sort of the way Ubers and how we all transport and stuff like that. So yeah, for me, I'm a Tesla bull. Yourself?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely have a little bit of a soft spot for Tesla, and I guess Elon as well, as he is again attempting to change the world in many different ways in his own way, I guess. But yeah, no, batteries, cars, energy.
He took a risk, travel. He stepped it up. He put his own. I mean, you want to talk about taking a risk and like respecting people. It's just like, look at that pay package. You know, like I'll take nothing but stock and let's look at this in a couple years. Boom, 40 billion or whatever it turned out to be at the end of the day. And the stock has really reacted quite nicely right now over the last couple of days. But, still headwinds there for Tesla, including, of course, more competition in China and then even more competition abroad or locally with domestically is the word I'm looking for, with GM and Ford, and then, Fisker's gone bye-bye now. We'll see if Rivian can make it. Rivian, of course, having plants now in Georgia with different models. So I think that's the next step really for Tesla, is to get that lower model coming through. But I don't know if Elon is a vegetarian or not, but he's probably not eating chicken. Apple. I mean, if I could do stink face. Oh, you know what I'm excited for? Moana 2, by the way.
Oh, there's a second one coming out?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Look, I am bullish.
First one wasn't too bad.
I am bullish on Disney, man. I thought Moana was one of the best ones because it is such an empowering show for the female. Like she's just like, I'm Moana and what? Like I'm solving all of this my damn self. Forget about Maui, You know what I'm saying? Like The Rock is there. He sings all these nice songs. But shout out to Disney for making Moana. It's one of the favorites of our families. So we like that one. And then Inside Out, like I had no idea how good that was until I saw it. And then also setting records. Like how is Inside Out already the
saw the
number
new one?
one animated movie of all time?
Really?
Beating all the Toy Stories, Shrek, all these. I know.
Hey, I didn't know that.
Despicable Me's. Every.
Huh.
I don't even know what number 2 is. I think it was probably one of the Toy Stories. Probably.
Yeah.
One of the top ones. But yeah, Inside Out 2, definitely a good one. I don't want to.
I've seen the first one. The first one was good. Yeah.
So basically, she now goes to high school and introduces new emotions. So you can imagine high school.
Okay.
Anyways, I don't want to. It's pretty fun if you go with your friend. I don't know if you want to go with your friends or not. It's more of a kids movie, but I was gonna say if you want to go with your kids, it's a good one there. So, all right, that's it for me. So we've already done it good on Apple there, and now we will continue to see what's up. I did miss that Ramin, whatever that was, but I will comment.
Saying to take my cats.
Oh, take
my cats to me.
she's so ruthless over there,
Yeah.
Ramin. You know, she's a ruthless one. That
Thanks,
one.
Ramin.
Yeah, she's ever since she's been
Only
here
one
now.
of them. Only one of them watches movies.
Yeah, I know, Ramin. Get it straight. You know, now that Ramin's been here 1 year and 1 day, you know, she's like the boss of everything now. All right. What did you do? What didn't you do is the question. All right. So, by the way, Sharif brought Neil an apple fritter. It's yours now.
Yeah, Sharif was nice enough to, in the morning, he brought in, he's like, oh, you're in. I was like, yeah, Neil's not in today. And he's like, oh, I brought him an apple fritter. I was like, wow, okay, cool. I'll take it in his
The
place.
professor.
You know? So right here, shout out to, I haven't yet finished it, but yeah, Ramin wants to go half seas. I'm down, whatever, that's fine. I'm not willing to eat the whole thing. It's a lot of, definitely a lot of sugar for me, but it's a good snack. It's a good snack for sure.
What's so shady? I don't know, man. BPI over there.
Yeah, what are you saying? What's
These
wrong
guys-
with the sugar?
They're making fun of your sugar comment there.
Okay.
I agree, man. I think to have a whole, this is me just getting older, but like a whole big ass apple fritter is a lot of sugar.
Yeah.
You'll be on cloud 9 for that one, but you deserve it, Obi. You should have the whole damn thing, Obi. There we go. Give some to these guys over here.
I'm not saying I can.
These guys are loving
Hey,
life
if you
back
guys
there.
want some, just say something.
They are
all right?
loving
You
life
don't have
back
to,
over
you know?
there.
Yeah.
Okay. They're worried about your health. They're worried about your health.
True. Yeah, I
Get that
gotta
digestive
get these
system.
abs going too. You know?
Yeah, man. Start doing some sit-ups. What are you even
Yeah.
doing on the show? Okay. You want to go over your trade a little bit? If your targets, anything you want to talk
Yeah,
about?
kind
it
of
doesn't
like
really matter.
it's chopping and churning at some of these levels. Opening price is 127. We are trading below that 127, and again, we keep magneting up into that VWAP there. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for. I am giving it quite an aggressive width in terms of risk there, but again, I will be a little bit more patient. But the thing is, I'm not necessarily respecting the VWAP sellers that have been showing themselves over and over again. And with the market pulling back off of that 20,000, then we may be poised for a little bit of a push down as well. But again, I'm kind of just waiting to see if some of these levels come in. But yeah, my hand is on the trigger for sure. But before that, we're going to pass it over for Crypto Watch.
Interesting note here for crypto, having outflows. She was mentioning this one this morning as well on this desk, but we actually $900 million in outflows this week for these BTC ETFs, and the 5th straight day for outflows for the BTC ETFs, that coming in on Thursday. This is actually the worst performance for these ETFs since mid-April, and Bitcoin actually hitting its lowest level since mid-May. So lots of weakness in the BTC ETF space here. As you can see here in Bitcoin, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight days to the downside here. Continuing here, trying to hold out this previous level. A little bit of resistance here around that 64 level. Currently trading slightly below 64,000, sorry, just above 64,000, depending on what you're looking at here. So 64,067 for BTC right now, down about 1.5%. Ethereum faring a little bit better, down about 0.5%. Trying to hold on to this 3,500 level. A lot of weakness generally here in these crypto-related names, and the ones that aren't super weak are basically flat. We have Dogecoin slightly positive, Avalanche up about 2%, Tron up 1 2/3%, but some weakness here in BNB, Solana, Ripple, and Cardano amongst others. So bit of an interesting name, kind of mixed for the crypto space right now, guys.
So some moves.
All right.
What's happening in?
Yeah, we talked about crypto being a little bit of a.
60s, right?
Yeah, it's just bouncing off
64s
6.4 right now. All right, I kind of just said a joke there before we left. I was like, okay, I'm buying every dip on Nvidia, and it hasn't worked until now. And then it went up 30 cents, and I took out a 20% of what I had there, and then now it just came right back in again. So I'm going to try to buy some more at 125. Look, I'm going to sort of channel my inner hold now and see if we can't hold it until a 124, even lower than that. We had looked at Nvidia before, and I know our charts, I can't go back too much further than this because this is sort of where we split off. But this 123 area was something that we wanted to look at. The nervous part about this is that wick down. I feel like you got to hold out for that, which is 122.60. So realistically, if you're going to average into this price, you're going to have a target out. So for me, I'm not going to wait for 122.50. That's too long. I'm just going to give 124 a shot. If it breaks 124, maybe a couple pennies lower than that, maybe when I say a couple pennies, it's got to be relative to the stock. So maybe 20 cents. That might not even matter to Nvidia. Like when Nvidia broke 125 the first time and we made back. So basically on Nvidia, we made back what we lost there, but then we got stopped out right there. So now we're just trying to see about the long off of 125. So right now we're long 125.60. We tried to buy that dip there, but we weren't sitting aggressively enough. By the time we got there, it was too late. So if it does fade out, we will have that. But we still do have an awesome trade on Apple right now is $1 in the money. As that just came, yeah, that's Apple. That just came right back. Now that I look at this, don't hit the awesome key and don't get out. So there we go. We put another out for us right there because, again, we're coming back into the range low for Apple. We really like this. Make sure you check out the Freedom Wealth podcast, by the way. We have by far our best one releasing tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
The Freedom and the Wealth podcast coming through tomorrow.
What are you guys talking about on that one?
Discipline and what that takes, some great ideas. Brennan gave a real good story there about something that he did this past weekend involving brisket.
Ooh, yeah.
So you don't want to miss it for the brisket. And that was a good talk there as well. But yeah, so it's a good one. Definitely some stories about our families and whatnot in there. And we just noticed that there's a lot of people want to hear more stories. So we're going to do that and keep up the good vibes there with that. Do you know that Apple and Nvidia are pretty much at the same price? Look at this, 210.60s right there, and then Nvidia 125.60. So I was looking at, I was like, what stock am I looking at right now? But let's go back up to the upside. I do now have no more offers except for 126. That's not enough. Let's get back up here, 126.30. How about that? Let's put an offer 126.30 here on Nvidia. See if we get a nice little push here through 126, and maybe we bought the bottom finally here. Long right now, 125.70. 30, 40 cents in the money now. But again, with the volatility, it'll be like it just broke 126 and fell right back in again.
Back in. Like it seems like it's holding like the moving average here.
I like that idea. Yeah.
I'm looking at the moving average on a 3-minute chart here, just the 8 MA. It's starting to ride that a little bit there. Yeah. 40 pennies back down off of that 126 test. So very, very volatile there as it comes right in. So definitely, I guess, players that are playing the moving average are kind of winning on this ticker here today. So 21s are holding, 8's a little bit tighter. We keep watching the 8 a little bit. Right there, the 8 was just at 126, and we come right into it, and we get that aggressive selling back down. But something to note as well is the NQs. The NQs are attempting to push a little bit lower there. So let's see how interesting this 126 kind of stays there. Apple's still holding that that 210. Sorry, that 210 mark on Apple. Not really watching anything too else, and my focus is mainly on this Nvidia trade, looking for a potential bounce back towards that VWAP and potentially through it as well. But again, I know I am definitely counter-trending, say it like it is, against the VWAP sellers that have been so dominant off of the open there. So definitely if you were kind of observing that action and selling along with the VWAP sellers there, you definitely got some strong wins there. A couple points off of that VWAP multiple times over. 28 off of the open, 27s as of right now, and 26 is coming right back in on Nvidia. So let's see if the market kind of wicks. We are technically making a higher low relative to this 125, where that size kind of went in, and we could not even get that close to that 125. So let's see what we do with this 126. Again, that moving average which was holding as of right now, the 8 moving average I'm using on a 3-minute. Right, they're holding quite cleanly for the past few bars. Now we have gone past VWAP a little bit earlier. I see here at the 10:15 candle, only about 15 minutes ago, before we kind of started writing down this moving average. Apple with another bid back towards that VWAP as well. Are you doing anything on Apple? You're short Apple too.
Yeah, I'm just going.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, Apple's been a good one. We've sort of been getting out of it. We're 50 cents in the money, but we've been playing off that 210.50 area. So I'm with you, man. I want Nvidia to rip. We're long now, 50 cents in the money or so. Sorry, 40 cents in the money on Apple. So USO is starting to go to the high side right now. We get some news on oil. There's a strike. I just saw this with XOM. French port, something remains striking right now. XOM comes out and says that there could be a sort of a lack of supply of certain oil products, refining. I don't know why they're speaking like that, but there goes USO. Nicely done, upside right now, 20 cents going for USO. Just to check in on XOM quickly. Man, it keeps on fading at 126, man. That's stupid. Yeah, Nvidia, go, my guy. There it is right now. So XOM riding that 50-period moving average. We like the stock for sure down there. So let's see if it gets another bump, but maybe breaking through this high. Again, on a 20-minute chart, it's just a daily high. We haven't been here in a minute. We were just at 108 2 days ago. Nice move back to 112. I know Randy likes XOM. We could talk to him why. He looks at rig count and things like that. So that could be something to look at. Oh yeah, I saw someone say, let's go Tesla right now in the chat. Shout out to you guys there as well. Please, Nvidia, put a tight stop loss. Okay, why, brothers? I mean, I don't have a tight stop on Nvidia right now. I don't have too many shares. I'm waiting for a 124 bid, like 124.50 for Nvidia. Maybe if we can get that, we'll start to load it up. I'm just kind of messing around a little bit with it right now. Tesla's a good call, and I'll tell you why, because I missed it. I was actually waiting for this breakout. It was very, very much neutral here, not doing anything all day. Had a great move to the high side to 184. I looked at yesterday's sticky note. We wrote down 184, so we know that that's a level of interest. We could have looked at it again on a day 2 look, but 184 was the top. It looks like it broke through VWAP right now. And again, if the market, I just don't want to go against the market. I know that we're long Nvidia. I feel like we've talked about why. Tesla's probably, if Tesla can come back to the 50-period moving average in the middle of this range, then I'll buy it. But I really like Tesla's strength here. Up 0.5% with NASDAQ trying to hold lower. I think this is a good stock, man. I mean, Tesla back to 182, 180, 150. I really, really like that long. All right, there it is. So we talked about trying to buy the 125s. We missed it the last time. It fell back in. We'll add to this right now. I'm taking a longer term approach on Nvidia, just thinking that down 4 or 5%. Obviously, that's not ideal for anybody holding the long, but we've bounced off these levels. I want to play sort of the wick there. We had that huge move, 20 million shares. So that's going to be a little bit off-putting. Just to look at the candles, there's the largest sell candle of the day, breaking through 125, and we were like, oh my. And that was a big move. So there's the reload there. We're now long at 125.50 on Nvidia. Let's see if it can get higher, man. Maybe we'll take some out at 126 this time.
Yeah, that 25 holding as of right now, that rebid. Who was that? Somebody in the chat was like, keep a tight stop, and then literally 10 seconds later, something aggressive selling comes in. That's very interesting. But VWAP still holding on the Apple as Apple comes right into VWAP. But we're gonna go off to Darrow for Sector Watch.
Bit more of a mixed picture here in electronic technology. Apple, Cisco, TXN to the upside, but Nvidia and Micron notably weak, and some of their semiconductor peers also trading a little bit lower here, Qualcomm, Broadcom, and AMD. So this sector is still very interesting. Also weak is producer manufacturing. We do have a bit of weakness as well in finance, with JP Morgan down about 1.5% right now. Some other sectors a little bit more mixed include retail, trade, and technology. Oh, keep an eye on both, tech services. Google and Amazon both higher here. Yesterday, their Anthropic, which is AI startup they've both invested in, announcing an update to their Claude 3.5 AI. So interesting look there. Lots of strength as well in consumer non-durables, energy minerals, utilities, health technology, and consumer services. McDonald's here up about 2.5%, announcing their $5 value meal, saying that they want to win the value meal war. So MCD, an interesting one here, guys.
Yeah,
I saw there's the $5
meal. That should be interesting.
Do we have that here? I didn't even notice.
I have no idea.
I have
yeah,
no
no.
idea.
I think like a meal at McDonald's costs like almost $20 now, which is like
yeah, that's why I thought like a Big Mac was like $11.99.
I remember back in the day you could get like
2 for $10. Like,
yeah, you could get like a full meal for like under $10.
Oh, back in the day, Obi, back in the day,
yes.
when things were so much better.
Well, I don't know. They're just different now.
No, you always hear that. I don't think they were any better back in the day at all. But today will be a green day for us, and we're pretty proud of that. So, so far so good here as Apple trying to pull in again right back here. I feel that we should probably just get another piece out and just be responsible with our outs in a day that's been pretty choppy here. A pullback in. We did not reload this. I'm waiting for a little bit higher. It seems like Apple's going to be stronger than the market today. So any pullbacks into the 50 period, we should have just stopped reminiscing and got out. But we do have a bid now at 210.80 just to make that back. We should have had a bid at 65 there, but we'll take that back in. And then what a reload right there. Another fill. Look at Nvidia. We just made $1 on that reload right there. So there it is, man. And again, go by. Like, please judge Obi and I by how nice individuals we are, because sometimes our trades will be hard to follow but easy to explain. So like Obi's talked about holding on, waiting for these bigger moves, looking at a bigger picture. That's going to be one style. Like Obi, you know how many fills I have on Nvidia so far?
Oh boy,
60.
Yeah, no,
60 fills on Nvidia so far.
I've got, I think I've taken 20 trades, so 20 fills, I guess.
Okay,
yeah,
so that's actually, I'm pretty impressed with that. It's actually a lot. All right, so there it is, man. And so far, look at this. We are going to have a big day here. It'll be a good day. It'll be a trophy day, but the boys behind us really aren't trading too much as we all sort of wait for that big volume to come in there into the close and see if there is a bigger move in the NASDAQ. And I don't blame anybody for holding on to that, especially if you are at real trading, because as many of you know, we have risk parameters to follow, and you don't want to take a bad trade here on Nvidia and then lose out for that big flush that may or may happen near the end of the day, and or vice versa. So yeah, so that's what it's all about, and I feel that everybody needs to be their plan of action respected, because as that one book that I did listen to, I don't want to say read. One good trade is all it takes, Obi. And if you can find that, and then you just pile it on, right? One good trade, then another good trade, then another good trade. And the next thing you know, you have multiple good trades. And so far today, we've had some decent ones here, including now $1 in the money on Nvidia and $1. We're holding two positions, both are $1 in the money. So let's see if Apple can fade out and Nvidia can continue its rise up here a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. So we broke past that 126 as of right now. Now we're like I was watching that 8 on the 3 minute, and then now we tested that 21 on the 3 minute. Now again, I don't necessarily use these indicators to potentially take entries, but if the ticker is following it, I kind of understand that, like, all right, there might be players, other participants, whether that be actual like physical participants or algos or whatnot, kind of potentially following that parameter there. So I do keep an eye out for that, because sometimes it does follow it quite nicely there. Very clean trends that are defined by moving averages. So they're good indicators in that sense, but I almost never kind of use them as an entry. But I guess if you see that it is following it, you could potentially use it as like a decision-making point. But that's not necessarily something that I like to do. But again, it's just something to keep in mind, right? So it's like, okay, if that's a pattern that's happening, what's going to happen if that pattern breaks? Have we built a picture into said pattern kind of forming, and then that can give you a perspective on potential traps to see that, okay, certain players were winning, now they're not. So it's like it kind of helps me with the price action scalps. But again, risk to reward, I don't think I'm making the best decisions as of right now. But again, kind of working, massaging arbitraging into the position, into the size that I really want to get in to for a potential VWAP test and potential breakthrough that 127. But again, that could all just be hope. But what we did see with the limited information that we did see was that significant amount of volume going through at that 125, and also at the upside, significant VWAP sellers that kind of come in off of the open and kind of later on as well in and around that 10:30 mark ish as of right now. 10:46 happening on right now, but before that, we're going to pass it over to Money.
Not Money Talks quite yet, but we do have some news here on Shopify. Keep an eye out here. SHOP, this is circulating a little bit on Twitter. Apparently on June 24th, 2024, they've announced on their website on June 24th, they're going to be getting their Summer 24 edition started here. So it's going to be including 150 new product updates and features for the most intuitive, powerful, and unified Shopify yet. So SHOP announcing some updates for June 24th. Keep an eye on Shopify, guys.
All right, glad to see Obi trading good size there on Nvidia. That's great to see. So good job, Obi. Let's see what winds up happening there, and good explanation of the trade and what you're looking for. So shout out to Obi. It's great to have him here for sure. All right, so there it is, $1 in Nvidia as well. Obi and I are here, man. We're in the building. We do have what's for lunch. Let's do that now. All right, Obi. I don't know if you like pasta or not. Do you like pasta?
I like pasta.
You do?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well then today might be a day for you. So let's go awesome. As today is pretty exciting. It's one of my favorite pastas. It's the penne.
Okay.
I like the penne. I like the little rigatoni as well. I mean, I'm all about everything there. All right, but today is a little pasta bolognese with some garlic bread. So shout out to what is for lunch. You do not want to barbecue up your pasta, although I saw some stupid TikTok of some idiot doing that. But right there, that is what's for lunch. Penne bolognese. You're on TikTok, man? No, Marissa showed me and says, "What the hell is this?" Some guy put some. He was barbecuing up some spaghetti or something. I was just like, this guy is ridiculous. What has happened with this world? And right there, they should shut TikTok down just for that reason. But here we go back up to the upside. Well, you know what? I take that back. If you're on a power outage and you don't have proper cooking, a lot of people use their barbecues for, put a little bit. But the idea was he wasn't using it as he didn't put a pot on the barbecue. He was he was rolling them and just it was really ridiculous in my opinion, but there it is, man. Yeah, we'll have the salad, so you can actually have Neil's salad.
Yes.
If you want. So a little bit more of a healthy option, as these guys behind you, both Jag and Patrick, were bugging you about your sugar intake.
They just want the apple fritter. I think that's
I noticed
what
that.
it is.
I noticed that.
They want
that.
All right, Ramin says she has dibs, but
Yeah, they got to tear it from Ramin's dead hands. Cold dead hands. You're not. I'm saying that's the only way they're getting the apple fritter from you.
That's what that means. Yeah. What?
It's a saying. You got to pry that from your cold dead hands.
Yes.
What what is even going on here?
It's like saying I would rather be dead before I give it to you, kind of thing. Yeah.
Ramin in my ear is I'm not dead. I'm alive.
She took quite some offense to that.
Really? I'm just trying to.
All right, so here comes the market raging back up to 20,000 there, and as I try to protect this apple fritter along with this position and my Menko.
You have to protect it with your cold dead hands.
Yeah, maybe. But here comes
yes,
26
I want that,
as of
Fabian,
right now.
immediately.
2680s is a VWAP. So again, I guess maybe third time's a charm. Let's see if those VWAP sellers are potentially still there with that 20,000. It seems like that kind of those sellers are confident.
Here we go.
With that 20,000 right there. But before that, what does Sean have to show?
This money gun. You just fire this off.
We need one of those.
There's a fun thing about with Jerome Powell there as he, there's a gif of him just firing off this money can in there, and it's just a printer like that. That'd be funny. Every time. Well, you know what? We don't need that for the show. We need that for Powell. Every time he's on the stand there.
The reversion man himself.
The reversion man himself, killing it. All right, there's Nvidia, man. Good hold on that one as we get back up to 126.50. Now, Ramin, it's time for someone talking about something, and it's Money Talk with Adara.
DXY continuing to grind higher, pouncing off on the daily chart here of that 104 level that served to support quite a few times. Right now, we're actually just below 106, 105.85. So good look for the DXY here. We've got some economic data prints today, S&P Global Services and Global Composite PMI for June, both coming in higher than the estimate. So 55.1 versus 55.3 expected for Global Services PMI, 54.6 slightly above 54.5 estimate, or sorry, 54.5 prior for the Global Composite PMI. Home sales here coming in at 4.11 million versus the estimate of 4.08 million. Home price is actually apparently hitting a record high. So just look here for some of these home sales related numbers. We also did get the S&P Global Manufacturing PMI 51.7, versus the estimate of 51. No Fed speak here to wrap up the week. So this is the main thing we're going to be seeing here. But come early on Monday, we're going to be getting Fed speaks from Fed's Waller to kick everything back up to end this month of June. Right now, though, just continuing to push higher here in the DXY, guys.
See, Dixie's moving around a little bit there.
DXY,
Yeah, I've been watching it more often. I remember there was that one time, first time you mentioned it, that you were like, Obi, you should probably watch the Dixie, and I have since then I have put it on my daily kind of scan.
Nice.
So I do watch it. I know it's kind of chopping and trending around that 105 mark there. But yeah, what are your takes on like how you observe the Dixie for? I
just kind of watch it to see
trades or kind of like position management.
Yeah, I mean, me and you talked about looking at it because of, how it was moving and stuff like that. But you know what? I mean, right now, the way these tech stocks are bouncing around, I just feel like you want to kind of buy all these dips up a little bit in the names and, stay long. Obviously, a stronger U.S. dollar is what we're looking for there in the market, because a stronger U.S. dollar helps these guys repatriate back in. Okay. Just real quick here, we did take some out. I know we're talking about a lot of the same names here, but I just took Nvidia out at VWAP. You and I had talked over and over again about VWAP and that we had the VWAP seller in there. Yep. It did break temporarily up to 127, and I was all for that break, man. I wanted that to print for you, but as you can see right now, it is struggling just a little bit to get through that. It's bounced off its head a couple times. I still believe in the trade, but we will take a piece off. And yeah, Y Brothers United, I just saw you in the chat there. Or no, sorry, Donnie Zimbabwe, that's who it was. Thank you again for the $10, man. CRM calls, great. I mean, I haven't looked at CRM. We could do that. I mean, if you're in the calls, obviously you're looking at it. You just need NVIDIA. I don't know which way you need it. It's kind of just barcoding right now between 127, 125. We'll see. Probably not worth printing for you. NVIDIA is going to need to move, I assume, because I would think that the price that you'd pay on the options would be extended because of the moves recently. So NVIDIA probably been disappointing a little bit today. And then you're on Apple 25 calls. Hey man, Apple is my #1 stock. Please do not be sorry about anything there. Apple can rip and it wouldn't really matter. We only have less than 10% left of this position. I still will go short against 212, but I'm not getting in until 1180. So we'll wait on Apple, and I'll hope that you, Donnie, will also be able to put some money in your pocket on that trade. So congratulations on that, hopefully for you on Apple. And that's about it for me, man. I'm not trying to set the world on fire here. We definitely missed my missed trade of the day would be Palantir down there at 24. But I feel responsible about how I traded it because we wanted 24.50. We gave it to 24.25. It wound up breaking, or 35, whatever that price is, 25s. Wounds up breaking twice. We tried it once, we got out for 5 cents. We tried again, we got out for 5 cents. Net, that's a 10-cent hit, plus a little bit here, which wasn't much. But that 24 was a good trade. So, probably could have done a little bit better there. But after that, all good so far today. It'll be a green day, and I know it'll be similar for that for you. So let's see if NVIDIA can get that movement back up to the upside for you, Obi. And when we all get back, maybe a short on the TQs could be something that people want to play there off of 20,000. Let's see what this market wants to do. I'm not reshorting Apple until 1180. And then DraftKings was the other play at 43 that we wanted to look at. Didn't get going. Ever since we talked about the short, it just fell about 40 cents there. So DraftKings right now not in my purview, but GME always is, Obi. But that's not there yet. Again, to 23.50 is where I'm sitting right now. So if that comes in, we'll get long on GameStop at 23.50. Only 4 minutes left.
Wow, has the time has kind of flown there. So yeah, that 20 thou, I do like that. Seems like a bit of a magnet since the open, since we kind of wicked right back into it, and then wicked back off of it. So it seems like it is continuing to stay a bit of a level of interest there. And Apple pushing past its VWAP as of right now. People in the chat were talking about how ARM was the actual trade of the day. So I'm just going to pull that up and see what is up with ARM. So yeah, ARM did kind of break through its VWAP, through some of its pre-market highs. Some strength happening there off of a dip. Can't even get to 150s as the low of day is 151.37 there on ARM. So yeah, good look there on ARM. I do have kind of like my tech or chip basket here. I watch Nvidia, AMD, Intel, SMCI, SMH, TSM, Nvidia, of course. But yeah, no, Intel, we were talking about Intel earlier today. Intel kind of giving back some of its gains there. Everything else kind of relatively sideways. SMCI is attempting to push back towards, it tried to get back through its opening price there. What is the opening price here on SMCI? I can get that. The opening price is 910, and it's trading right at that 900 as of right now. So 900, maybe potentially a little bit of an interesting area. Prior day low as well on SMCI. So let's see, with a little bit of strength there. Let's see what Nvidia kind of does going into the midday session there. The morning session, shorts did win quite nicely, but that 125 along has been holding and pushing right back up into VWAP multiple times over. And I saw somebody in the chat saying that, yeah, Nvidia might just chop sideways all day. And yeah, I know that's definitely a possibility. After like a very strong leg, either to the upside or to the downside, maybe we take a break and consolidate. Again, it's a Friday, but again, with some of these rebalances coming in, maybe we are poised for a little bit of volatility as well. With what was it? Apple with a sell and Nvidia with a buy imbalance apparently. So let's see if those things come into fruition in terms of the intraday price action. If not, they might come in on the close for a closing trade. So gotta stay a little patient and watch for that. But yeah, Apple sideways. A lot of these tickers just sideways, a little indecisive. I'm watching Dell as well. Dell kind of has been on watch over the past few weeks. Again, with the CEO saying that this time kind of reminds him of the internet bubble. Take a look at that V-shaped recovery on Dell. So a couple days ago they had a bit of an upgrade, and then the CEO was talking, and I think we were doing right here. We were doing some significant R-vol. Here comes 127 on Nvidia. So are the VWAP sellers still there is the question that I'm asking. Where is VWAP? 126.80. So we are extending about 30 pennies past where that VWAP is. This is about the 200 moving, not the 200 moving, the 50 moving on Nvidia here. So prior highs coming in at 127.30s there. So let's see what we do with that 127.30s here on Nvidia. If we kind of break that back through the opening prices, potentially, let's see if that can come in. But yeah, no, Dell has been an interesting look, giving lots of opportunities both ways there, Sean.
Props up.
Props.
All right, man. Look, we talk about this. So out of all the traders behind us right now, me and Obi are, we're right there. So, again, congratulations, Obi, for putting those numbers up. And it just makes me feel good that, sitting beside you and you're being able to do this. That is absolutely fantastic right now. So we've got
to sit beside you.
You should. You want this spot? We can negotiate that. I mean, we got. Neil might be a little bit upset. Then we got to figure out what happens on the midday show.
I mean, I'm down for. What if we got like 3 tables?
Now you want to be a 3? Okay, Obi.
That would be cool.
Okay, well, we don't have that necessarily in the budget, but we'll figure that. Yeah. Now he's just like, okay, look, I'm putting up these numbers right now. No, look, everybody in the chat loves you, Obi, and the thing is,
I don't know.
No, you're taking the trades.
That reminds me.
Oh yeah, that luck thing.
I do have to correct myself. I kept on saying Socrates.
That's right, you did.
I do apologize. It's not Socrates. It is Seneca who said that.
There we go.
I get that.
Yeah, I knew that I didn't want to correct you, so I just felt bad about
Thank you.
Yeah, so that was.
So Seneca. Even before.
I mean, that was an easy one, but yeah, okay. Right there, no. Shout out to Obi.
128. Let's see what.
Let's go, Obi. I mean, right now we'll fire off the hot tech. We're 250 in the money on an Nvidia ourselves.
Price action.
And right now, Obi's killing it with that one. Yeah, we're long Nvidia right now at 125.20 right now. As there it goes, man. Congrats, Obi. Congrats to everybody who has lifted a trophy at some point, because we're doing it over here today. So here we go, man. It's a good day today. Congrats, Obi. Congrats to everybody for watching. Congrats for watching. Thank you for watching.
Thanks for watching.
And yeah, we will see you guys back here just after 2 p.m. But for now, we do have the midday show, and it's Midday Madness, and it is Adara and Sharif. See you later. Good job, Obi.
See ya.
Oh, what's up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. Ram had me there. That is your girl Adara in the, I don't know, what color is that?
It's salmon pink.
Salmon, there you
The
go.
coffee stain.
It's okay, it's okay. We don't have, we can pretend like we don't see that.
I just wanted to address it.
Oh, it's all good. I'm sure nobody noticed there. What is everybody up to in the chat? Happy Friday to everybody. Yeah, we already got Darwin and Big Spile Burdette. We got FFTB and Brandon Townsend as well as Cass M and Girl Trader. Sure. The Piper Fiddleback. Solo, Crystal, and Bora Hut joining us as well. What's up, Julia? We got Gorev, we got Chase Bands, we got Donnie Zimbabwe, and Picky Eater, Alaric B, Killer Cam, Yannick. Remember there was a guy in the chat called Yannick Sweater back in the day. It was hilarious. I don't know where he's been at. Yeah. B Davis, 1320 Wolf, Oscarito, Musty Cheese. We got Leon Flores. We got Amelie, Scott Edwards, Noah, Don Keebles, and Matt Carnes. Everybody joining us today. Got a great show for you guys. Obviously, quad witching today. That will be on the closing show. Make sure that you're trading responsibly, so you have that opportunity to get in on the more liquid time of day. Dare. Good morning.
We like the more liquid times of days over here. How are you this fine morning, Sharif?
Oh, I'd be all right. It'd be Friday. I've got a baptism early, bright and early tomorrow, so gotta be up for that. Can't gallivant tonight, but I will be gallivanting tomorrow night.
That's good.
So that's going to be a lot of fun. How about yourself?
Hope it's a blessed occasion. Pun kind of intended, but also seriously, I hope it's a good baptism.
Thank you.
Also, yeah, so myself, I am alive. I am here. We tried to go long Tesla. I wanted to bounce off the 70s. It didn't bounce off 70s. We're trying to extricate ourselves here. May have extricated too early, but it's all good. We're just ready to go up, to quote Aubrey Drake Graham, we don't get no awards for that. Trophies. So, because, shout out to Obi and Sean for killing it over on that show. We're hopefully going to get some trophy winners ourselves here, though this Tesla long is clearly not one of them. But, like I said, I think I sometimes need a setback in my trading to make me go harder. We got a coffee stain and we have a lost trade. What other setbacks could we get? Let's go market. I will take you in some direction if you give me opportunities. Tesla, I just want to know what to do because I think there's something brewing at this 9 EMA area, but just tell me what direction, Tesla. Let me know. I'm alive. How are you doing?
Guys, we know that there is static on the mic. The production team is all up on it right now. They're going to fix it. Just give us a second. We're not sure which person's mic it is, but we will get on it ASAP. Now, I want to mention I've got a couple of small cap gappers that I'm looking at right now, and one just came into the level that I like. That's at 75 penny level on AREB. The biggest name today in small cap gap world, 4.5 milli is the market cap, 153 points up on the day. The total shareage done today is about a quarter billion so far. The float on it is about 5.8 million shares. And let's find out the short float if we can. AREB, shout out to the NOS boss and his crew at Trade ID is negligible short float, 0.81. This one came into the level that I liked, which is the volume weighted average price. So we're likely going to get long here. It came into 76 pennies. I didn't have eyes on that. It's at 77 right now. So let's get long. The stop is going to be the break of 70 pennies. I'm looking for another move up, possibly into like 88. That's where it topped out last time. Maybe I need to be a bit more frugal with my goals. Maybe that dollar is the area. So we're going to put a stop at 69 pennies, and we're going to take everything out if it comes to 68. So 1 penny spread for this name. This is AREB, small cap gapper du jour, and has done plenty of volume. Let me just get you the what's it called? The headline on it today. It was an earnings winner. American Rebel signs distribution agreement with Dicello Distributors for the state of Connecticut. Whatever, it's moving up on that news, and we'll see what we get here. So long at 77s, looking for that move back up and a VWAP hold. It has been making lower highs, so I am cognizant of this. That's why I'm going to give it a bit of a tight stop there. We'll risk 7 pennies, and we'll try to make 23. So that's a look there. That's not the only one that I'm looking at, though. There's a bunch of small cap gappers that have graced my side chart today. AREB, as I mentioned, chief among them. ICU looked to be a good candidate. That is, though, until the last minute or so when it broke down below the volume-weighted average price, hanging out at 643. We'll have to see if that one can reclaim the level. CLOV, Clover, showing up. This one hasn't been on my trading screen in a hot minute, but one that I certainly remember. This is a $670 million market cap. The float on it is larger, 368 million shares. I do believe this is a heavily shorted name. I could be wrong. No, not bad. 10%, 9 1/3% of the float is short. The daily will likely be down into, I was going to say down into the right, but it felt like, I hadn't seen this one on the small cap gapper list in a while, and that was probably because it was quite consolidated at that level. So keep eyes on CLOV. That's not the only one, though. SRPT, certainly not a small cap gapper at VWAP right now at 167. Let's see if it holds that level. It's been kind of doing the support resistance stance with VWAP a little bit above, a little bit below. And then last but certainly not least, MINM. This one was tradable under my breakout system for the small cap gappers. That is until it did break down below VWAP. Now I don't mind trading it, but it's going to be for a range trade. Now finding its footing at $4 with about a 4 1/4 top at VWAP. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Those are the small cap gappers that I have on the day. Obviously, we'll be keeping our eye on the Mag 7 as well as the chips because they're in vogue at the moment, Adair.
Yes, yeah. Good times there. Also, yeah, I want to address this. There's a coffee stain. I apologize. It happened literally moments before we went on. GUS Mar saying thanks for the clove call out. Yeah, I mean, it's stock's moving. I'll mention it. So shout out there. Happy that I guess that stock seemed to be your 4-leaf clover. So great job there on that. I got short Tesla here. At VWAP. You might be like, that's a decision, Adara. It is a decision, world. But I got involved because I noticed that we did dip below here. I said, Adara, I think this could be a short. I felt better about, I thought in some direction, like I said, there was something brewing. And I think the short to me is a more interesting play. I think probably in playing it wrong, I should probably be taking the range like this 182.65 all the way down into 182.30s. But if we break above 182.70, I will be getting, or 70s, like, if we get into that area, I'll be getting out. Right now, though, Tesla has not given me that. I mean, it's giving me a little bit of stress, but it hasn't given me the level I need to leave. So if I see another 182.60 rejection, we might add a couple shares to this pot. I don't think it's going to be a pot of gold. Right now, it just looks like a big old rusty pot sitting on the stove that needs to be washed. But hopefully, there's going to be a little something here. Not to be a hopium, but I have no reason to leave, so I'm staying in. But right now, we do have a reason to talk about the lesson of the day. Yeah, so today's lesson is going to be a little bit different. We're going to be drawing on, a theoretical situation using this, using level 2 and some technical indicators. It's going to be in the context of a small cap gapper. So that's what we're going to do today. We're not just going to, give you all the technical signals. Look for this, look for that. We're going to play out a scenario. So let's do it. Today, we're talking about combining the order book with other tools. Other tools, obviously, in this case, mean other technical tools. So traders, sharpen those tools, baby. Today, we'll learn how to leverage level 2 market depth, the heartbeat of the market, alongside technical indicators to identify high probability entry and exit points for small cap stocks with news catalysts. So let's get right to that. So unveiling the breakout level 2 and volume. So imagine a small cap, biotech stock that shows up on your blotter. The company announces a positive clinical trial result, kind of like what we got today with, who was it? Gilead. Gilead, yeah. Thank you. The stock gaps up. That's not a small cap, though. The stock gaps up in the pre-market, and you're eyeing a potential long position. Level 2 analysis coupled with volume paints a vivid picture here. So let's talk about it. So the level 2, what you'll likely see in that case is a concentrated a concentrated cluster of buy orders that are sitting right below the current ask price. This
high bid volume signifies buying pressure, so that you know right away if you start seeing those orders stacked on the bid at every little level, 1 penny increments, whatever, 2 penny increments, you kind of should have the idea that this one might be setting up. And then you look at the volume. The breakout from the gap accompanied by a surge in volume will help here confirm the strong buying conviction. So there's a support level. Let's just say like that $140 on CLOV. Let's just pull up that side chart here so I can kind of paint a picture. A $140 on CLOV, and then all of a sudden you get that $140 break, and the outlying volume is like, say maybe even higher than 1 3/4, but definitely higher than it has been in a while. Say 1020 was the last time we had a candle with over 1 million shares. All right. And so then you're looking here to confirm with your technicals, right? That's the move. So the moving average, what is the moving average showing you here, and which one are you using? So the stock price starts trading above its 50-day moving average, indicating to you an overall uptrend. Then you put the RSI on. You look at the RSI. Well, what's the RSI doing? Well, it's sitting below 70. So you know there's still a bit more room until you get into that oversold area above 80. So then you're like, okay, this is decent. This confluence of signals, right? A high bid volume on the level 2, a strong breakout volume through resistance, and supportive technical indicators because it's trading above the 50 and the RSI isn't oversold. This all helps strengthen the case for a potential long entry near the breakout level. So then you're like, all right, this all looks really good, but what if there's a fake out? Okay, so I have to look for a second here because AREB is breaking down, and I have my out through the break of 70. To be quite honest with you, I should be flattening out here because now it's broken down below VWAP, and if I'm taking a breakout trade on AREB, it shouldn't be below VWAP. So I'm flattening out here, and I'll take a 3 penny loser. That's the way that's going to be. All right, moving back on to the lesson. So then you're like, all right, this looks very good. Everything's pointing in the right direction. What are the chances that I get a fake out? So another small cap company announces a new product launch, right? The stock jumps at the open, but caution is your middle name, of course. Here's how level 2 will help you identify the potential fake out. So you're looking at the level 2. The ask price sits on a thin layer of offers. All right. The lack of selling pressure here might suggest to you that the price increase isn't backed by strong resistance. So then you're like, okay, there doesn't seem to be too much in the way of sell orders on the ask. If this breaks through said level, I think this will squeeze, and that's a reasonable idea to have. But then you look at the order book. The order book dynamics paint a bit of a different picture. Suddenly, a large sell order appears just above the current price. Surprise, surprise. This could be a whale testing the waters or a sign of larger institutions taking profit. So you should kind of be looking for any big sell order to come in on top of that very thin line of sell orders. And remember, that's what kind of precipitated you to thinking, oh, well, this could break out. There's really no wall of sellers sitting on the ask. So confirmation with technicals in this particular case will be a little bit different. So in this case, you're going to look to the RSI first. So the RSI shoots towards the overbought zone and moves above 70 very quickly, indicating a potential rapid price reversal could be in the works. So this combination of level 2 signals with the thin volume offer, the large order placement that comes in above the ask, and an overbought RSI reading all help suggest to you that the price jump might be short-lived. You might want to consider waiting for a pullback entry in order to avoid what could be a bit of a bamboozling trade. And last but not least, these are a little bit advanced techniques for level 2 and order flow. So for more experienced traders, advanced tools can unlock even deeper insights. Here's a bit of an example. On the level 2, a stagnant order book with no significant changes despite a steady price increase. This calmness can be a little bit deceiving. Then you look for the order flow analysis on the tape, and it shows a continuous stream of small buy orders alongside a few large hidden orders, and then hidden buy orders, icebergs, start showing up on the bid. this seemingly flat level 2 hides actual buying on the tape. So if you're only looking at the book and you didn't have one eye on the tape as well, you would have missed that whole thing. So the order flow analysis in this case reveals the hidden institutional buying interest, potentially foreshadowing what could be a strong price move. And remember, guys, there's no golden rule here for combining level 2 with technicals. The key is to understand the interplay between the order book dynamics, the volume patterns, and the technical indicators that you use to help identify these more high probability setups there.
Yeah, thank you so much for going over that there and putting it together the rest of the day. Yeah, it really shows like each aspect and each thing that we do as a lesson is only one step of a very complex little market puzzle. And you have to have all of the pieces to the market jigsaw puzzle for your trade to make it make sense. I'm happy though, finally I have a trade that's making sense. This is AMD short, so we're gonna take some profit out here, gonna take out 2/3 of this. I wanna talk about this because we made a mess of Tesla. I'm gonna be really honest with you. I still believe in the short on Tesla, and I think Tesla keeps doing this thing that's so tantalizing, which is why I got a little bit tilted, one may say. You know, I'm gonna take this long pop here because basically we kept bouncing at VWAP, but we kept getting a little bit lower here on the book. We got as low as 182.30s. So I kept thinking this was gonna be a short off the VWAP breakdown. Then I would give it to 183, it would get to 183, and then the second it gets there and I get out, it comes right back down. So it was just very deeply bamboozling. I can admit my issue was the entry, but like I said, I always feel a little bit, inspired and ready for some change when I have stuff like that. I'm starting with a man in the mirror, and I'm asking him to clean off that coffee stain and change his whiz. No, I'm joking, but yeah, AMD, I'm gonna stay in, right? Stay AMD. Took 25 pennies in the money profit already. I am aware we're getting a little bit of a VWAP bounce, but we have these lower highs, which is the impetus for getting in the trade in the first place. If we get about 161, oh, thank you. If we get to 161.30, I am, 40. I'm outie. Highest we've gotten since I've gotten in is 161.33s. This is the type of trade I need to be taking. Tesla, don't worry, I still have plans for you, but not irresponsible plans. I stand by the fact I kept trying to go with the Tesla because I kept seeing ideas I liked. I just should have tried to approach it differently. That's going to be the goal coming back in here. AMD, if you want to break more decisively below 161s, be my guest, to quote Beauty and the Beast. How are you doing?
Jeez, I just got into the goggles with the Continuum is already in it. That's a fact there. We're long 27s. I'm looking to wet my beak at 43s. It's printing 45. Where are you long, Katina, man? He doesn't want to disclose because he doesn't want me to feel bad, right? He saw that I'm long at 27s. He's long at the whole dollar, guys. 179 whole dollar there. Shout out to the Katina man. We're going to wet our beak at said area. Nice move up here for a 13 penny winner. Now we're 20 pennies in the money on goggles. All right, great move here on goggles, baby. Let's go, goggles. And we have a 179.78 double. Well, it could be a quadruple top, depending on how you're looking at that, because there's 4 5-minute candles that reject off that 179.78. 2 groups of candles, you could make the argument. So if we get up here and reject again, then you could say really it's a double top, or triple top, excuse me. Good move up for goggles. Look at the umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles which show buyer exuberance through 179. This was yelling buy me. Fantastic look here on goggles. We're going to wet our beak on some more profits here at 55s, and that's the end of the trade there. Great little quick scalp on goggles, baby. 25 penny winner there. We'll see what else we can get with this one. But yeah, goggles was yelling buy me below 179 vis-a-vis the bottoming tail candles.
Congrats to you. I'm happy. You didn't have to Google search for some profit there. You had your goggles on it. And yeah, shout out. I just want to shout out Sharif because that's an awesome look there. I am out of AMD. AMD, yeah, there we go. I'm out of AMD. Someone was asking, Trader Life in the chat was asking why short AMD. For my purposes, I really just wanted to take the fact that we had these slightly lower highs in the 5-minute, right? I was open to get more than 161. I kind of realized we might not get that, so I decided to just scalp it into 161. I did add when I saw this lower high at 161.10, and I have no issue continuing to play around with this level. I have no qualms. I am qualmless. But I think we are actually continuing to lift higher here, maybe bouncing off the 90 EMA. This was a bit of a chop and churn pattern, so I just want to be respectful of that. But I was not very respectful of Tesla. I still think Tesla's a short, though. Like, Tesla, if you want to get above 183 and prove me wrong, by all means. We had a move though above 183 into 183.30, and then Tesla acted like that was not a thing and continued to close even lower. That is a topping tail candle if I've ever seen one. I just need to be more patient with this short. I don't want this to be a revenge trade. I don't really feel any revenge towards Tesla. I know what my issues were with it, and now I think we're getting a bottoming tail candle, but I think there's something in the water here, and I would like to reel in that big old fish. Congrats on getting your Google trade, though.
Thank you.
What are you looking at right now?
I'm looking at Meta. It just made its way right back into the 10 exponential on the 5, and it has not been above the 10 exponential on a closing basis. Well, it looks like it might break now. On a closing basis since the IB low. Okay, since basically we opened. The market opened. So Meta on the way now, touching the 20 as we come into break-even point on the NQ, and I'm going short Meta. So where am I going to get out on the short on Meta? Give me a sec here. 498 15s. 498 will go 15, and we'll cover the entire thing. We'll give it to 27, because what's life without whimsy? We're short 86, so we'll see if we can get a bit more down move here. On META, I'm probably going to cover 58. We'll put that beak wetter out there, and we'll see what we get. And we will not get upset. Shout out to Neil. I hope he recovers, obviously. And boom, as quickly as you like, we got 30 pennies there on Meta. Wow, that was nice. Right rejection off the 20 period, right down into 59s, covered there for a little bit. Let's go down. Now we're showing 43s, baby, on the bid. I want more. Let's go. Let's cover the remaining amount. We're going to go all the way down into the 30s here, see if we can get something at 38. Oops. There we go. 497. We'll put 38s out there, and we'll see what we get. A couple of another out or so on this one. We'll see what we get. So let's let that one cook and look at what else is moving over here. Yeah, Goggles is still doing its thing. Apple is very range bound. And now I'm starting to see a bit of a range obviously develop here. To the high side, looks like that pivot point, the dotted green line, is factoring into today's trade 211.40. To the south side, it looks like VWAP is figuring at times over here 210.5. So if that range keeps playing over and over on Apple, we definitely want to get a little bit there with said name. And bang! Very happy with this trade on Meta. Covered the remaining amount. 2 quick trades there on Goggles and on Meta, both profitable. 1 long, 1 short Adair. I'm so not short Meta, by the way, guys. That's incorrect.
Congrats, though. Seriously, like
Yeah,
I was like, oh, we're gonna have a trophy day. You were like, oh, I don't. I was like, shout out to Sharif, killing on these trades. I do not have a trophy unless that trophy is for most questionable Tesla trades. No, I'm joking. No, you guys know I always stay positive. I'm ready to keep killing it, which is why I got back in Tesla. I want to explain this. When you have conviction, and I have conviction that Tesla will break down this 90 MA level, or sorry, this VWAP level, like, I don't know, like an axe to the door. I don't know, like maybe it's like in the shot. The point I'm trying to make is Tesla's going to break below this VWAP. I don't know that for sure, but I have conviction in it, so I owe it to myself to continue to, to commit to that. We have lower highs here on TSLA. We initially were wicking into 183. Now here we are, this 182.80. I don't have a large enough position for this. I intentionally took less shares because I was like, oh, well, we didn't do as well in the earlier trades in this. But yeah, there we go. Gonna scalp some back out. If we come back, give me another opportunity to add. I know I'm out of this position right now. I didn't take enough shares to begin with. If we come back to 40s and we reject, I'm gonna get this ready to go here at, let's do 40s. And 45s, we're going to start getting this position because I want to see what we do at VWAP here first. If we come right back up, obviously, this could flip to a long, but I think we are continuing to break a little bit lower here in Tesla. So I want to get, do the limbo here and get low with Tesla too. We couldn't get above 45s. That's right. Let's go back, Tesla. Let's go to the downside. This is what I mean by conviction. I have had a thing in the past where it's like you have some bad trades on stocks and then you feel like it's been tainted for you for the rest of the day. But if you have stuff you like, Sean talks a lot about conviction, and I think that's been like one of the keys since trading live, and I've noticed since going live, it is such more of a mental game. So part of the way to play that mental game is to believe in yourself. If we get to 60s, I'll add a little bit more here. I have a slightly larger position than I did in that initial breakdown. I think we have some more room.
I have a bit of an anecdotal story.
I love that. Is this the story you were hinting to earlier?
No, that's a segment on its own, Adara.
Sorry.
We're going to talk about Captain Protein in a second, but before I got into my previous career, I was doing some PT, personal training, right? Cool. And obviously PT, you have to sell packages. You just don't show up and like, hey, who's there to train today, right? Like, no, you got to sell packages. And the packages, as you know, can be quite costly. Run up to $100 a sesh, even sometimes more, right?
Yeah.
So when I was working at Good Life at the time, and the floor manager there, kind of very similar to what the floor manager here told me, and it really has to do with the C word, conviction. And the reason I brought it up, because you just said it. And I was sitting there selling $1,000 packages to people who I kind of felt bad. I'm like, oh, well, you know, they're on a fixed amount of income, and you know, this could be stretching them a little bit. And the guy told me, he's like, look, man, if my manager, he's like, look, unless you're gonna sell this believing that what you're gonna give them is really gonna help benefit them, you're always gonna come off as flaky and no one's gonna believe what you have to sell. You have to have conviction and belief in what you're selling. And when I came here and I started trading and I told the floor manager, Greg, he's not here anymore, the same thing, but in the trading context, he's like, you lacking conviction, my friend. So the conviction thing is like an ever-present theme in this whole thing. So I couldn't agree more with what you have to say.
Yeah, it's not the only thing, but it's a piece of it, right?
It's huge.
Yeah, so right now Tesla's doing a little bit of a waffling here at 182.70. Let's see if he can Lego that ego. And it did. I should have added there. I did not add. But let's go Tesla. Break below that 182.40 again. I'm going to have a little bit of a, instead of a dip buy, a rip sell ready at 59s. Let's go. Like I said, still stand by this. And I think because I stand by it, I owe it to myself. I'd rather try this and lose. And to be clear, we've already lost a little bit, but it's manageable, right? I'd rather try something I really believe in and lose than not try and be like, what could have been? We keep having lower highs here. So let's keep going. Let's keep cracking. Don't love this bottoming tail bounce off view up, but we know we can break lower. In fact, we have broken lower. So let's get low here in or I almost said Apple because I was singing low, but yeah, no apple bottom jeans here. But Tesla, if you want to break that VWAP, boots with the fur, I would love that. Jeez. Shout out to Brad Gober. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Done. Made some coin today. Now take the fam to Splashway in the RV. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much, Brad Gober. Not sure where you made your coin, but let's take a look at Coinbase because when I first read your super chat, that's what I thought I was referring to. So let's see what kind of coin Coinbase is doing. Coinbase is down on the day. Coinbase lost some coin, but right now trying to base out a little bit here at that 223, slightly higher low on a wick basis. So let's see if this coin can recover. Shout out to you though, Brad Gober. Have fun at Splashaway. Hopefully you guys have a great day on that. And yeah, let's hopefully this Tesla, not hopium, but just, let's see if Tesla can crack a little bit lower. Thank you for that there, Trader Life. Yeah, I scalp, so I would not be taking it to 180.50 anyway, but I do appreciate that. There's definitely some support there. See you laughing at some super chats.
Big spile, Brad. I be slanging nothing, big Kyle. Come on now. Thank you very much, Kyle, for the $2 super chat. Noah, $5 super chat. OG Noah, thank y'all for teaching this teacher. May the super chat bring me better luck today. My stonks pick have been awful. Teach me the high profitable ways. I love the Elizabethan English over here. So shout out to you, Noah. We always appreciate you joining us today. And yeah, we'll definitely give you whatever we see as the good trade. So let's bring in the trusty side charts now and talk about some of the larger caps. We were spitting about the small caps. Now let's talk a little bit about these large caps. So Meta obviously sold that far too early. It is in an absolute state of tank. I got it at 486 and change. And look at it, guys. It just printed a new low of day, 495.56. It's flat bottom broke. This is what happened here.
Flat bottom break.
I just wanted to stay quiet because Ram doesn't like it when we stay quiet. So I was just trying to troll her.
That's funny.
Shout out to Ram.
Shout out to Remy.
Yeah, this flat bottom broke over here. There was umpteen amount of touches at that 496.5, and now we're well below that $1, and we're still going, guys. 495 incoming. The sell button is active on META at the moment. Quick glance at the side chart shows me that it's only Meta and the monster Nvidia in Mag 7 world that's negative on the day. Nvidia down 2%, but up almost 0.75% since the bell. Meta, no, doesn't get any better for Meta. Down 0.25% on the day and almost 1.5% since the bell. So it tells you that it opened green. So the tough look here for Meta and Amazon, but I would submit to you that Meta, probably a worse look, not Amazon, sorry, Nvidia. Nvidia is a better look right now than Meta, especially with the higher lows and higher highs on the chart, bottom right-hand corner, and the Meta on your top left-hand corner over there. So we'll keep eyes on that. What else? Microsoft. Interesting look here on the soft one, double bottom off that 50 exponential, but I would have to say that it was unlikely to be the 50 exponential and rather this pre-market area consolidation top that seemed to have a buyer, 446.5 LOD right now, and that was touched 3 times since the bell. First at 9:50, double touch over here at 10:30, another double touch at 10 to the hour. So it looks like this one is also putting in higher lows, but also lower highs as well. So a bit of a tougher look there on Softy. Unsure how to trade that. Personally, I'm going to look to range trade these names here unless it's another goggles entry, because Google is really the only one that's trending to the upside to me at the moment. The other ones look awfully rangy, or Meta obviously is a range to the bottom. So yeah, that's my look right now on these Mag 7 names. We'll look at some other stuff. What are you guys looking at? Put it in the chat, because if you don't put it in the chat, then you won't have something to vote for. Guys, make sure to join us every day between 2 to 2:30, and make sure that you're voting on the midday show for your favorite tickers. Use that prompt right there on your screen, but make sure to put a space between the word join, and the $ there.
Yeah, much like how on like the ballots that you use when you're voting for political candidates, you have to fill it out a certain way.
Oh.
We're the same way here because we believe in a democratic system here at Trader TV Live. So let's see how that goes. Right now, I got out of the Tesla short. I was really proud. I got out at 182.14s, then I got back in because I noticed at the time we were pausing a little bit the tape here that 182.20, finding some resistance. If we keep finding that resistance, I'm pleased as punch. I love a 182 breakdown. Don't know if I'll get it, but right now I have no reason to leave, and I had the conviction to get back in, so I decided to get back in. We're going to have a peak water ready here at 182.04s. And then we're going to, if we break above 182.40s, that would be what I leave. But also, I want to take a look at this super chat. Thank you so much to Dominic Familaro for the $5 super chat. Darren Sharif, can you peep NXL pretty please? Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at NXL. Okay, nice. $25 million volume here. Let's get some more deets on this one. Nexalin Technology. What's going on with this guy? Here, Nexalin Technology. Are you seeing any news on this?
Sorry, what's the ticker?
NXL?
Sure, let me have a look. NXL. Let's see what's popping off. All right, so alert from Trade Ideas that it's breaking out on volume. That's the only thing from today. Nothing from yesterday either. Oh, here it is. Again, breaking out on volume.
Oh.
And then this one came in. NanoCap Nexalin Technology secures U.S. patent for stimulation device for Alzheimer's and dementia treatment. Can't tell you how much I love headlines like that. Just, hope they pan through.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the details on Nexalin. So Nexalin float here is 6.02 million shares, so not a particularly small float. Only 1% of that's going to be short, so not a significant short float either. The only level I'm seeing here in technical, and like I said, I find it kind of hard sometimes to trade these ones that are just up parabolically. We have clearly some resistance here at this 270 level. We wick up into it, then we reject it. And we're also finding some support around this 210. Look at this VWAP bounce here. Or I guess not 210, this is going to be like 215. We bounced here not once but twice on a wick basis. That being said, if we break below it, that could be a bit of a look. So I'd be watching that 215. On the daily chart, Nexalin, let's see. Okay, Nexalin on the daily, interesting too. We're coming into pretty massive resistance here in the daily. I would definitely be watching what we do here at 260 because that was a little bit of a false bull flag. This looked like a bull flag, but it broke down and not up. So I'd watch Nexalin on the daily around that 260 level. That's my take. Hope that helps you there, Dominic. Also just got peak water here on Tesla. Let's see what we do with the Resla. How are you doing?
Good. I just put NXL on the side chart.
Nice.
I think that's the first time you've brought a midday small cap gapper to my attention that actually made it on the side chart. So shout out, guys. 215, I love Dara's analysis with this. Double bottom off VWAP. That isn't by accident. Let's put it in over here so we can get the constant updates on NXL. There we go, 105% in the clear. We've done about 26.6 million shares on the day. The market cap inching into 17 million. It's fluctuating between high 16s and 17s right now. The float on said NXL, 5.7 million shares. And the short float, let's bring that trade ideas window in as we typically do. NXL. I don't want to say negligible, but it's 1% of the float is shorted, so nothing we really need to concern ourselves with too much. 215 is that line in the sand right now. I'd wait for this one to curl back up, or I try to get something off or near support being 215. So that's what we'll do. And we're going to load this bad boy up on the trading screen over here, NXL. All right, so I like this in and around. I'm going to set something up. I can't talk today, I don't know why. At 17s.
Friday.
Yeah, it is. I'll just blame it on that. Actually, I don't like that level, to be honest with you, because that's below the area range. I'm going to sit at 21s. So we're going to go and we're going to sit at 21s. A little bit south of where we are now. Frugality might get me in trouble, but when has it not? So we'll see. We'll see if we can get something there. I do like this now. The question is, where do we get out? So look, I put it at 20s. It's got a 72 HOD. That gives me at least 50%, or sorry, 50 penny upside at its best right now. Okay, so we're long. I'm going to get out if it breaks too. So we're long at 21s. It now behooves me to set up my beak wetter. Let's set it up in the 30s, and then let's set up the out as well. So 198. 198, and then we're gonzino. I'm going to give this one room, though, because it is a small cap gapper, and it could absolutely have an issue with liquidity. Stop is in place. Let's see if we can get our beak wet in the mid-30s. This is a VWAP play. So, you know, I've given it to $2, but quite frankly, if it breaks VWAP and starts trending down, Ram, I'm not going to hold on to it, right? Because and then there's really no point. This is a VWAP play on NXL.
I like that. Kyle Burdett tagging me here saying, did he say NXL or in excess? I hope that's a reference to the 80s band, so shout out to you if that is. They'll never tear us apart. Yeah, so I did get torn apart here from Tesla, but I didn't get torn apart by Tesla, and that's a win. I left the stock. Please just punch. I'm still down on this name, but I made back about like 60% of what I lost on it, and I'm only marginally down on the day now. Like, again, I don't think it should be good to start the day with an L, but I've noticed I trade better when I do.
I told you, you just gotta almost get shut down to start the show, and then you just like kill it from there.
That's not good advice, but I appreciate it.
I hope you actually don't.
No, I didn't do that intentionally with Tesla. I just think like I wasn't being scalpy enough with it. I'm not getting back involved right now though, because this 182, there's something weird about this 182. You know, to paraphrase something I once overheard someone say in line at a bank, I have a very strange magnetism. This Tesla has a very strange magnetism to this 182 level. So I want to see what this does here at 182. It took us a while to reject it. We ended up getting 10 pennies below. That's where I got out around 88. It's like 12 pennies. But right now we're holding it. I think we will reject La. So we're going to get back into Tesla's smaller position here. For that 181.99 area. I'm going to risk it back into this 182.20s. That is definitely the level that I like. That was the level I was playing around with earlier. Let's get back into this 180, 199s. I stand by getting out there where I did, but I have no issues getting back in. And that's what, you know, I'm a scalper, so I want to scalp. That's what I'm trying to do. I have no read on anything else right now. I don't think I'm going to get what I want in Tesla. But, you know, you get what you get, La, and you don't get upset, La.
You should have punched long into NXL. Go up, NXL. We just wet our, sorry, some guy in the chat is upset that we're saying wet our beak a lot. Yeah, just got long at 21s. Took profits at 33s, and now I'm waiting at 46s. There does seem to be an iceberg at 40. Here it is. Okay, so that broke 41s, 42s. Let's see, baby. 45s coming in. I'm going to flatten out here, and that's the end of the trade. And bang! We're going to spin the money one more time there, Dare. I'm having a good day. I'm having a good time.
You wet your beak.
Yeah, thank you for pointing this one out. This was, you could just tell by the bottoming tail candles that there was a lot of exuberance buying at the volume weighted average price. Bottoming tail candles are typically indicative of buyer exuberance. At least that's how I see them. And in this case, it played out. So happy with this NXL trade. Small cap gapper du jour, but there's plenty of more upside, guys. Just because I got out at the 50s doesn't mean that this thing will not break HOD. HOD at the moment is that $0.75. It now behooves us to look at the levels that Adara was talking about earlier, because she was doing, and rightfully so, daily charting on this. And so where do we see the resistance? Well, I see a whole bunch of topping tail candles here that happened in late March, early April. Where is the aggregate of the top there? I would say the top is really at 250 with a couple of outlying candles that have closing prints north of 250. And that's this one day over here. April 2nd. Look at all the closing prints. This is not a closing print right there. That's an opening print and the closing prints right there. The closing prints are all in the high to mid 250s. That means this has had trouble on a closing basis, breaking and holding above $2.50. It can break above $2.50 intraday, no problem. It's shown you its propensity to do that in April when it got all the way up into 3, almost and a half. It got into 340. But on a mean reversion, look for this one to weasel its way back into that $2.50. We'll see if that ends up happening this time. I got to tell you, though, the volume on today's candle overshadows all the volume we've done this year. And in fact, likely to date. So the volume we've done on NXL, has been the highest daily volume ever since going back to when this got onto the markets in September of 2022. So that could mean, a bit of a different story. Right now, though, coming back into that 2 and change. So I'm very happy with my out there. And now I have to cancel all said orders because yesterday I kept getting triggered because of my stops because I'm dumb.
I am pleased as punch for you that you were able to get some profit there. Dominic, who had the super chat, is saying you're welcome because you were saying thank you there. So Dominic was also saying, oh, Derek, you should have gotten involved. That is not my type of trade, but I do really want to shout out Sharif for killing it. And that's what I think is great. Like, with the desks, Sean and Neil trade differently. Sean and Obi, or Neil and Obi, or whoever they're with, they trade differently. You and I trade differently. So it gives you like a little bit of a different perspective. Also, thank you, Kyle Burdett, for the super chat. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. We give Big Kyle a decent
leeway.
Yeah, a lot of leeway around for Big Kyle because he's a good dude. I like Big Kyle. So shout out to him. Yeah, co-investments, peak wedding addiction. I swear, there's no addiction. It's just we're just having fun, guys. That's all we're doing. We got to talk for 3 hours, right? So don't forget that.
It's more time than you think it will be. When you start talking, you're like.
Yeah, no, it's legitimately. Yeah. All right, quickly looking here. Oh, here we go. So, I got to tell you, I'm happy I didn't take the 495 long on Meta. Because I got to tell you, when it started trending at this 495, I'm like, this looks like a good entry at this level. That would have got stopped out in plenty because it dipped all the way into 493.80. Alas, it is weaseling its way back into 495 with a very clear candle of indecision. Look at this doji candle with almost non-existent body showing you at the bottom of a downtrend. If this candle here followed by a very bullish candle to close on the 5-minute look, I'm taking this long. I'll take it long to about 496.5. That is the consolidation area bottom. This assumes that this candle here, the 5-minute candle we're currently on, closes with enough room for me to weasel my way into 496.5. So if we get enough room here with this candle closing, I'm going to punch long Meta for, again, a range trade back into 496.5. We'll see if that comes in or not. Whoa, this candle's really moving here. So, yeah, that was a bad tactical move on my part. I should have been long the candle as soon as it started printing a little bit of green. Anyway, that's okay. That'll teach me better for next time. Anyway, so Meta, I'm looking for possibly a reversion back into the previous area low, which is 496.5, 496 1/3. Amazon, though, is breaking out here. Not breaking out. It hasn't made day's highs, but you should be very cognizant of the higher lows that it is putting in, and that takes us all the way to the first institutional print at 8 a.m. Each successive low has been a little bit higher than its predecessor. Alas, we have a bit of a top, though, at that 188. We've broken through 188. We got to a fifth, 188 and a fifth. But look at the closing prints, all south of 188. This candle here, if it closes above 188.80, would be the first one to do so today. Keep your eye here on the Zon. It looks like it may be trending up now a clean 1% on the day. The dead one is also curling right back into that level that we talked about. AAPL 211.5 is the level that I was looking to get short on in the same way that I'd be looking to get long at 210.5 or generally where VWAP is. Apple stuck in a range after zigzagging a little bit to start the morning. I'm going to be looking to get short near that $0.50 area there.
Yeah, so Tesla, that 182 level continuing to be really a funky one. I got back in the short because we were making these lower highs here. And then I was going to give it to 182. We pushed 182 with the viciousness. And now, like with that candle in the future, and now it's actually, it didn't even happen. It broke back below 182 and it's rejecting it again. So I'm getting back in this short. I don't want to get, yeah, okay, I'm not going to get filtered. I don't want to get married to this ticker, but this ticker is the one that I think has the most interesting levels, at least for my purposes for scalping. Did lose a little bit in that last trade, but you know what? This means you got to go push harder, get higher. Still not up on the day, mind you, but I've only traded AMD and Tesla, up on AMD, down on Tesla, but continuing to kind of try to push back here, because if you don't have belief, if you don't have conviction, and this is why, you know, I get that hope is a dirty word in trading, for lack of a better term, because hopium, but I think having optimism can be really helpful, because if not, then, you know, you're going to be like in your dark night of the soul, to use a literary term, all the time, because trading loves to put you in that mental place. But it's like, I think having that hope, having that optimism, and having that belief in yourself and your trades can be that much better. So apologies for sounding like a self-help book on this lovely Friday, but I do think it really helps. Also, Tesla coming back here with this 80 rejection. We're going to start here adding at 80s. I'll add in at 80. I'll do 91. Let's get a little spicy. No, 89. I know 2 pennies a day. What's the difference? Yeah, it's more of a mental thing. I think we could be curling here. That's very valid. I'm still watching what we do. I should have been actually using that 182.20 as my out on this Tesla instead of what we did at this 182. Or sorry, not my out, my stop. And I say that because like this 182.20 has been the real resistance area. 182 has this bizarre relationship with Tesla, but that's not the real resistance area. So I should have been more cognizant of that. I think this short might be over now, and that's fine, but I still believed in it, and I had no reason to not be in it. So there you go. Should have maybe had a little bit more shown a little bit more aggression, but I didn't. It's all good. I want to see what we do here. I think we could be curling back up, but until I see decisive proof of that, I do owe it to myself to try again. Trying to trade less P&L and more progress and learning. Nvidia needs to break 130, says CompuCare team. Yeah, we'll have to see. Nvidia might actually agree with you here. Nvidia pushing above that previous pre-market top here around this 129. Nice look here for NVDA. Shout out to Sean and Obi. Taking that one to the upside today. So yeah, I'm watching this Tesla. I want to see us curl back below this 182. If this 182 flips from support to resistance, that's where I'm going to have to be outie. Resistance to support. That's where I'm going to have to be outie. I want to see what we do here. Like I said, if I keep seeing lower highs, though, here on this wick basis, I don't have a reason to leave, but come on, Tesla, break down a little bit here. Let's go. How's it going?
Hey, Ty, Brian, I see you, sir. I see you. I know I saw it. I didn't take it, Ty. I started eyeing goggles. Ty is talking about Meta and the reversion back into that 496 on META. I hope you printed on that, Ty. Shout out to you. I was busy staring at goggles, Google. Because Gorev brought it to my attention. I was a little disappointed in myself. We were talking about those 179 bottoming tail candles, that there was a buyer in and around there. We were able to wet our beak decently on it, but it came back into the 10. And look what it did again, another bottoming tail into 179, showing you that the buyers now moving up in their aggression. So initially they were buying this bad boy at 178.75, and then it became the whole dollar level, and now they're buying it a little bit above the whole dollar level into the 10s, at 179.10s. And 180 we go. I saw you guys yelling in the chat about 180's got to go. Well, 180 went, but on a quick wick basis. 180.05 now. HOD on GOOGL as we fight a little bit here to stay above 180 or even to stay in the 179.90s. Look for a possible mean reversion trade. I don't mean mean reversion all the way back into the mean. Sorry, that was a poorly used phrase. I mean a retracement, a healthy retracement on an uptrend. We haven't had a 20-period retracement today. All the closing prints have been north of the 10 exponential on the 5. The yellow line on my chart, as viewers will know, is the 20 exponential. And, you know, with a big break into 180 like that, a retracement, a healthy retracement could come into the 20. So I'll be on watch for that. The 20 right now on my chart on the 5-minute here is at 179 mid-teens. So we'll see what that does. The future is right back into Greensville, but it's been a bit of a zig and a bit of a zag, a little bit above, a little bit below. The only thing that I can kind of say that really makes this distinctly different are these higher lows that we've been putting on the future. The IB low took us all the way down into the low 19.9s. Then we troughed out it at about 19.950, and this time 19.975, and then we zoom back up into Greensville. However, this area, this exact area that we're at now, reject, and yeah, you guessed it, reject. So this time, is it going to be different? We'll see. This level 2 over here is yesterday's closing print. 20,031. That's where we closed off on the NQ September contract. We also defended that level in the pre when we were above it. Once we broke down below it, now we're rejecting off it. So this is make or break time here as we're right back into the highs, the high zone of the future on the day. And so I expect some selling here, given that today is a rebalancing day. And, you know, a lot of the volume is going to be done at the close. So I don't know exactly, you know, it's not my strength to trade these type of days, these quad witching days, rebalancing days, not really my strength. But I wanted to make note of it for you guys in case it factors into your trades here. All right, the future's going. The future's going here. We're right back at the IB high. The IB high that we printed was 20,045. That 50-point level could be a line in the sand. 50-point, 100-point levels I always take note of, but kind of decision time here. And if there's anything that you can use to kind of gauge whether or not we get a break or a reject, these higher lows, you know, keep them in consideration. So anyway, that's a look on the future at the moment. And yeah, Nvidia is curling back into 130. Apple, all right, here we go. Apple just did a bit of a candle of indecision, so I think I'm going to be shorting at these levels here on the dead one. The stop is going to be through the break of 65.
Nice, yeah. Hopefully the dead one, you will take some profits there from the dead one there. Okay, this Tesla. Okay, so I gave back some of the what was going on there in the short. Like I said, I made some of it back, then I lost some more trying to short that again. This pop into that 182.20 was very fast, and then I basically was like, you know, Adara, look at other names. But the name that I have, I feel like the best read on the levels, though I haven't always played it appropriately, has been this Tesla. So that's why I got back in here. You might be like, Adara, look at these topping tail candles. Why'd you go long? Because I was watching the tape in the book here. The same as what we're doing here, this initial VWAP bounce and around these 182.20 levels, we'll get to a level and then we'll sell it off really quickly and bounce right back. That is what I think we're doing just based on the action we got to the book. We get to 182.29s and then we recover pretty quickly. We hold it. So that's why I decided to go long. Took it with a little bit more size, not like an insane amount, but, you know, an amount that is, you know, it gave me a little bit more wiggle room because I said, Darren, you want to try to play it like a scalp? You got to play it like a scalp. So let's play it like a scalp. Going to be taking half here at 48s if we get 48s. Tesla's being very finicky about my 48s, but, you know, we'll see if it just, there we go. Out a half. Let's get, oh, sorry for the banging the table there.
Bang. I don't care.
I would love, based, because I was looking at this earlier, so I know what levels I like. 60s. 65s, I'm okay with. I don't know if I'm going to get my 65s, but that would be a great level here. Oh, you want to just give me 51s, Tesla? Cool, I'll take that as well. Okay, yeah, Tesla was like, we're going to make you wait a little bit, Adara. I want to see us have this little bit of bounce off of VWAP here. I'm aware that I could have overstayed my welcome, but happy it took off half the profit. Wow, can't talk. Not profit like P-R-O-P-H-E-T, profit like P-R-O-F-I-T. I think my brain like got them confused for a second there, so all good. Let's keep pushing higher. Clearly some coffee is needed. I was telling Sharif this morning, I took a morning nap at like 5:30 a.m. So
hold on, tell everybody what you were doing before.
Oh yeah, so I was working out. I do my morning workout, and I was like mid push-up, and I realized I'm like, Adara, you're gonna fall asleep. So take a moment, just rest a little bit on the floor, nap on the floor, get back, keep going. So finish that nap, was very happy. It did not go too long because with me, like that can be an issue. And then we just kept going, like Tesla, trying to keep pushing here to make a metaphor. So that was what happened there with my morning nap, just because I was like, may as well explain why I'm a little bit tired. I slept a little bit longer and then I had that morning nap. But right now I'm out of Tesla. Really proud of this. Still down to the same and down to the day, but happy I keep pushing. And you know, persistence is key. There we go. I'm going to stop talking now.
All right.
How are you doing?
No, you're good to go. Look, I really want to punch short Apple at these levels, but I got one eye on the future. The other eye on Apple. The future's at high a day. I'm not gonna punch short on the dead one at the future high a day. I get, you know, that it could be other things influencing it, and Apple could move independently. But I'm hesitant to want to short, you know, a really big name at the high day on the future. I'm seeing what I want to see right now. I'm seeing a red candle. It's topping tail into that resistance zone, that 211.50-ish area. I just want to see a little bit more here because the future is just pumping. The future is in Greensville now. It's above the IB high, but Apple's below the $0.50. you know, that's the thing though. It's fighting a little bit below the $0.50, a little bit above. It's trend. Say that again, Obi. Yeah, well, so is the NQ. I mean, they're both at high day, and the Apple comes right back down. So I should have stuck to my plan right there. I would have been 20 pennies in the money on that, super quick. But I can still get in here because we're still seeing a topping tail candle. I don't want to punch short on Apple when we're at high of day. 2,000 lots, 130, OB says on NVDA. Anybody who's trading Nvidia, keep your eye. If you're long, 2,000 lots, 130 NVDA. Be careful with that one. Shout out to the OB. The one, he is the Knob, and he is on my right. And I mistook him for Neil today.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, he wasn't limping, so.
You mistook Ramin for Obi yesterday, too.
Oh, I did.
So that was also
Yeah. Well, Ram's good enough to kind of let me live that down. It's all good. No worries there.
No, that was on Tuesday. You did that. I was trying to remember what
All right, I'm going short here. I know that I don't have the best price, but I saw a topping tail candle come what may.
Yeah, I'm going to echo everything Sharif just said there on this Tesla. With regards to me going short, you might be like, Gary, you just had a long. Yeah, my Tesla has been purely just based on me watching or maybe obsessing, depending on what word you want to use, the book and tape on this and just the way it moves. We had some resistance at 182.60 earlier. When I saw we couldn't get back above that with any kind of vigor on the long, that's when I got out around, I think, 57s on the long, and I flipped short. I'm going to take out half here at 44s. Yeah, I know, like 5 pennies. It's all good. Because I got involved at 182.50s. But you have to be okay with scalping, and when realizing things aren't maybe necessarily going to go the way you had it planned, switch up the plan and get it going and get it popping. So let's see how this goes here. We're going to take about half of this out. Again, like, what is this? A cool, what was my entry price in this? Yeah, it's going to be a cool 5 cents for half of it. But we got a piece for the dream here, and we're going to keep going lower. Tesla 182.30s, I know, was a bit of a sticking point earlier. It's looking like it's trying to prove that is going to continue to flip. So that's where we're going to be flipping out of this trade. I know this was a pretty small trade P&L wise, but again, not trying to focus on P&L, trying to focus on progress and learning. We also have a super chat. Thank you so much to Mark the Realtor. 199 super chat. Amazon, rocket ship, star, AMD, heart eye emoji. Well, you know, I can echo you with the heart eye emojis there, Scott Tomlinson. AMD has been beautiful. That VWAP bounce here, this was...
Oh, yeah.
It's incredible. I took some shorts off into VWAP, but I was like, yeah, I think this could get dicey. And AMD was like, well, good thing you left, okay? Because, like, if you stay AMD, you're going to get chopped up. I'm bouncing higher. AMD. It did make a bit of a lower high here, though, worth noting. This 163.20. Then we get to this 162.65. Also, some rejection earlier at 162.65. Isn't that a little bit interesting, AMD? So, yeah, nice look there, though. Congrats to you, Scott Tomlinson. Sounds like you are, or sorry, not Scott. I was talking to Scott Tomlinson in the chat earlier. Mark the Realtor 305. I apologize, guys. Shout out to Mark the Realtor 305. Hopefully Miami is nice and warm right now. I assume it is because it's Miami. But let's look at Amazon as well for your super chat. A to the M to the Z to the N. My Amazon chart is not showing me anything. I'll just pull up my side chart because my side chart shows it in its full glory. Yeah, Amazon just, this is the 1 minute. I'll switch to the 5. Amazon grinding higher here, pushing higher. Amazon up 1% on the day. Let's see what we do here at this. Let me switch to this thing so I can show it. Let's see what we do at this 187.80s. This was a bit of an area of resistance earlier. Then we pushed above it. So this 187.80 could be interesting. Shout out to you, though, Mark the Realtor 305. Sounds like you are printing. Shout out to Miami.
Absolutely. The people want to know, are you still long Nvidia? He is no longer long Nvidia, but he is looking at that 130 that we talked about. How many lots? 2,000 lots on the ask on NVDA. Let's pull that up. Let's see what OB is talking about there. Shout out to the OB, the Knob over there. Let's have a look here. Here we go. We're in the 90s now. The tape's starting to move, guys. Let's have a look at where the whole dollar is. Can't see the whole dollar quite yet. We need it to advance a little bit higher to have eyes. And yes, I see the whole dollar, big boy size, like big Kyle Burdett at that 130 level. There's well over, it looks about 3,000 lots or so at that 130. Keep your eye on it. We've been dancing near 130 for a hot minute now. The 130 is also the 200 exponential on the 5, not that I use that all that often. break even on the day is 130.75. What's going on there, Katina Man? The Google. The Katina Man is printing on Google. He is long 179s. HOD on goggles is 180.06. I got to go back to that because that size got taken out. Big move there through 130, but now it's a little bit of zig and a little bit of zag. So even though we took out that size at 130, look at this. We're right back down below. Keep your eye on the tape. Where is the big size coming in from? And one thing we should also tell people, guys, there is a way to basically look and filter the size on this so that you don't see those 20 share orders. You don't see those 50 share orders. You can have notice of the bigger orders. I don't know if it's available on your platform, but it's available on ours. And what a lot of the traders here do is they'll have 2 time and sales. They'll have one with all the orders unfiltered as you're seeing it on mine. And then they'll have another one on the side chart or in the side screen, excuse me, and they'll filter it for, say, anything over 1,000 shares. And that way they'll see the big orders as they come in. That kind of helps you with these specific levels of key areas of support and resistance because you want to see who's winning, right, at that key SNR zone. So I think that would be a very good time to have that filter right now. Alas, it does look like we may reject for the moment that 130 area. Again, you know, it's kind of hard to tell at this point, a little bit below, a little bit above. But yeah, a bit of a tougher day, I would say, for NVDA today. Definitely off the lows, no question about that. Still down, though, Adara, 2/3%.
Yeah, shout out to Ahmed Alwala. First and last trade on this Friday. Just short, Q, Q, Q. So let's see if we can say pew, pew, pew to Q, 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 Q. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing there. Oh, nice look. Okay, I see what you mean here. We have this 42.40. We're projecting a little bit. I would say the area I'd watch out for where there could be a little bit of a change in the tides, to shout out to Sharif. 41, where is this? 41.70. That was a bit of a resistance area earlier. That could be something to keep an eye on. But yeah, generally, like we did have a bit of an upward move here, but falling pretty steeply with a bit of a topping tail candle. Hope you print there, as we always say. Shout out to Ahmed Amwala. I'm out of, if Tesla will let me leave here, I will be out of Tesla, about 30 pennies for the rest of this position here. I want to explain what the strategy was with this. Tesla, come on here. Okay, Tesla was initially at 80s, then we kind of got a little bit rougher here. I would love to get out at 70s. I think I should have probably been a little bit more aggressive and just had an order waiting, but I wasn't really sure what we were going to get. If Tesla bounces here off these 55s, I'm okay with staying in this name because we have had higher highs and higher lows. That was the whole impetus for getting back in this long here. We're going to have a resting order here. Let's do 76s. Why I got involved, though, is because initially, right, when I got in this first long here, I got long when I saw that 182. So there's a lot of triangles here. That 182.29, I like that hold. So that was why I was like, Adara, you owe it to yourself to get in the long here. I took it pretty decent size. The plan was to just take that pop here into that 182. What was this? 182. I took out half 182.48, the other half 180, the other half 182.57s. Then we had this breakdown. I took that into 35s. Keep in mind, though, our last low was 29. So we're seeing slightly higher lows. And then I was like, you know what, Adara, try to plan for this position. I was going to get half the position here at 51s and the rest at 44s. I had a third area of entry plan for 39s. The lowest we got, that was 43s, and we pushed higher. I apologize for all the numbers there. Basically what I'm doing is I'm doing micro book reading here on Tesla and taking these tiny little levels of support and resistance. Clear resistance, though, here at 182.80s. We scraped it earlier, wasn't able to get out there, ended up getting out at 77s. We'll have to see if this keeps pushing higher. We are continuing to see higher highs and higher lows here on the book, but be aware, both on the book level earlier and on the chart, there is some clear resistance happening here at 80s. I'm not getting back in until I see something I like, but honestly, I have no regrets. Shout out to Obi there, and we're the Millers, with getting or marrying myself to this Tesla. Not married because, like, you know, I'm in it for too long, but because I have stuff I like in it, decided I wanted to look at it. But Sharif, how are you doing this? Find it. Let's see what else is going on. Anyone looking to short Nvidia here, says Yannick Nesbitt. Let's take. Well, Nvidia is above this 130. I would say, for myself anyway, I would probably need a bit more of a move here in Nvidia. Nvidia's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so like half an hour worth of green candles, bottoming tail candles. We had to bounce off the 90 EMA. I gotta say, we'd probably need a bit more of a sentiment shift for me to short Nvidia. So
Yanni wants to short Nvidia. Well, look, to me, when you're trending like this, the short has to be mean reversion. because clearly you're not taking the trend trade here. So I personally don't mean revert. You're going to have to wait for the OB V1 that can hope to come back on at 2 o'clock if you want to hear about mean reversion trades, but that ain't my modus operandi. Eh? You got to watch out because the reversion could also be mean.
He's been killing it with the puns lately.
He has.
You gotta shout out Obi's puns
I wonder
lately.
why.
What, you're blaming me?
No, not at all. It's not like you've brought puns into the office or anything like
You
that.
make me sound like I spread, like I'm like patient zero or something.
Like Ram Ram? When she infected everybody on the floor? Shout out to Ram Ram. I'm kidding, of course she's not. Say it again, Ram Ram. Yeah,
Yes.
No, we couldn't. Don't tell her we can hear her. Now she knows. Ram Ram. Just teasing you guys. Goggles high of day, Nvidia high of day, Amazon high of day, and the future. Well, we're not at high of day yet because the overnight high is about 20 points from where we are. 20,086. We're at 66. But yeah, you can tell here a bit of a shift in trend. And look at the dead one. The dead one didn't make it back near VWAP. I mean, like we were talking about AAPL being a bit of a range trade today with about that 211.50 to the top side and about 210.50, 60, whatever, wherever VWAP is to the downside. And I was able to get a nice short on this, even though I waited a little bit on this topping tail candle. But look at this. Immediately after the topping tail candle, we get 2 bottoming tail candles. Which is it, Apple? Which is it? Like, I don't know. So, when you see stuff like this, it shows seller exuberance and buyer exuberance. And I guess that's not unusual because you could have equilibrium. And that's what I think you're seeing here. You're seeing a bit of an equilibrium starting to form between buyers and sellers at said price. So we'll see if Apple's able to decide which way it wants to go. Nvidia knows which way it wants to go, and it's coming into yesterday's closing print. So 130 was a big print. And we saw the 3,000 some odd lots that were there, but so is this 130 3/4. That is yesterday's closing price on NVDA. We are about 10 pennies from that at the moment, having moved up into the 130 mid to low 60s. We're really close to that closing print from yesterday on NVDA. I didn't look at the book to see what kind of size we have at that closing print. Let's see if we can see a little bit here. If we can move up a little bit in the price, I'll be able to see where we're sitting at the mid-70s, but a bit of a sell-off coming right now on NVDA at the half dollar, so can't really see the book quite yet at those levels, so we'll have to pack our patience there at Darrow. So let's see what the chat is up to here. And before I get to that, actually, I want to remind you guys to vote. Right, this Nvidia retracement looks awfully good. How about goggles up 2%? Whichever one you want to talk about, have your say every day on the afternoon rundown by voting during the midday show. Get into the chat right now. Hit that exclamation point, that word join, space, and the $ and the ticker of your choice. The cutoff is at 1:50 p.m. Adair.
Yeah, like shout out there, definitely vote. Also, yeah, Tesla, every time I'm like, oh, Tesla, I got you. Tesla's like, like you guys call me Stressla, right? Like, I can do whatever I want. And I'm like, I'm sorry, Tesla. I understand. I apologize. No, I'm joking. Yeah, so lost a little bit more here on that Tesla, but like the issue was here, the reason I added was because that 182.80, which like I said, was like a brick wall. We broke above it. We got to 85s. We got to 87s. I was like, oh my gosh, we're getting my 80s break. So I was like, I had a little bit of the position left. I said, let's add a little bit, try to curl back in here. And Tesla's like, what do you mean? And then sold off a little bit. I was going to give it till 40s. We broke below 40s. I got out. So like I said, I would rather be trying things and have them not work than not try. So obviously, I'm not trying to use that as an excuse. I'm down on the day and I'm down on this name, but I have learned, and this is the same as like I said this on Tuesday, I missed out on what would have been a profitable AMD trade by staring at Nvidia endlessly as it got to that 136. I don't regret that, because I learned so much more from that Nvidia trade than I would have learned from the AMD. Now, I don't mean to sound like whatever, but I do think sometimes it's about what you learn. Obviously, this has not been my best week. I was flat yesterday, but still like marginally down in the day. This has been probably one of my worst weeks in a little bit, especially after having 2 profitable weeks. But you know what? You have to have those setbacks so that you can come back. And as 21 Savage says, take less L's, make more M's. Tesla, you want to break back below 40s? Be my guest. I will take you back again. This is what, you can't, if you like stuff, you can't have fear. And that's why, again, this is the only ticker that I'm seeing with action that I feel really comfortable playing and levels that I like. So I will continue to commit to it for better or worse. And I don't want to, like saying I'm getting married, not like horrifically down or anything on this. I really like what I'm seeing. So that's why I'm committing to trying this. Oh, someone's mentioning Billy. And people keep calling Billy my stock here. Admitting Jordan saying, Lady A, isn't this your stock? Billy. So the reason people joke that Billy is my stock.
Billy. Oh, yeah.
Because one time I
and it happens today again.
It's up 6% and there's no news. I said to everyone, I'm like, guys, do you know what's going on with Billy? Do you know what's going on with Billy? Everyone's like, Adara, why are you so obsessed with Billy? And then Ramin, shout out to Ramin, found me the story on Billy. Billy is not, I don't trade Billy, but you got to respect it. Billy is the GOAT.
Oh, yeah.
Here,
oh, wow. Billy, yeah. I forgot. You did that one today, too.
I'm not even going to lie.
Guys,
but this is pushing higher.
Nvidia just dropped $1.
Wow.
So, yeah, 130.63 HOD, 129.49. I'm sitting on it with a dip buy to defend 129. The IB high is at 129. We also have an area crest near that 129-ish. Something tells me my frugality may get me in trouble again, as the 10 exponential is a little bit higher than 05s at which I'm sitting, and now we're bouncing back up, it looks like here, off that. Where did it dip down to? I think it dipped down to high to mid 20s. Right back into the 50s, into the 60s we go. I missed this one. That's all right. Look, I wanted that 129.05. I front ran it by 5 pennies, but I missed it by 20 some odd pennies there on this trade on NVDA. Into the 70s it goes, and that was a good little retracement candle. But look, it's still an uptrend, but it's down the day, but it's an uptrend, and it held the 10 exponential. So why don't I just get in here? I'm just thinking out loud, guys. I'm not asking, it's kind of like a rhetorical question. Let's see. Let's just wait a little bit, see if we can get down a little bit more. If we can't, then maybe I'll weasel my way into it. I'm sitting at 129.05 with a dip buy at that level. Looks like it's going to go unfilled. The other one that I want to talk about, Meta. Look at this area that we took the short on Meta. This was the flat bottom break that we're yapping about, 496.5. That was defended once, twice, and yes, many times here, OB thrice. Then at around 1125, we broke it and broke it aggressively, making our way down to 493.80. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Look where we top out on the retracement, 496.50, and down back into 495. And a third we go. Should have had that, should have been more alive to that trade, was not. But that is a good look there. Nvidia still hanging out in the 60s, holding the 10 exponential on the 5. Doesn't look like he's even going to come close into my entry. Microsoft, though, doing real well here. Bit of a top right now at this 449.5, but holding the 10 exponential, and most notably holding that area crest that we put in at $448.75 essentially between 449 and 448 3/4. Holding that level it's been for a little while right now. But really the strongest name on the day, without question, GOOGL at day's high, 180.20. Shout out to the Katina man who took this at 179. Great trade, brother.
Yeah, shout out. Shout out to the Katina man himself. Great look there. And I can't believe it's already 12 p.m. But did you know in 2 hours you can see Shereen, whose mustache is not a ticker, by the way, guys, just disclaimer, PSA, and OB and Sean, the Sean Confidence and the OB Confidence, they'll talk about some tickers. But how do you vote for these tickers? Go in the chat right now, ! Join, space, $, Tesla, Nvidia, AMD, Amazon, I don't know. You know tickers. Pick your ticker. Put that in the chat right there in that chat, and then you can vote.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Might be needed there.
Yes.
But yeah, what a time. What a time. Also, Tesla's chilling around 182.40. I scalped legitimate pennies on this. Please just punch. But right now, I think this could be a bit of a decision point because 182.40 has been resistance, but 182.30 has been support, and I'm like, this is kind of a quagmire I don't want to really wander into right now. So just watching, waiting with the finger on the trigger.
All right. Yeah, I'm still watching here. So happy I didn't punch along into Nvidia because here we go. Mid 30s we go. We're about to hit 20s. I'm sitting at 05s. This is going to be a defend of 129. If we don't hold 129, I'm out. Simple as that. Now, if it curls back above 129 and shows its propensity or its intention to continue to rise and hold it, and it was just a quick wick, and then pop back up again, I'll get back in. So we'll take the paper cut if we have to, but it's going to have to hold that general area of 129. Otherwise, I want no smoke. So right now it's at that $0.25. It's right back at that 10 exponential on the 5. It's doing a whole lot of volume, as you can see here, by how quickly my time and sales on my level 2 are moving. And here we go into the mid-teens, into the low teens, mid-teens, I should say, we go, but then you met a wall of buying because right up into 30, I still see lower highs and lower lows on the 1 minute. So I'm going to continue to stick to my level at that 129.05 defend. But right now, nothing doing at the moment with NVDA. Let's look at some of these small cap gappers because we kind of stopped talking about them a little bit. AREB stopped me out, and so I have no play on this one until it can get above the volume weighted average price on a closing basis. You can see over here, it's definitely having trouble with VWAP. On a closing basis, it's wicked up twice ever since giving up the ghost at that level. So nothing for me there. CLOV are really hugging 130. And so the fact that it's holding up at VWAP is kind of good news. But, you know, these lower highs are kind of indicative as to what may happen. It may be another flat bottom break through that 130. And then you have a decent gap fill from 130 into 120. I know I'm only talking 10 pennies, but the stock's only $1. So yeah, you got to take it in context. But that is a decent move that you can fill, a gap fill between a 130 break to a pre-market area top at 119, 120. Should be interesting there. NXL, we had a great trade on that one off VWAP. Shout out to Adara for pointing it out.
Shout out to Dominic for this.
Dominic, that's right. He was the one that pointed it out there in the chat. Shout out to him. But look at what this one did. Gave up the ghost as well at VWAP. So this one not tradable with my system on a breakout basis. For whatever reason, though, it's holding up at the 20. I guess maybe trying to defend the whole dollar level at 2, trying to come into VWAP. We'll have to see if it meets its resistance point right there at 217 to 218. NXL, decent look on the day. GRDI was a holdover from yesterday. I didn't really give this one too much love today because it kind of did like a triangle retracement. As you can see, this one had the majority of the action yesterday, just owing to the price action and the volume. As you can see on the bar, the volume bar is there. Much more subdued today. GRDI kind of just left it, see if it got a breakout or whatever, but nothing doing right now so far on GRDI. Great move up for Nvidia here. So it does hold the $0.25 and I don't get filled. Frugality is my issue. Sucks.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in myself. I was short that the 129.35. I thought it could have gotten to like 129.10s. I was like cool with that. I really should though. I was saying like, oh, it kind of looks like we're flipping from some resistance support in the book. It's like, Adara, you should have gotten out the second you saw that. But I was like, well, maybe it'll go higher. No, Adara, it's not. Like, you know. So I'm really disappointed in myself for that. It did take a little bit of a, I don't want to say paper cut, a mild shiv there. It's all good. If we make another lower high here though, I want to see what we do at 130s. I should have taken the long though when I flipped out of the short. I considered it and then was like, oh, Adara. I was like, no, Adara, flip long. It's fine. It is what it is. Obviously not like the most pleased as punch with my trading today, but I'm really proud of myself for identifying these levels on Tesla. And yeah, it's been a fun day. It's been an exciting day. And Shopify says
I want to send you a video.
News. Yeah, we had that news today. Apparently, they have their summer 24 coming out here on June 24th. So like that's pretty clever of them, right? June 24, summer 24. Pretty decent volume on this. Bouncing here off the 9 EMA. Yeah, great look there. Thank you for reminding us about this here. Northwestern Canopy Development. Shout out to, as well, I know Sean's been talking about Shopify being pretty strong as well. And right now, we're kind of cruising around this 9 EMA, definitely finding a bit of resistance at 68. I think 68 would be the level for Shopify to push above here, to push its little cart to the upside. But we did, or I guess it's e-cart because it's online shopping. We bounced here off 57s, great look. Then we ran into that 68 resistance, coming here into the 9 EMA. Let's see what Shopify has to say. Sharif, would you like a coffee or water? Because I think I will take a.
Yeah, I'll take a water. Thank you, Adair. Appreciate you. All right, guys, let's have a look at what NVDA is doing here. It's still having trouble with 130, surprising, even though it was able to take it out at 130.63. Up we go, and multiple topping tails on the one here on NVDA. So interesting. Look, guys, if we reject 130 and make a move right back down, that'll be a lower high, and I'll likely take Nvidia short. We're going to have to see what it does at 130, though, because 130 has been very interesting today. We saw the 3,000 some odd lots that were sitting there. In addition, it rejected off 63s, which is like 13 pennies lower than the closing price for yesterday. So there may be some Nvidia weakness here. I got to tell you, I'm surprised. I figured we'd have a load up cycle. We have the rebalancing today, so that could change by the end of the day. In addition, the XLK that was supposed to rebalance Apple from 20 some odd % to 4 was going to substitute it with Nvidia shares. So that's a plethora of shares that are going to be added as well. So I thought, we would just continue to pump up here, but I guess it doesn't work as cleanly as that. So keeping my eye on Nvidia, I'm very interested in that 130 level. If it does reject again, breaks 129, I'm going short on NVDA. So we'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. Amazon. Interesting look here on AMZN. It comes into the IB high at 188 1/3. We have now, you could make an argument, quadruple top here, IB high, right? This 188 1/3. We touch it once, twice, OB thrice over here, and then another time at 1210. All have not been able to break and hold above that 188 1/3. It is still off the 10 exponential though. So you could get that move up on AMZN. It's also, the 10 exponential is also that whole dollar at 188. So this could be an interesting look here on AMZN. What else we got going on? What are you guys looking at in the chat? U.S. oil is dumping, says Mr. Libby. It is down, yeah, it looks like here at 1/3% as it sells off into that 80 3/4. So shout out, good look there. We've been talking a lot about Occidental lately, and Uncle Warren definitely increasing his stake in Occidental. And this has been an interesting range for some time now here on Oxy. If you've been following Oxy, you're well acquainted with this range. Uncle Warren does not allow Oxy to break 55, and Oxy hasn't broken 55 since I feel like early 2022. If you break 55, you're breaking it very, very briefly. So, next time this makes its way down to 55, I mean, I should be all adding here. I'm going to put an alert at 56 just for this particular trade. Yeah, man, this has been an interesting range here on Occidental. You don't need to play to the high side, even though it looks like 70 as of late has been the line in the sand. Forget about the high side. The more defined side is the low side here, the bottom end of the range, 55. Over 2 years now, this range holding. So good luck there. Let's see what else. Tesla coming back into the general area here of 182 3/4. Nothing doing at those levels. So I'm not going to take any trades there. Let's look at these small cap gappers. Anything doing? Not really. What are you guys looking at? Pork and beans, says Walmart. Let's look at WMT. I saw Costco the other day at all-time highs again, and every time I look at that name, I just remember Mark Roberts, the stock father. No, Costco. I'm talking to the Katina man, by the way. Mark Robertson used to be called, or he is called the stock father. He used to be a guest on the show. He would talk more about fundamentals. And you know that I've been a viewer of the show for many years now, almost going on 4 years. And I'll never forget when inflation started, Mark Roberts was like, I'm buying 3 stocks to hedge against inflation. They were all kind of like retail names. Albertsons, Walmart, and Costco. I made money on Albertsons, I made money on Walmart, and Albertsons and Costco, and I broke even on Walmart because it does like nothing. And thank you, Adara. And I'll never forget how much I bought Costco for at the time. I got in $442. Anybody wants to see the chart on Costco now? Yeah, $866.97 is a high a day, but this thing can move because 66.97 is a high and 55.09 is a low. That's almost $12 worth of range there on one name. So Costco, even though it obviously is $800, $442 and change I bought this thing for, and it's over double that now. So these retail names, especially the ones that offer like decent savings, are definitely are in vogue at the moment. And we know Walmart hit all-time highs not that long ago as well. So keeping an eye here, again, just to go back to what I was saying earlier on Nvidia, a break of 129 here, and I'm looking to go short at those levels there.
Thank you so much there, Sheree,
Oh, good.
for chatting about there. Yeah, so somehow, even while just getting myself a little coffee there, managed to spill some milk everywhere. So hopefully I can be as successful in these trades as I am at spilling on myself today. But no, also, you have to laugh at yourself, right? I think that's like the only way to kind of do things. But yeah, hopefully we're going to be able to get these trades coming to the downside. The second I sit down, I see Tesla once again rejecting that 182.80 level I was yapping about earlier.
Ready?
And now, because we, because we rejected that 182.80 earlier, I see that we rejected again, and I say, you know what? Time to short this one more time. So I did short it again here. We could be bouncing off the 90 MA or the VWAP, this level, but I have more confluence right now in the short. I'm going to add at 182.60 should we get there. Let's, shout out to confluence. Let's see if we get it. Also, who is this in the chat? Domingo asking Chewy range in the 1 minute. Let's see if there is a range that is playable here on Chewy on the 1 minute. Okay. Let me see in the 1 minute how it looks. I'm going to have to be honest with you. This is, I see the range. This is not one that I would really want to play because I think you'd have to take a decent amount of share size to have profit with it. It's about 24.80 to 24.96. Slightly higher lows. Yeah, right now we're kind of, let me see here. I would be cognizant of the fact that we have a slightly higher low here. We could be tilting a little bit here. But yeah, I would say that there's not a ton of movement, at least for my purposes here for Chewy. 15 penny range though. Be aware though, Domingo or anyone playing this, of the higher lows that we're getting here. Now we're curling around this 24.90. I think this could break to the upside. If you're playing it to the upside, just be aware of that. So right now I am just in this Tesla, trying not to make this too stressful. Let's switch back to the 5. But yeah, like I said, the main impetus for this is we had that breakdown earlier at that 182.40, and right now I have, and I'm going to use it again, way more confluence for it. You know what else has confluence every day is, that work better in my head, is voting. You want to vote for the stocks you want, and maybe you'll have some confluence in your vote with someone else, and your ticker will be on the big screen. There we go, found a way to make it work. So shout out to that. You go in the ticker. You don't go to the ticker, you go in the chat right now and you put your ticker, and maybe that ticker's Tesla, maybe the ticker's Chewy, maybe that ticker's AMD, I don't know, tickers. You go in there and you vote and you hope that your voice gets heard because democracy.
Yes. So I told you that we would have a pseudo segment today, right? And it had something to do with Captain Protein. This, as everybody knows, is Thai. Hold on, Ram. We got to set it up here. You're not letting the context develop. So Ty sits behind the Katina Man. We see him sitting behind the Katina Man. He sits behind the Neil. He's been crowned by the Katina Man as Captain Pro. He was Mr. Protein. He gave himself a battlefield promotion to Captain Protein. And today, I think this solidified it. I went into the kitchen to secure my eggs. He had a 12-pack of eggs raw right there. And he put it into the mug, Rocky Balboa style. Shout out to Ty. He is now the crown Captain Protein. Hit it, Ram.
How many we got? We got 6 out of the tray.
That's a half dozen, pal.
Kill it, baby. Let's
Top of the morning.
Top of the morning to you, Ty. Oh, that's deep.
Oh, it's leaking.
That's deep.
Oh,
that's Rocky Balboa.
it's leaking.
That's right
It's
there.
leaking.
Yes. Boom.
This is amazing.
Let me get
Shout out to Captain Protein, man. He secured that. That's his. From now on, I'm referring to him as Captain Protein. I've never done that, by the way.
Well, I know too, like Sharif was a little bit like, I said, oh, Sharif, I thought you'd be Captain Protein. He's like, yeah, so would I. So now he is gladly ceding that title. Also, forget about securing the bag. Ty's over there securing the egg.
He is.
So
Shout out
that
to
was
Ty,
quite
man.
an extraordinary feat of strength. One that I would probably not want to participate in, but shout out to Ty. And also I love the muscles there that he flexed there after that. That is a flex, being able to consume eggs like that. So putting a literal flex on the figurative flex. Sean's just sitting here looking like an evil genius, just sitting here and contemplating his trades. Shout out to Sean. You can see Sean Anobi and vote for your tickers in just 1.5 hours. So go
Yes, absolutely. There, I'm long Nvidia at these levels. I'm gonna get out if it breaks 60. I like this hold over here of this previous area crest. Where am I long? I'm long 84s. Let's see if it can make its way back into 130. It's having trouble at 92. That's the second time it's made its way back into 92 and met like a wall of sellers. Kind of bizarre there. So my out is going to be the break of 69, and I'm not really going to give it too much room. Let's see if we can get filled. Oh, wow. Every time it makes its way up into 92s, it's finding a wall of sellers. All right, I'm just going to pack my patience with this one. I like the fact that it retraced into that area crest as well as the 20 exponential on the 5. If it holds this level, it looks like a decent level that it could hold here. And nice, we just got filled. All right, up into 129 we go. Let's see if we can break and hold above that 129. It seems like a line in the sand today, a bit of a doji candle coming in here. I'm just looking at the side chart to see how the 5-minute looks at the moment. Up we go now, 20 pennies in the money. Let's see if we can get a bit more, 30 pennies in the money now as we move into the mid-teens, and that's going to be it. So we'll cover there a little bit. Nice little move for NVDA getting bottom trough, but something tells me it's probably going to move up a little bit more. So decent look there, 120. Sorry, what was that area I want to tell you? So the area top that I based this trade on is a little, I don't want to say it's fluid because it's this area right here. So it's the $0.75. I got in at 84s. I chased a little bit, but the whole idea was for it to hold the IB high. There was a crest over here that we got into at 1120. It rejected that. It cleared it by some distance. So technical analysis tells you that if it clears it and it was an area top, it should use it as a defense, and it did on this occasion. Let's see if it does on permanent, not permanent, but for the trade. At the moment. So keeping my eye on that. Meta has been just sell the pop kind of day. Unreal. So there's been, say again, Katina man? Apple's tanking right now, guys. I see a big move down here on Apple. There must be something. Let's find out quickly. The Katina man is short 211.50. Big move down for Apple. Not seeing anything. What is this? 211? No, this is all 211 stuff. None of this is new. I don't see anything here, guys, on Apple. We'll have to find out what happened. Big move down, though. 210.25 right now.
Yeah, I mean,
nice trade, Sean.
Shout out to Sean and his trade. Really wish that Tesla would have also had a bit of a move down. Tesla, which has been, if you remember, rejecting that 182.80 all for a while, decided when I had a nice little position built into it, that's the time. He would like to push above. Sean's going to show his trades, though, guys. So let's look at those. Oh, sorry. Yeah, look at those. Look at that Apple short. So I didn't realize. Look at that BWAP breakdown there that Sean took. Shout out to Sean. Killing his trade.
Testing. So I don't know if something's happened. Oh, here it is. Apple won't roll out AI features in the EU this year. So will not roll out AI features. But the thing is like 211.50 has been the price the whole time. So there it is. And obviously I'm just sitting here and started being like, what? And by the way, this dude just ate 6 straight eggs like that. What do you think about that, Sharif? Is that healthy to do? Is that healthy to Rocky Balboa? That's a movie. Hey, what do you think? You think that's healthy?
No, I don't think.
I don't know. I'm asking.
I was talking to Ram. So Ram said something that brought to my attention. She said her old man used to do it and he got cholesterol. Okay. And the yolk has tons of cholesterol. So that's why I only have 2 of those bad boys a day.
Like I used to eat a bag of sugar and got diabetes.
Yeah, that would be an eventuality.
Apple's still going down, but
sure.
glad to be here. But it's your show.
Shout out to the Katina.
The light is shining on you, my friend.
Great trade there on Apple. Katina man, shout out to you. Here is the headline as brought to you by Sean. Apple will not roll out AI features in the EU this year due to the DMA regulations, Digital Market Act regulations. Europe always doing the absolute most. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. And so there you go. That being reported by Bloomberg. I did actually read an article the other day that said, Apple was sweeping a lot of the issues that it may have in Europe with these DMA regulations under the rug. But keep in mind that the winds of change may have come in Europe. We know that politically we'll have to see if these regulations hold in effect.
Yeah, shout out to that. Shout out to Sean's trade. And that news I know as well. Apparently I was reading a report yesterday from, I believe, the Wall Street Journal saying that Apple is in talks with Chinese AI companies as well, because they cannot get into China with a U.S.-based company. So they've been in talks with Baidu. That's been a report. Apparently those talks are still ongoing. That's what the Wall Street Journal was saying.
Oh, crap.
Also, okay, Tesla. Sorry for that face, guys. I'm just this stock, Tesla. We got to 183.
I like how you said this stock.
Well, caffeine might be. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sip that. We get to 183, then we drop back to 182. We drip a little bit low. I say, Adara, Tesla short, get involved. Then I'm like, I don't know, Adara, you don't feel that good about this. You're tired. Take some coffee and take a break. Got out, lost a cool 3 pennies. Yeah, we did lose a little bit more in Tesla in that break up into 180, 280. I stand by it. We rejected that level so harshly. I wanted to build the position. Good. This is going to be a red week for me. But, I'm just going to keep trading the stuff I trade and be cognizant of risk management. If I see something I like, we're going to go after it. But it's all good. It's
Thank
market
you.
time.
Yeah. Sorry. It is time to do the lesson du jour, baby. So let's get right to it. We're talking about level 2 all week this week. Today, we're going to talk about combining the order book level 2, essentially market depth, whatever synonym you want to use, with other technical indicators that we use as our tools. So traders, sharpen those tools, baby. Today, we'll learn how to leverage level 2 market depth, the heartbeat of the market, alongside technical indicators to identify higher probability entry and exit points for, specifically in our case here, small cap stocks with news catalysts. So let's get right to it. So imagine today we're talking about, a scenario rather than talking about just matter-of-fact points. Imagine a small cap biotech stock company announces a positive clinical trial result. The stock gaps up in the pre-market, as it often does, and you're eyeing a potential long position. You look at the level 2. The level 2 analysis is coupled with volume, and it paints a vivid picture. The level 2 here, you see on the level 2, I should say, a concentrated cluster of buy orders that sit right below the current ask price, right? This high bid volume signifies buying pressure. Why is that important? Let me just kind of take it over here. So if you were to see a cluster of buys on the left side of the book, which is the level 2, why is that important? Well, number one, it's showing you all the different buy orders from market participants. So that in and of itself is bullish, but also it might prevent the price from moving down if sell orders come in, because those buy orders are going to pick up the sell orders. So that's why it's important in that context. So you see concentrated cluster of buyers below the ask. It signifies buying pressure. Then you take a look at the volume bars. What's the volume doing? The breakout from the gap, now it breaks up. It breaks through that key area of technical resistance, and the volume that accompanies that breakout helps confirm that strong buying conviction. So you initially saw the buying conviction on the book, layered in different bid orders at different prices, and then you got confirmation of the buying pressure by the actual breaking of the resistance level check. So how do you use confirmation with technicals in this case? Well, one thing you could definitely look for initially is where the moving average is pointing. And the reason that's important is it helps you gauge the trend if you weren't able to do that already from price analysis. So the stock price in this particular scenario, trading above that 50 moving average, indicating an overall uptrend. And then you look at the RSI. What's the RSI telling you? Because that's the momentum indicator that's often used. While the RSI is sitting comfortably in this scenario below that 70 area, which is the area that we kind of start the overbought area on the RSI. And there it's suggesting to you, because it's below 70, it's suggesting to you that there's more room for the price to continue up without entering that overbought territory on the RSI. So you put another check. So this confluence of signals, the high bid volume on the level 2, the strong breakout volume through the break of key technical resistance, and the supportive technical indicators with the MA pointing up and the price trading above the 50 MA and the RSI being below overbought areas, strengthens the case for a potential long entry near that breakout level. But that's not the only kind of eventuality that you can have with a stock with news in the pre-market. Oftentimes, there are fake outs, sadly. And so you look at that key technical area of resistance and you see everything you need to see, yet the price still declines and you end up getting stopped out for a loser. So spotting the fake out using level 2 and the order book dynamics is quite important. So in this case, let's use a different picture. So another small cap company announces a new product launch. We're not talking about the biotech company anymore. Right? The stock jumps at the open, but caution, of course, is your middle name because you want to be able to exercise proper risk management skills. Here's how the level 2 can help you identify a potential fake out. Well, you have a look at the level 2, and the ask price here sits on a very thin layer of offers. So you don't feel that the book is showing you too much in the way of resistance. This lack of selling pressure might suggest the price increase isn't backed by strong resistance. So then you look at the order book dynamics, right? Suddenly, out of nowhere, a large sell order appears just above the current price. This could be, a number of things, but one of the more likely things, it's a whale, it's a big seller testing the waters or a sign of just overall profit taking by the market. In either case, you don't want to be part of it because you don't have the buying power to overrule or overpower it. So in that case, either flip short or just get out of Dodge. And so how would you confirm that scenario with technicals? Well, one thing you could do, obviously, is to look at the book, as we just explained. The other is to look at the RSI. What's the RSI telling you in this case? The RSI, in the hypothetical scenario that we're making up, shoots towards that overbought zone, which is above 70, as we know, very quickly, which is indicating to you a potential rapid price reversal. Not the only eventuality, but definitely one of those ones you need to be on the lookout for. So this combination of level 2 signals, so the combination of level 2 signals in this case, thin offer volume, large sell order placement, and an overbought RSI reading is suggesting to you the initial price jump might be a short-lived move, right? So you might want to consider waiting for a pullback or avoiding the entry altogether. And some more advanced techniques that you can use for level 2 and order flow. For more experienced traders, advanced tools can unlock even deeper insights into the name that you're looking at. Here's an example. So you have your level 2 up, a stagnant order book. So not much doing. It's not moving like Nvidia right now, right? With no significant changes despite a steady price increase. This calmness, though, can be deceiving. So you look at the order flow analysis. You look at the time and sales. It's showing you a continuous stream of small buy orders alongside a few large ones, hidden buy orders, though, on the buy side. And this is the kind of the video that we played yesterday is very good for that, because then you see all these orders coming in on the time and sales, but the ask on the level 2 is not advancing. Is sitting at that level. That's your key to the fact that there may be a hidden seller hidden seller at that level. So the seemingly flat level 2 hides the potential buying surge, right? The order flow analysis reveals hidden institutional buying interest, potentially foreshadowing a strong price move, guys. And remember, there's no golden rule for combining level 2 with technical indicators. The key is to understand the interplay between the order book dynamics, volume patterns, and technical indicators to identify the higher probability trading opportunities that are.
Yeah, you want to have that nice, the combination between the two. You want them all married and souped up in a blender. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Sharif, for going over that lesson and preparing that lesson for us. Also, if you want Sharif and Obi and Sean to go over some tickers, there's a way to do that.
Yeah,
you go in the chat right now. You go * You go join. You go, shift 1, join, space, shift 4, the ticker of your choice. Shout out to Sharif, who was giving us the keyboard keys that time, and I thought it was really funny, so I kept doing things. Also, speaking of the book, Nvidia, 128.70. What are you doing, bro? When I say bro, I do mean Nvidia over here. So this has been a wild ride. I tried to short this at the 129 breakdown. Nvidia's too slow, broke down without me, but then we paused at 128.70. Now, why was that significant? Because look at this area here, that's right, it's 128.70. I was like, okay, cool. Then we broke below it. That's why I tried to go short. We did actually go a little bit lower. By the time I got in, I think Nvidia was done being a short, so a really small position, risked into 129, lost it. 129 ended up being, though, another area of rejection. And I mean, if we see another instance of flipping from support to resistance here at 128.70, I'll get back in. Very much down in the day, unfortunately, but you know what? Only way to go is up. That's not real. You know, P&L can always go lower. But you want to really commit to yourself and commit to ideas. I think I have been reading the book appropriately on Nvidia. I just haven't, wasn't able to trade it the best way. But you just got to keep going. I've only really been in 3 names today. Unfortunately, we're out on all of them right now: Nvidia, AMD, Tesla. But you know what? You have a bad day, as the American Idol song once went, and you just got to keep turning it around. This is not my best week ever, but that means I'm ready to come back next week and fight. And I'm still fighting today. We still got another hour, 20 minutes left.
Oh, yeah.
In trading markets. Don't act a certain way. I still have some opportunities. I'm ready to,
Nvidia is on the way down, guys. Big rejection here. And a bottom break. We were talking about this area over here being a consolidation, or not a consolidation area top, an area top at this 128, let's say between 2/3 to 129. So 128 and 2/3 to that 129 area. Now breaking down below it. So a bit of a downward channel here on the way, it looks like, into that 128.25. We're skosh above the 50 exponential on the 5. VWAP is hanging out at that 127.5, give or take. And I'm inclined to use VWAP here as a significant level, or not a significant level, but a relevant level. And the reason I say that is because after the open, I should say, between 9:55 to 10:15, we had umpteen amounts of topping tail candles through VWAP, all of which rejected and all of which had closing prints south of the volume weighted average price. That is, though, until 10:55 when we took VWAP on a closing basis. So I'll be looking here, if we give up the ghost at the 50 exponential on the 5-minute chart, I will be looking for that 127.50 or wherever VWAP is at the time. Right now it's at 127.50. I will be looking for a hold up there for that former area of resistance to flip to support on NVDA. But yeah, very surprised, I got to tell you, in Nvidia's price action today. I don't know why, I just assumed because of the XLK announcing the reduction of Apple from 20-some-odd% to 4%, and the switching essentially of Nvidia into the 20-some-odd% category, that there would be prolonged buying, and not just by them, by Spider, but by other market participants, because they were looking to catch that Spider kind of wave kind of thing. So I'm a little surprised. Ghost, show you how much I know about how market dynamics work. So keeping an eye on Nvidia, Ram. We're also keeping an eye on that 20,000 area on the future. The 20,000 area essentially is exactly at the volume weighted average price. I do anticipate an initial bounce off there, but we'll see what we get on the future. Obviously, it's a bit of an upward channel today. You can kind of see that with the NQ June contract. Since the opening bell, it's been higher highs and higher lows. You've been respecting these channels, quite frankly, not touching them every single time, but it does look like a bit of an upward channel today on the NQ June contract. Haven't had eyes on the SPY. We'll have to, I guess maybe leave that for Big Spile Burdette. Shout out to him. TSLA. This is an interesting one too, because there was a gnarly double top off 184, general area of 184, but now it's having trouble with 183, despite the fact that it's been putting in higher lows. So interesting look here. Every time it makes its way into that 183, there does seem to be some selling. However, the other side of that coin is the incremental higher lows and higher highs that has been putting in. So even though you have these two outlying crests, if you were to draw an upper trend, like if I was to copy this and make a parallel trend line with this one, like look at that. Hold on. Create parallel trend line. There we go. We could create a bit of a narrower channel on Tesla. So with the exception of these two outlying events over here that seem really like algo specific, there is a bit of an upward channel right now on Tesla off which we could trade. So an interesting look here on TSLA, as it definitely struggles with that whole $183 level. We'll have to see if that kind of look subsists throughout the entire day. AAPL, as we saw right now, that bit of bad news coming out of Europe. They're going to hold off on their AI Release for the remainder of this year, looking to be released next year. We'll have to see if that's the case. Right now, trying to hold above 210. It did dip below 210 ever so briefly into that 209 mid-80s, but was immediately bought up. However, it is now below the volume-weighted average price, so I have a bit of a bearish take right now on AAPL, still up 0.33% on the day. The thing that hasn't had a higher high to save its life on the day has been META. All the pops have been shorted, whether at the 10 exponential or the 20 on the 5-minute chart. It's very much close to low a day right now, hanging out at the $0.25 at 494. The low of the day, though, a skosh below that 494, 493.80 Adara. Meta having one hell of a tough day.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Like, I would even literally, I think if someone was like, Meta, you will sink, you will leave the next 7 if you don't make a higher high. Meta would not care. Meta would be like, what do you mean? I will continue to go lower. So yeah, no, shout out to Sharif for killing it with that meta analysis. Meta having a mega rough time. Nvidia, I took a short here at the 128. Oh, now it look okay, Nvidia. Now, thanks, bro. I took the 128 short because I was like, oh yeah, it's a whole dollar level. I have my whole dollar level breakdowns. Worked a couple times. I wanted into 50s, which is why I like the lowest I've noticed we've gotten is like 88. Basically what we're getting now, and then we come back down. So I wanted to wait. I wanted to be patient. We broke above 128.20s. I did have to leave, so it's all good. Sticking to risk management. I just think, you know, maybe I've gotten feel a little bit roughed around by these markets, but I have no reason, you know, if I still like stuff to not get involved. And I mean, Tesla, I've been saying all day, for me, the real level on Tesla is not 183, it's 182.80. That has been the level on the book that has just been like truly bizarre. Like the amount of times we've had massive sell-offs off that level has just been insane. Last time I got in the short here, I actually got out at the 182.60s because that was where, you can kind of actually see it here, where Tesla got a little bit funky. So if Tesla can't hold 182.60s, I have no problem shorting it, but I agree with Sharif in that we've generally had a bit of an upward trend line here in Tesla. And look at Tesla trying to reclaim those 182.60s. I don't have a read on this right now. I'm not getting involved. I just know what levels I like. So we're going to be cognizant of that. If Tesla wants to flip from support to resistance on the 90 MA, by all means. AMD, though, kind of getting a bit spicy, trying to bounce off VWAP here. I like the VWAP area in AMD, played around that a little bit earlier. Also, this is a little bit sad. I think the short was the right idea at AMD. I was like 20 pennies off from it. It's all good. You just got to keep working, keep pushing higher. I also, Kyle Burdett says he is here, but in a state coma. Speaking of big SPY Burdett, the SPY actually looking kind of interesting here for my purposes. We're curling lower here. We're getting towards VWAP. Again, these levels, as Sharif said, and I think this is like pretty key, these levels are going to matter less on a chart on the ETFs than price action. But yeah, this one, the SPY, it's breaking below this level. I want to see what we do at 60s. Bounce a little bit. If we want to break lower, though, I will wholeheartedly short you, SPY. Don't even worry about it, okay? I see stuff I like here. This 540, 460 is having a bit of a rough time. We're going to try this small position because I want to, and we're going to risk it into this 66 area. So we're going to risk 10 pennies and make... I would like to see us break below 40s, so I would like to make at least 20 pennies. And as I do that, SPY is like, Adara, as you were humming and hawing, I broke lower and you're not going to get your entry. That's okay, SPY. I'll move on to shorting one of your components, like maybe Nvidia. It's all good. You just got to keep trying, keep going. I want to, Quantran, I like this comment here. If more info is better, should your charts be shifted to show more price action? I've been actually trading more on the book than price action lately, and I also find the more info I have, the more I tend to get wrapped up in levels that aren't real. So I find for myself, it works for me, but I understand, I respect that. And the thing is, too, like, this has been a bit of a rough week, but I'm happy to say that at least for the month of June so far, this is an outlier. Had a good week last week, had a good week the week before. This week cannot be described as good by anyone. But you know what? You just need to keep pushing, keep going higher. I mean, there's still an hour and a bit left to me trading. So Tesla back to my area I like. Nvidia doing something. I want not all of the smoke, but I'll take a puff. Take a couple puffs. How are you doing over here?
I'm 10 pennies out of the money, 9 pennies out of the money, depending on when you're looking on, now break even here on NVDA. Look, I got in. I said I'd get in at VWAP, and I'm in at VWAP. So it's going to have to hold up here. Otherwise, I'm going to get stopped out. Simple as that. I'm taking the trade, and we'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. So we're going to say that again, Katina, man? The Katina man is long with me at 51, so he's got a better price right now, but we're both kind of in the same area, so I hope he prints. Goes without saying there, because it kind of has to do with me printing as well, so can't really go against the Katina man here, guys. Looking for a nice move up. Let's see what we get here on NVDA. He's cutting it at 127, guys. I got my stop a little. Look, the Katina man's obviously got a lot more risk and BP than I do, so I'm going to have to cut it a little bit earlier than the Katina man. He's going to cut it at 127. I'm going to cut it at 127.30. We'll see. Hopefully, it doesn't make it into that level and it holds at the volume weighted average price. It is a counter trend trade, but I did like this level earlier. The VWAP did feature today as a level of resistance earlier on after we broke down below it right after the IB high. So if it features as a level of resistance, it should feature as a level of support. Now we're in the money. We're 20 pennies in the money, Katina man. Shout out to you, my man. Great look there. We'll see if we can get a little bit more on this name. There we go, right into 75s, Katina man. There it is, baby. We're spinning the money there. Shout out to him. Great trade. Good luck, Sean.
Yeah, good job to you guys there.
Whoa,
Sean and Sharif. Sean Reef, both trading there.
Great
looks. Sorry, guys. Yeah, what we rejected 128 though. So the area I was more interested in was 127.85 because that was an area that was a little bit of rejection earlier. And I mean, hey, Nvidia, you want to try to flip here? It was support earlier. So yeah, maybe flipping to resistance just a little bit. Yeah, I'm good here. I want to take this to 50s. It's going to be a small position. I'm actually not in it yet, though. I appreciate the bang button, but Nvidia did not actually let me in. Nvidia, which is a little bit unfortunate. I want to be, that Cybertruck's a good look, too, honestly. I just want to be,
No, what I meant, like, it didn't let me in, like the
I know,
Cybertruck.
I forgot about that. The doors, yeah. So Sharif wanted to look at the Cybertruck, and both times he went 2 different times. They would not let him in.
They don't care about me, Adair. They don't care. Yeah. They do not care. Let's see what the chat is up to on this day. There you go, Sharif. Shout out Donnie Zimbabwe. What's up, my man? Daniel T is displeased with the fact that I'm using the T in often and spitting hawkers live. He says I'm trying too hard. Shout out to Daniel T. I'm sure you are doing great at life as well.
You got to try hard to work hard there. So shout out to Sharif. We're trying hard every single day here.
What's up, Mark? Sharif rocking Kasbah. I don't know what that is.
Rock the Kasbah.
Kasbah?
It's a song. I know that.
How come you know all this stuff that I don't know, Adara? Come on. Shout out to Adara. Meta printed a new low of day. Meta, wow. Yeah, this has been a tough look for Meta lately, guys. All right. So 493.27. Meta? Are you talking about Meta?
Like yesterday, I wasn't getting those fills. It was my best stock.
The Katina man says Meta was his best stock yesterday, but he was having trouble with the fills. And Adair and I, Katina man, have been talking about that for quite a while. Adair actually calls it spreada.
I don't trade Meta unless I'm obsessed and the spread is under 20 pennies because I just can't mentally do it anymore.
It's tough. And I've sat there and the bid has crossed by like 10 pennies and you still don't get filled. Mm-hmm. That's just the way it's been characteristic for Meta for a while now. Even when it was in the 200s and the 100s, it was awfully spready. So Meta can't catch a bid today, Ram, to save its life. It's been down and to the right all day. The deeper retracements, and there's only been 2, have gone into the 20 exponential. Essentially the rest have rejected off the 10 exponential there. So yeah, take your pick as to where you want to get in. Now, Goggles has been the best name in terms of a long on the day. And now, for the first time, we may get an actual touch of the 10 or the 20 exponential, on the 5. It comes into that 180 level. I like 180 as a defend here. You have a double top at 179.80. And so, I could say, well, 180 is not the level, Sharif. The level you need to be looking for is 179.80. You have price action resistance from that time earlier, the 2 crests that we put in. Yeah, okay. That is an argument to be made, but it's also only 20 pennies from my entry, so I can realistically give it a bit more room. I'm very interested here on Google at 180, at the 20 exponential. If it does get a bounce here, Google is up 2 1/5 on the day. It's the strongest name, so if I'm going to take something long, it could be on the deeper retracement on the strongest name of the day. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm looking at Google, touch 180, I'm going long if I like what I see.
Yeah, I mean, right now what I've been trying to see, to be clear, still down in the day, still down in Nvidia, but I've been scraping away this little Nvidia. I got my short initially. Where's my initial short? I don't even remember where I got short here. Okay. That was that 120. It was 127.80s, which is that area I liked. Took that to 127.60s, and I got back on the short at 127.60s because I liked that was support. I thought we could break a little bit lower. I said if we make a lower high, I stay. We made a lower high to that 127.75s. I stayed. Could have added, didn't add, maybe should have. That's not the point. We're continuing to have, I think, a little bit of support here at the VWAP, but I got out 20 pennies in the money. Again, really small position. This has not been the day of anyone's, or it's been the day of my, like Sharif's been killing it. I want to shout out to Sharif's trades because those have been awesome. But the thing is, too, what I love about this show and about this community is even when you're not printing, you can, be there for other people. Because today, not printing, but I'm super happy with what everyone else is doing here. Shout out to Sean and Obi killing it on the big desk. Shout out to everybody in the desk killing it. In the chat killing it. Shout out to people in the back killing it. Of course, shout out to Sharif killing it. Trenda, are you printing today, Trenda?
Trenda's always printing. It's in a perpetual state of print.
Pamp.
I want to read what Elon wrote in the chat there, and I couldn't echo this sentiment more. Sean and Brendo's Freedom and Wealth podcast is so worthy of watching if you want to be a successful trader. Can we hit the hot dog, Candace, Katina, man? Thank you very much for that. There you go, Big Spile Burdette. Shout out to you as well, Elon. Thank you for the very kind words on the best podcast on the net.
Kyle messaged me.
And Big Spile Burdette also told the Katina man the same words. Very worthy of a watch. Guys, the Freedom and Wealth podcast is what it sounds it is. It's going to give you freedom and wealth. No, but seriously, guys, I want to show this real quick over here. If you are not subscribed to this podcast, you need to subscribe. Head over Freedom and Wealth podcast on YouTube. Hit that sub button as I am at the moment. And we've got that one drop. We got the episode 4, dropping tomorrow at 10 a.m. Shout out to the Katina man and Brendo doing the most in a good way.
Yeah, make sure that you vote in the chat because we only have an hour left or 50 minutes left to do that. Go in the chat right now, ! Join, whatever ticker you want. But you know what we're going to do now is we're going to join and see what's going on with Brendan at the big desk here.
Ooh.
The guest.
All right, guys. Yeah, we're happy to have a cybersecurity company and cybersecurity expert with us for the second time, actually. Back on the show, Ian Patterson is the CEO of Plurilock, the symbol PLUR on the TSX Venture Exchange here in Toronto. First of all, it's good to have you, Ian. Welcome back. I hope you're feeling better as well. You're a little under the weather the past few days.
It's good to be back. Hopefully this interview will be hot dog worthy.
We'll find that button somewhere and get you some at the end. Let's start maybe with a bit of a high-level view here. This is a subject that, I feel like we're talking about this, and correct me if I'm wrong, more and more and more often. You hear a headline or see a headline almost once a week, it feels like, of this company was hacked or this company is investigating some sort of data breach. Tell us, first of all, a little bit about the company from a high level. What are we looking at here?
So Plurilock is a cybersecurity solutions provider. We've had tremendous growth over the last couple of years. We just recently put out last year's financials, and we're doing approximately 70 million in top line revenue. That's up from 64 million the year before, 36 million the year before that. And largely, this is driven by the fact that, as you said, companies are getting hacked left, right, and center. And that's true both in the commercial sector as well as in the public sector. Our largest client, if you will, is the U.S. federal government. And in fact, earlier this week, we just announced a $6 million purchase from the U.S. Department of Treasury, but we also include U.S. Department of Defense, U.S. Navy, U.S. Army. On the Canadian side, Canadian Defense, Canadian RCMP, law enforcement, et cetera. So these are the clients. These are the people that we serve. And the reason that our revenue is increasing is that the need for cybersecurity solutions to stave off attacks and to maintain compliance are becoming more and more and more important. And to your point, I think we're almost becoming numb to the amount of news headlines that we see announcing these things.
I had an experience of my own, just going back a couple of weeks here, with a credit card, and my wife and I contacted the credit card company, and they essentially said, we don't know how they're doing this. So it gives you an idea of, and they're essentially, working harder and working faster and staying ahead of some of the security, so much needed in general. Give us, from your point of view here, where is this market at? Why is it, more and more of a problem these days?
It actually is an unbelievable number. The estimates used to be that the cybersecurity market was going to be around $1 trillion. Now the estimates are that it's going to be $2 trillion. So it's actually hard to comprehend. But I think if you ask the question why is there such a demand for cybersecurity capabilities, I would point to two major tailwinds. The first one is that cybersecurity now is a business. And 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you might have heard about identity theft or people skimming a credit card, but you didn't really hear about ransomware gangs. You didn't hear about crypto jacking. You didn't hear about North Korea actually funding a huge chunk of their budget through stealing of Bitcoin and stealing of crypto. Now you do. And so cybersecurity or hacking is a money-making venture for financially motivated groups, which again could be criminal gangs, could be nation states. The second thing is that cybersecurity is also a tool of soft power. So what does that mean? Well, practically speaking, when Russia invaded the Ukraine a couple of years ago, what we saw was that it was preceded by a number of cyber attacks to all of Europe. So European critical infrastructure, especially oil and gas, was hit very hard in the lead up because they were trying to disrupt before an actual physical invasion. And what you don't see behind the scenes is the amount of cybersecurity attacks that governments are perpetrating against other governments. Now, this is commonplace in the cybersecurity industry, but there's all these knock-on effects. And so when you see an individual headline, like again, we'll say North Korea attacking Sony for releasing a movie, what you don't see is the tens, hundreds, or sometimes thousands of other attacks that go unreported. So these are two major drivers for the fact that this is such a large industry. And I think that investors are starting to wake up to this opportunity.
The company had a heavily oversubscribed $5.5 million common equity financing going back a few months ago. Talk us through the strategy here from the management side of things and the board when it comes to that.
So Plurilock, we see that there's just a lot of opportunity ahead of us. We've seen both really good organic growth. We also see a tremendous amount of inorganic growth opportunity. We wanted to take advantage of that, and so to your point, we closed a very heavily oversubscribed round, $5.5 million raised. I think even today, I get pretty regular feedback that we are horrendously undervalued, I think is the term that I've been told a couple times, relative to peers. So Plurilock today trades at a reasonably small market cap relative to the revenue that we have. And if you compare against our peers, we are quite depressed relative to that. So the opportunity that we see is both to go out, keep our clients safe, but there's a tremendous amount of upside that we see that we want to go after, and that's really what the team is motivated to do.
When you look at, you mentioned, to start things off here, 70.1 million fiscal year ending 2023 in revenues. Q1 2024, particularly margin growth, approximately 21.9%. Explain the major factors here, Ian, from your perspective, and what's contributing to that.
So we have a base of hundreds of name brand marquee clients. In cybersecurity, you're typically not able to name who your clients are because you're the people who get called when the worst day of a company's life occurs. But certainly on the government side, we talked about it. On the commercial side, these are largely Fortune 1000 sized organizations, in some cases S&P 500 or Fortune 100 sized organizations. And what we're doing is we're providing a whole set of capabilities. In some cases, we're providing hardware and software. In other cases, though, we're providing very high-end security consulting work. Earlier this spring, we recently formalized the services work that we're doing called the Plurilock Critical Services Team. And that critical services team is actually today focused largely on a subset of our customers in the semiconductor ecosystem. So semiconductors fit all of the same drivers that we've talked about. Bad guys want to get at the intellectual property. Bad guys also want to disrupt factories. So think ransomware. Bad guys also want to steal secrets, etc. So they're really at the center of a tremendous amount of risk. from cyber attacks, as well as there's increasing compliance burdens and obligations. So think of the U.S. CHIPS Act, having to nearshore, reshore things, supply chains. There's just a lot of complexity there. Because there's that both risk and complexity, these companies need help. And Plurilock, to date, has been able to do a really good job of helping those companies. That has created some notoriety. And so we're seeing revenue growth in the services component that has been continuing in the last couple of years, and we see an opportunity to continue that. And so the impact to our financials is gross margin improvement or gross profit improvement. And so that's a key focus for us for this year.
As we see, as we mentioned at the start here, more and more of these headlines on a daily basis, weekly basis almost. Where's the opportunity specifically for the retail side of things here on the investment? Not only for the company specifically, but maybe for the industry as a whole.
Well, what's really interesting is that cybersecurity is an industry where there are really big names. So think Palo Alto Networks, think CrowdStrike, think Palantir. These are great large cap names that are pretty well known. The challenge is a traditional retail investor typically does not have access to the growth names. And so there's very few publicly traded growth names in cybersecurity at the micro cap or small cap level. And so there's been quite a disparity between what venture capitalists have access to in terms of being able to fund the next CrowdStrike versus what a retail investor is able to do, because there's not as much opportunity. There are not as many names to be able to invest in. That was part of the reason why we opted to take Plurilock public at such an early stage, is because we saw that there weren't that many opportunities, and it provides the average retail investor some opportunity to participate in an earlier stage growth name. So that's just kind of one of the dynamics of cybersecurity that exists today.
If we look ahead now, maybe through the remainder of this year into 2025, is there one or two things we can leave investors with as far as what the company has coming up in the near future here?
Well, we're very focused on signing up new clients as well as satisfying our current clients. So I think today's or this week's, announcement of the $6 million sale to the U.S. Treasury, that is exactly the type of thing that our team is focused on, and investors should absolutely be looking out for.
Appreciate the time as always. Ian Patterson, CEO of Plurilock, again, PLUR here on the TSX Venture Exchange here in Toronto. Good to see you, Ian. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Brendan.
Thank you to Ian and Brendo. There's solid information from Ian Patterson, CEO of Plurilock. Yeah, Dara and I were talking off camera about the importance of cybersecurity, the Katina Man and I as well. Very interesting. I didn't know all this about the crypto theft. That was kind of news to me a little bit there.
I had no idea that was like a thing. I need to learn more about that space. But yeah, shout out to Plurilock there and Ian Patterson and Brendan for that awesome informative interview there.
There are some triangles there, Dara. Anything you want to update us on? Because that's a profitable trade.
This was a profitable trade. I did lose on, but this was such a small little scintilla of shares. I'm not going to, cry over them. This ended up being a net profitable trade. So I got short here at VWAP. I've been obsessed with this 182.40 on Tesla for a while. I said if we break above 182.60, we get out. That's why I left with the remainder of this trade. Though Tesla, if you go back to 182.40, I'm getting back in. Just be aware of that. But yeah, I got out more than half of this, 2/3 at 182.19. Wanted to get the rest out at 182, but it bounced too quickly for me to be able to profit. C'est la vie. It happened. I want to shout out, we have 2 super chats here. Thank you so much to Donnie Zimbabwe for the $9.99 super chat. And Dara, I attribute my success in my options trading to being as optimistic as I possibly can while staying disciplined and learning to take an L. So I applaud you, my sister. This skill makes money. Thank you so much, Donnie Zimbabwe, for the very kind words. I really appreciate it. And honestly, I always want to be an optimistic presence, because the thing is, trading I know can be really isolating. I'm lucky enough that I've only ever traded here in this force, so I've always had the benefit of the community, but I understand a lot of us don't have this that opportunity. So I just really am always grateful. I really appreciate, and I'm grateful for the super chat. And thank you so much for your support. We also have a super chat from Big Kyle Burdett.
Yes, or as you call him, Big Spile Burdett. I love this. Again, Kyle, shout out to you, my man. I super chat and donate memberships because this channel and peers are giving us real-time, everyday examples of how to change our lives, get serious, do the work, take the risks, and find true freedom and wealth. CNBC. Who? Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett, man. Always doing the absolute most in a great way. Thank you very much, Kyle. And I already sent that off to the Katina man and Brendo, obviously, because they're going to want to see what you have to say about the Freedom and Wealth podcast. All right, guys. A couple of things here. I've got 2 trades possibly going on. I may be getting long goggles here. Another 180, basically not rejection. That's not what I meant. A retracement into that 180. It seems to be hugging the 20 exponential on the 5. It's the strongest name in Mag 7 world on the day, being up to 2.16 right now. It's definitely up 2 1/5 just a second ago. So I'm looking possibly getting long here. The other one, look at this. Meta touching the 10 exponential again on the 5 and not able to break through it. Last time around, we did get a 20-period exponential on a few green candle retracement. So I don't want to be too quick to jump into this at the 10 exponential. Let's maybe wait for that 494.50 or thereabouts on META. It's been a short the kind of day on Meta, a long kind of day on Google, and the other ones have been a little bit here and there in between. I guess Microsoft's a long kind of day as well. By the way, I want to mention another interesting trade here, possibly for those who are interested, at 448.5 on Softy. Now, this 448.5 presented itself as a resistance level earlier from 10 to about 1020. It came into, effect, or it was important again between 11:05 until the eventual breakout 11:35. Now that we've cleared it, we're coming back and we're using 448.5 as a level of support there. So that's another possible opportunity for anybody who's looking for a trade on the Mag 7 names. 180 defend on Google, 10 or 20 exponential retracement rejection on Meta, and a 448.5 dip trade for a previous area resistance, now support on Microsoft.
Yeah, we're going to get to that lesson soon because I can't believe it's already 1:15. But I just want to address the Tesla. I tried to get back into Tesla at 182.40. Tesla said no and dropped lower. I was not able to get in. We'll see if we bounce at 182. I'm still interested. Like I said, I've been watching the book and tape on this all day, so I have levels I like on it. Right now, though, I'm pleased as punch to say I am short Nvidia, and we are intermittently, sometimes, in the money slightly. And I say sometimes because you know how Nvidia be. We were, I want to see these break below 40s. That was certainly an area of interest. The reason I got short here around VWAP, which I know is kind of a decision, is because I watched this 127.80. We got there before I could punch short. It dropped like 20 pennies. I said, hey, I think there's some kind of rejection here. If we get back above 80s, whatever, I'll leave. That's fine. But I believe in this short. I believe in this calculation. I should have probably scalped out earlier, but there I was looking at Tesla, so that's my bad. We'll see here. I'm like 10 pennies out of the money. This is a small position. Again, just trying to practice the confidence, or whatever here on these here markets, because I'm just really trying every single day to climb higher and get better. We just need a lower high though, 127.70s. How are you doing? What are you?
I just got into goggles.
Yes.
Right now, I'm putting my stop. Look, I'm not going to give this that much room. This is a 180 hold. So we're at 179.95. So we'll go 179 and we'll give it 5 penny spread there. It's going to have to hold. This is a trade based on 180, based on the 20 exponential. If it doesn't hold, it's not right. So it's as simple as that. We're already 6 pennies out of the money on that trade. I'm also looking to go short Meta at these levels here. So let's look. We are getting a 494 rejection, which is where the 10 exponential is on the 5. So I don't want to chase Meta. I hate Meta at these levels because it always makes me chase it because it's so spready, unless I'm sitting there with a resting order. So we're short. So I'm going to have to put now 494. We'll go 05s and we'll cover at 15. So, all right. So we'll see what we get here on both these trades. We're short 70s, so we're already out of the money on Meta just because it's so spready. So it's going to have to reject this 494 area, or otherwise I'm going to get stopped out. We're 11 pennies out of the money. Let's see here. Goggles, we're 2 pennies, 1 penny out of the money here. We're going to have to wait and see exactly what we get on both these trades. I like both of them at the levels, but they're going to have to manifest up into 494. Again, we go here on Meta. Not too much size blocking that move up on 494. So Oh, Google just broke, so I just got stopped out of Google. Google broke 180 aggressively there on the way down, so that's it. I'm not taking that 180 trade again. It's going to have to actually reject that level. It didn't, so I'm out of Google. That's my first L on the day, so we'll see if we can like not get any more L's right now.
That's awesome. Like, you're having a great day, Sharif. Shout out to you.
Well, watch. Well, that'll change real quick. It did last week. It did last week. I was having a good day last week, and then I ended up wanting to break the screen. So, yeah, that's just kind of the way trading is. I told you many flip-flops, many shoes, many objects were thrown, Adara, in the build-up to my trading career. So I wouldn't be surprised if it happened again. What are you looking at?
That's why I like to stay positive, right? Because I feel like it can be really easy to have a slipper throwing moment. Nvidia broke below 40s like I wanted, but Nvidia did not give me profit like I wanted. So that's kind of annoying. But hey, Nvidia, you're like 2 pennies away.
Hey.
I think that might be the first chair pushback of the day, maybe. Yeah, please this punch. Took like 20 pennies there, so gonna be breezy, easy, something cover girl. I don't know. I'm happy with that. Tesla back to that 182. I think with this flat bottom breaks, it will do so with a viciousness, but I'm not going to be there for that, unfortunately, because we're going to get to the lesson. Oh yeah, Tesla just broke that 182. There we go. Well, I didn't miss anything because I wouldn't have taken it anyway because I was just yapping. So there we go. Let's talk about Tesla here at that 180, so we're going to talk about our lesson. Before we do that, shout out to Fabian. Thank you very much for giving us a little bit of a sneak peek here of the week ahead, which you can check out on Sunday at, I believe, 9:30. Here you go. I love this image of Jerome Powell with pulling Jensen Huang's strings. Shout out to this amazing, shout out to Fabian Ramin for killing it every single day. I love this. I love this. Jerome Powell's Puppet Master, little visual so much. We're going to talk about some earnings. We're going to talk about Nvidia having its shareholder meeting next week. So shout out to Fabian Ramin for this awesome thumbnail for putting together these videos. I love that. I really love that image. So there we go. Let's talk about our lesson, though, of the day, which is going to be about level 2. And if I can figure out how to use a computer, there we go. So we're going to be sharpening our tools. We're learning about how to leverage level 2 market depth, which is the heartbeat of the market, in tandem with technical indicators in order to identify high probability entry and exit points for small cap stocks with news catalysts. So it's a bit more of a specific lesson today, which is always fun. Let's talk about unveiling the breakout with level 2 and volume. So imagine you've got a small tech biotech company and they're announcing a positive clinical trial result, and the stock will gap up pre-market, and you're eyeing a nice potential long position. Level 2 analysis at words, Adara, and volume can work together to paint a vivid picture. You've got your level 2, which you've got your concentrated cluster of buy orders sitting right below the current ask price, and this high bid will indicate buying pressure. And then your volume, you've got that breakout from the gap, accompanied by a surge in volume, which can confirm some buying conviction. We always talk about how important conviction is over here. So let's talk about confirmation with technicals. So you have your moving averages. For example, you've got your stock price trading above its 50-day moving average, which indicates an overall uptrend. But the RSI is sitting comfortably below 70, which, as we know, is like that going to be that over territory. Suggesting there's room for further price increase without indicating entering, overbought territory. So this confluence of signals, this confirmation.
I thought you were waiting for me to hit the bank because you said confluence.
Just had a little bit of a nap. Okay. So you've got your high bid volume on level 2, your strong breakout volume, and your supportive technical indicators. This will all strengthen the case for a potential long entry near the breakout level. But how do you spot a fake out? Because we know fake outs are there in the water and you want to be aware of them. Oh, yeah. So let's say you go to a different small cap company. Who knows about that biotech? Well, you know, small caps are in one year out the other. So here, let's say we got a new one. Another small cap company is going to be announcing a new product launch. And so the stock price jumps at the open. But caution's always going to be your middle name. So use level 2 to help you identify your potential fake out. Let's say in the level 2, you have the ask price sitting on a thin little layer of offers, like a thin sheet of ice. Shout out to Bambi. And the lack of selling pressure might suggest the price increase is not backed by that strong resistance. What about order book dynamics? So you're going to look at those, and you suddenly have a big old sell order appearing just above the current price. And that could be a whale testing the waters, just trying to push its head up there, or a sign of profit taking. But how do you confirm with technicals? We like technical indicators and confirmation over here on this show. So relative strength index, your RSI, let's say you have that shooting up with the viciousness towards the overbought zone above 70 very, very quickly, which can indicate a potential rapid price reversal. The combination of level 2 signals, so you've got your thin offer volume, large sell order placement, and an overbought RSI reading, can suggest the price jump might be a short-lived move, and you might want to consider waiting for a pullback or avoid entry altogether. What about advanced techniques, okay? Let's talk about level 2 and order flow. Go with the cash flow. Cash flow. So for more experienced traders, you can use some advanced tools to unlock even deeper insight. So here's one example. Level 2, let's say you've got like this stagnant order book with no significant changes, just waffling around there. But you do have a steady price increase, so this can be deceptive. A calm before the storm. 1320 Wolf was asking what happens when you see those ones in the book. That's when you have usually an iceberg, like when you see all the ones. That's you have someone hiding how big their size actually is.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
And also I noticed one on Apple there. I think it's a liquidity algo that's testing different liquidities at different price levels to see who's going to react to it. That's my understanding. That's what some of the traders on the floor. Oh, have you seen some of the liquidity algos that run on Apple that print one share on the tape? Yeah. So Ob's like, there's a lot of speculation as to what that algo specifically is doing. It happens a lot on a lot of names. It's not exclusive to Apple, but generally it's kind of accepted that it's looking for liquidity.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jerry, for going over that. What about advanced techniques? In addition to level 2, let's say you have your order flow analysis, and then you do see, as we just discussed there, a continuous stream of small buy orders alongside a few large hidden buy orders, like icebergs on the side. So that can be give you some deeper insight there. So, that's the last slide. Yeah, but basically, you're seemingly flat. Sorry, guys. Level 2 can hide a potential buying surge. And the order flow analysis can reveal some hidden institutional buying, but remember, there's no golden rule for combining level 2 with technicals. And so you want to really understand the interaction between order book dynamics, volume patterns, and technical indicators to identify these higher probability trading opportunities. But you know what is the golden rule is a democratic system on Twitter TV Live. And you know how you vote for tickers you want? You go right there.
Bang.
You go in the chat. You go ! Join. You go space. You go $, whatever ticker you want. Tesla, Amazon.
Microsoft, AMC, Meta, there you go.
Google, Apple, you guys know what tickers are. You put those in the chat.
Yeah, have your say.
And then you can have your say.
It is against algorithms and probability of options, says John. Shout out to you, John. Thank you for shedding some light on that. Glenn Smith says that algo is very common on Tesla. I have to agree. To be honest with you, I have seen it on Tesla. I don't really see it on goggles right now because I've got the tape and the book up on Google because I was looking for a hold at 180. We didn't get it. So yeah, we'll definitely talk about that algo and what those one prints mean in the future. Let me see if I can find them right now. Yeah, here they come.
It's always interesting.
1 second, guys. Ope says it's always very interesting when you watch that algo get turned on, then turn back off. It's always at seemingly very interesting places. Thank you for that observation, Obe. Not one that I made. I don't see it on Apple right now, Ram. As I watch the tape on AAPL, we're not seeing that umpteen amount of 1. Sometimes you see them, you can see them, and they're all on D. That means dark pool. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. With respect to Apple, there does seem to be an area bottom of sorts after that EU Digital Markets Act news came out that basically put the kibosh on Apple releasing AI tools in Europe this year. We got that big dump. That's what this candle over here at 1230 is. But as you can see, the low there, basically 209, high 80s, with the majority of the closing prints just south of that 210. These two candles are outliers. Most of them were above 210. These now have opened and closed south of 210. So we're above it right now. Let's see if I take a long on Apple here, it can be a pretty tight stop through the break of mid 80s. It's just we're not getting that real parabolic nature. I think it behooves me to take this trade just based on the possible entry that I can get here at even 210s. So I'm going to go ahead with this trade, and I'm going to put my stop at 209.82. 209.82, there we go, and we're already down a little bit here. 209, and we'll put like 78, give it 4 pennies worth of room on that bad boy. So it's going to have to hold 10, generally that 210 area, otherwise we want no smoke. And the first beak wetter, let's put a reasonable and exit up here in the mid-teens. We'll see what we get there. The other Mag 7 names, let's go over those a little bit. I got stopped out of Meta on the short. I flipped long, and I was able to make it almost everything that I lost super quick on this into 494. I was able to get like 493.40s, and I was able to quickly take it out almost into 494. But this is what's kind of getting my attention right now on Meta. So this consolidation area that we're doing, we did it a little bit over here, and then we continued down. So I don't want to say, you know, the winds of change are coming on Meta or anything like that, because it's done it before and it continued down. But there is a bit of consolidation here south of 494 with some wicks breaking through it to the north side. We'll have to wait and see what we can get there. So Apple defending 210 for now, but for how long really is the question. Gorev, Google at a key level, question mark. Old resistance today turns to support upon confirmation. That could be, Gorev. I like what you're thinking here, Raymond, because this area here at 179.80, I was very interested in. I didn't actually want to take 180. I wanted 179.80. But look what happened, Gorev. I mean, it broke that level quite decidedly, so you could make the argument that really the level was 50, owing to these closing prints over here and the top wick over here. I didn't have eyes on that. I thought it was 80, and so when it came to 80 and didn't hold up, I'm like, nah, I'm not going 0 for 2 on goggles. Thanks, but no thanks. So unless this one really proves itself here, maybe with another couple of green candles on the 5, I'm going to let this one kind of just hang out and chill and do its thing 21, because I don't want any smoke from that. All right, let's take a print there on Apple. Nice. Let's let this one run up a little bit, Adair.
Yeah, thank you for saying do your thing 21. I always love when that is said. Nvidia, I see that you are making higher lows in the book. However, you're also still below the 127. I think this could break up higher, go against me, but I have no reason to leave right now. I will feel a lot better. I'm trying to get out a little bit more than half this position. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I didn't have enough. I wanted to get out. I wanted to just de-risk there at that 126.82s. We're having some weird support, at least on the book, from what I'm seeing, at 126.80s. We'll get there. We'll come back. My area for this is it's just my risk area. If we get above that 126, 127.20s, that's where things get really dicey. I'm just going to be watching what we do in the book. Every time we've cracked above that 127, we have sold off with a viciousness. So, we're going to have to wait and see here. I just want us to stay below that 127 decisively. I have no plans to add to this position. And for profit taking, I would love to see us crack decisively below 126.80. I mean, Nvidia, you can choose not to do that. That's fine. I'll get out of you. No, you know what I mean? No problem there. No skin off some skin off my back, but mostly none. But yeah, I mean, you know what, Adara, you're feeling kind of shady about this. Maybe you should just leave here. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to just leave here. And as I do that, Nvidia climbs another few cents. Okay, Nvidia, that's fine. Just, do what you need to do, 21, but preferably if you'd like to, be a little bit more respectful of me, that's okay. It's a stock. It doesn't care about my feelings. It's fine. But let's take a look here at Tesla, because I've been watching this level for a while, this 180-150. I think this could be a long, but I don't have a read. I'm just going to be watching the book, but I want to be fully extricated and safely out of Nvidia before I do that here. Nvidia, another break here with this 127. You know what, we're just going to get out here at 127. We're a couple pennies out of the money on that, but generally profitable on the position as a whole. Let's take a look at this Tesla here, because I think this could be a short. I initially felt good about the short, and then I didn't take it because I was like, Adara, what if you're wrong? The thing is, you could maybe be wrong about any trade. That's just factually how trading works, right?
Yeah.
Right now I have enough confidence for that short. And the thing is, you need to have conviction, as I have in my little notes to myself every morning. Conviction isn't just a law and order show. It's an important aspect of trading. And so you do have to shout out to one of the worst Law and Order spinoffs, Conviction. And it only lasted one season. It's bad.
I believe
but thank you. I know my Law and Order. But yeah, so you basically, that point aside, I wanted to have this conviction in this Tesla. Now that I've noticed how long we've kind of had this restla at this 180, 140s, I want that. I'm going to risk here into this 180, 160s. It's going to be pretty tight. But I really just want to take the opportunity because I do believe in this trade, and I think that it's giving me more and more confluence. It's just sitting here doing nothing. It's not really support. Support actually here would be at 181, and I mean, hey Tesla, I'll leave you by 181. That's not a problem, okay? But let's see what we do here. What are you looking at?
I just wet my beak on Apple on some profits. We were almost like 20 pennies in the money. It popped up into that 20 penny area, but it does seem like it's quite anemic at these levels. I'm just going to hold it here for the break. Oh, here. Well, that may not last that long because I was going to say the break of 210 and then it came right into 210 there. So topping tail candle on Apple right now off a rejection on the 10 exponential on the 5. But, you know, I'm just going to let this one chill for a second. Let's see here. Right back above. So, you know, I don't want to be paper handing this trade. There's clearly a buyer below 210. I'm just going to have to be patient with this one. If it goes, it goes. I've already de-risked with a nice little winner there for 20 pennies, but I'd like a little bit more. I'm just unsure what to do here. This has been a long time level on the day, essentially since 12:30. We've been holding this 210 level since that bad news came out of Europe. This was also an interesting area in the morning. We were wicking into it. We're holding off these levels. So I don't want to get out of it. I feel like I have a good price. However, I have to be cognizant of the negative catalyst of the higher lows as well. So a couple of things not really working in my favor. The thing that is working in my favor is that you have that general 210 hold. But I feel like every time we ascend on Apple, we're met with a wall of sellers. So I think that today is not Apple's day. And even though this 210 level is a good looker, it may end up being a bit of trouble here with a flat bottom break. We already saw the flat bottom break come in fast and furious on Meta today at 496.5. Apple definitely not spared from that kind of eventuality as well. As the future breaks down below 20,000 into 19.9.5. So it looks like the market here headed to the downside. That up channel that we were yapping about during the midday, that's gone Zeno. Now we're breaking down. Now we have to look at key technical price action support. What I'd submit to you is that this area right where we are right now could be price action support if given the trough that we put in earlier on around 4:30 this morning, 3:30 Central Standard Time. Why do I mention that? Well, because the future trades in Chicago and they are on Central Time. So it's look at this there. Meta, another 10 exponential rejection and on the way back down, looking to test 493 yet again. It's broken on the day. It hasn't broken though below 492.39, but it looks as if we're getting another red candle forming off 10-period exponential rejections. It's been a tough day for Meta, 1 3/4 to the south side. Goggles, happy I didn't get into that at 179.50. It's still showing its intention to break down below that level. And the reason I say that is because we still have lower lows and lower highs. What's up, Obi? What were you saying at wow about? Quadunk on the market, into 50s we go. Adara just pushed her chair back. What's going on?
Pardon? Oh, thank you. I took a short in AMD. I shorted it off. So instead of like waffling over that Tesla, which I mean, that would have been fine, but I was just like, Adara, you spent too much time obsessing over that, over that name. Took the short in AMD because I saw my side chart. Look at AMD just resting, sitting all pretty here on VWAP, below the 90 MA, lower highs, lower lows. I said we'll risk it into 161.20s, basically where we had that little topping tail candle. We didn't actually need to. I think the highest I got while I was in it was like, I got involved 160.99. I think it got to 161.03. I was like, you know, AMD, if you don't want to go up, that works too. But yeah, so I got out. Initially, I wanted to get this first part out around 66s, but AMD was like kind of struggling with 160.80s. I said to Derry, you're going to feel weird if you don't de-risk here. So I did. Took out 20 pennies in the money, got the rest out, about 45 pennies in the money. Pleased as punch there. But you know, AMD, if you want to like crack lower, I have no issue getting back in. I am qualmless. I am qualm-free. I have no qualms. I just really like saying
she is qualm. Without qualm.
Oh yeah, so what news out of Europe, says Mark Lasky? Basically what happened with Apple, what happened with Apple is that there were some issues with their AI. They're not going to allow, their digital markets group was not going to let Apple roll out its AI this year.
No.
According to the Wall Street Journal.
Yes, and it was actually reported by Bloomberg first, now Wall Street Journal getting in on the action here. Apple said it likely won't roll out AI features to millions of customers in Europe this year due to concerns over the EU's technology industry regulations, The EU's Digital Market Act, often called the DMA, enacted far-reaching restrictions on big tech companies and digital competition. One requirement was for interoperability, meaning developing software that could work across operating systems and hardware, making it easier for customers to move their data or switch providers. I just love when governments interfere in business. They don't create anomalies of any kind. It is always sound judgment. Love it. I absolutely love it. I can't tell you how much I like it. I like this Apple trade though, and there's 20 pennies right there. Very happy with 25 pennies actually right there. So I like this 210 defend on AAPL as it moves into the 10 exponential Adair.
Yeah, I could not be happier for you for that trade. Also, yeah, I think this shows sometimes you can't get married to something. This Tesla is about 15 pennies down from that level that I was into. So I'm really happy I took the AMD instead. You have to have your eyes open for all opportunities. I've only traded 3 stocks today, and I actually think maybe I should have diversified my view a little bit more. But I really wanted to trade stocks that move in a way I'm comfortable trading, which is going to be Tesla, Nvidia, and AMD. I mean, honestly, like I said, happy with a lot of the learning that's happened this week. Not, we would like to be more profitable, but that's what next week's for, right? That's what the future's for. You got to take these cuts so you can try to push forward. But you know what else we're going to be doing, pushing forward? You only have 12 minutes left to vote.
Oh.
So you should vote. You should go in the market right now. Not
Yes.
the market. Wow. Chat, not the market. Go in the chat right now.
Yeah.
And you should
Chat.
vote. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you want. Tesla, Nvidia.
Yeah, it was a short one. Sorry, because we have the long and the short. I hate the short that time. Let's go to the mall. Like what? Like that show? Like Robin Sparkles from How I Met Your Mother. Ramin said, let's go to the mall. So yeah, let's go to the mall. Yeah, okay, Parallel's written that. Let's go to the mall. Let's go to the markets. Let's go in the chat right now and vote for your tickers. Pitchbull says you should try Tesla long now. Ooh. I don't disagree with you. We're seeing a little bit of a bounce here. I just don't have enough confluence in it yet. I would like to see us get off 180, 140 because that's the level I notice here topic and turning. If I see something around 180, 140, I could be tempted. Right now, though, I think Tesla is a little bit kind of taking a rest. It needs to get that supercharger right now. I think it's just kind of ho-humming a little bit. I am more interested in AMD, which is hanging out around that 160-60 level, around where I left the short, and the Nvidia, which is bouncing quite beautifully right now. I'm more interested in Nvidia and AMD right now, but I see what you mean here, Pitchbull. Tesla could get a little bit interesting here. I got long on Amazon. I'm looking. I see a bottoming tail candle, inverse hammer candle coming in. It came in hot. It came in fast and furious. I got long 60s. I've got my beak wetter up at 70s for the first one to de-risk a little bit. But yeah, this is going to have to hold these areas. I've got my out through the break of 50. Here comes 69s. I'm seeing 67s. A bit of selling coming in here. Well, the market's kind of red, to be honest with you. So yeah, this was a bit of a, I don't want to call it a gamble, but I liked what I saw there on AMZN. Let me show you guys what I see here on the 5. You make a big move down, almost right into break even, 186.10, then a gnarly inverse hammer candle comes in. I've got my out through the break of 50. I don't think that that's right. I think I should give it to at least like mid 40s because this has a higher low. Looks like I'm going to get stopped out right now if it moves down below 50. Yeah. Dang it. I think I should really give this one a bit more room. Let's see what we get here. Let's see if we get another move up. If we're back into the 50s here. So I'm going to try to pack my patience unless I got stopped out. I like this hammer candle. I like a possible curl up here on Amazon. It was very weak, essentially, the entire afternoon. And then we get the gnarly hammer candle, bottoming tail, and then another candle to make a newer high. I got stopped out. Dang it. And then right back above it goes. No. All right, all good. You got to get... We'll look to get back in here if it holds the pattern. I don't need to be first. So I took a bit of an L on that, and that's okay, but I don't need to be first, and here's why. So if this actually is going to curl and is going to do a rounded bottom, shout out to Big Caliber Debt and the NOS boss, right? If it's actually going to do a rounded bottom, I don't need to be first because I've got plenty of room from where it's going to start rounding into like whatever, 187.50, which is where VWAP is. You can make that maybe your first profit taker. So that's if it does it. Good thing I got out where I did, because look, it's continuing to go down. So maybe I should learn here not to put too much stock into one candle. I did like that level. In fact, I actually wanted to get it off 186.50, and good thing I didn't. because those were the support levels earlier on, and then right back down it goes. So it looks as if we're going to sell off here on some of these Mag 7 names, at least on Meta and Amazon. Meta, obviously the weakest name on the day, but Amazon was distinctly positive. It had a triple top at 188.30, and then it's all the way down to 186.30 now. So we'll see if this one can get its footing under it. But it does look like a very weak afternoon for the markets. 18 minutes left on the show before we send you to the big kahunas. And I want to talk about this Google look over here. What a hold at the 50 exponential here on Google, because we were looking for these dip trades umpteen amount of times, and I couldn't get the right level on Google. It seems as if it was the 50 period all along, not a price action level. There's really no support and resistance at this 179.25. So you have to assume really it was just based on the 50 exponential. At least that's what I think. So we'll see. We'll keep eyes here on goggles. We didn't look at any small cap gappers the last little while. It looks as if the ones that are still in play is just one, ICU. It's the one that's still above the volume weighted average price, hanging out above 70. The range per candle has been quite wide at times, so bamboozlement has been real. But I think if you bought anything off VWAP in the afternoon and you had a decent spread between your entry and your stop, you did well. Definitely some trouble with $7 here. You can see this has been a rinse and repeat type of short, even though you on this candle you got into $7.50. But look where the closing print is, $6.84. So $7, an elusive target on a closing print. ICU looks like a decent one here. Unsure how this resolves. I think maybe you could zigs and zags a little bit before if it breaks out. Even if it breaks out, I'd look maybe to get it off VWAP 6 1/3, 660 in and around that area would look like a decent area to me. Amazon all the way back down to the bottom end of that hammer candle here. Tough look for Zon. Happy I stopped out where I did, because I would have been displeased with that trade had I held it there.
But sure, the real question is, are you saying I see you to ICU? Or are you just like,
I see
yeah, are you saying
you.
I see you?
So you punch out of your weight class. We've already established that.
Yeah, I guess.
We have. Do you know about like a chat app called ICQ?
No, I don't know about ICQ, unfortunately.
Yes, we got it, Dara, finally.
What's the ICQ?
I'm so petty.
I know.
I'm so petty.
You are.
ICQ was like, have you ever heard of MSN?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah,
so
MSN,
before MSN,
Okay.
there was ICQ.
Really?
And when you got a message, you'd go, uh-oh, uh-oh.
That's like something out of a horror movie.
It was terrifying.
I don't like
Yeah, who knows what I'm talking about in the chat? You
I
guys
don't
must
like
know
this.
about
Uh-oh.
ICQ. Yeah.
Yeah,
it was
I say
intense.
uh-oh to ICQ. Like,
Oh. Patty, BPI, back me up. You know ICQ. He knows it, man. He knows. BPI knows what's
just
good.
why do they say uh-oh? That creeps me out.
I don't know why. But yeah, because you have to look real quick, Adair. It's got to get your attention. Otherwise, you may not look.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the uh-oh thing.
The little flower logo. Pitchbull knows the green little flower. Yes.
Oh my God.
Shout out to you guys. ICQ was the OG chat back in the day. And then you could like put an alert, like if you had like a crush or whatever and she came online, you could like, you go, user is online. And then you'd rush to the computer. So you go talk to your crush, you know what I mean? It's all good there, no big deal.
Hilarious.
Yo, it was high school days. What do you want?
I love that. Yeah, I had to say uh-oh to AMD because I was risking into 160.60. We got into 160.60. I left. If we bounce here, I have no qualm going long. I have no problems. I need to stop you saying qualm, but I really like that word. I tried to go okay, AMD, you can't tell me you're going to keep rejecting at 160.60 now, though. Because that's where I got it. Okay, whatever. AMD, do your thing, 21. It's fine. I'm not that bitter. Emphasis on that. I tried to go long Tesla because as the rest of the market went down, Tesla was going higher. We broke below that 180, 120, so I had to get out there. We're going to have to see. I still think, I shout out to Pitchbull saying Tesla could be curling higher. I think maybe, but it doesn't have as much oomph in it on like the book or here, just what I'm seeing as I would have necessarily wanted. So that AMD long, if we keep bouncing off 160.60s, that could be actually interesting to me, but I don't want to rush into it. Actually, you know what? That AMD long is actually looking really spicy, so that could be the spice I want. Right now, though, this Nvidia, just this bounce here off of, there's a level, It's 130. No, that's not 136. That's 126. This 126 bounce has been gorgeous. I was trying to play this around here, like either direction. Nvidia would just not let me go either way. But I mean, hey, Nvidia, you reject off 160. This 126.55. You want to do that? Hey, we'll do this. We're gonna give this here into like the 80s because I feel like the 80 level on Nvidia has been interesting. Plus, you've kind of got around where that VWAP was previously. I think that's a fair area to risk into. I'm not saying here beyond 126. I would like to see what we do here into 126.30s because that was a little bit interesting earlier. So 31s, we're going to be getting out 2/3 of this here position. I don't know if NVIDIA is going to give me what I want. I think we could be pushing higher, but take that opportunity. We're below the 90 MA. We're having a little bit of chop and turn. We did have these two, mind you, these two bottoming tail candles, but 2 candles does not an entire chart make. So there you go. 2 minutes for voting. If you haven't voted yet, go in the chat right there. Exclamation point, join, space, $, Tesla, AMD, Microsoft, Nvidia.
Ticker.
Go in there and vote. This is the last. Oh, apparently this is the CQ.
That's
Linux.
not what it looks
that's
like.
throwback.
That's for Linux, Ram. I want the OG stuff for Windows. And it better be Windows 95 and 98 too.
He knows what Windows he wants. That's way too old, says Refrain, confidently.
Okay, did you see that though? They backed me up.
They did.
There was a lot of people chiming about ICQ in the chat.
They knew what you were talking about.
They knew exactly what I was talking about. And then they said it's for old people. I know, Ram. I'm old. I have no control over that. I was born when I was born.
You never have any control over your
No.
age. There's a lot of things you have control
over that. I was born.
You never have any control over your age.
No.
There's a lot of things you have control over. One of them that you don't have is the markets. You don't have control over your age.
Oh, that is it, Ram.
you found it.
Yes, and people could put like statuses. Obviously, you could still do that. Not available, away. People would show up invisible, and you wouldn't show up unless you message somebody.
Oh.
And you would only show up to them, so you could be super bamboozling.
It's like a really
like an iceberg order, Adara.
Oh, you could,
like an iceberg order.
Messages. Some of this sounds very odd and like
I'm
kind of
telling
like
you.
Big Brothery. Like
Oh,
with
Adara. There was no IT security back in the day. You could scan someone's IP, find out. Oh, let's. Those were the good days. No, maybe the good days if you were doing the snooping, not if you were being snooped on.
Yeah, I would
So that's the look there. Yep. Oh, care to share? Care to share what these other things were? Okay, fair. Shout out to the one, the Kenobi's getting ready. He's locked, he's loaded. He's about to look at the tickers that you guys decide. We got 1 more minute to vote. If you have not voted, get into the chat right now. You got like 30 seconds. It's all over. It's 50 right now. So that's a look. All right, guys. I'm going long on AMZN. I'm looking for a bit of a reversion on AMZN. I'm looking for a bit of a reversion here. I see rounded bottom here. I see rounded bottom coming in. I don't have a good price on this, sadly. Bottom coming in. I don't have a good price on this, sadly. But I like this look. I like this look here. I think that this is going to rounded bottom. I just want a better price. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that it is 10 to the hour. What's that, Raymond?
The stream is lagging, apparently.
All right, guys, we realize the stream is lagging. Hopefully it'll catch up in a little bit, but we do know we're cognizant of that. Thank you, Ram, for letting me know that. I'm still watching Amazon here as I'd like to go long Apple. So Apple curling here. So is Michael up on some of these Mag 7 names. Apple, Microsoft all curling up. Even Meta, excuse me, making its way into the 20 period moving average. It looks as if Softy here coming back into that 449. Let's call it a resistance zone because we kept wicking off it into the morning. But it really is here Apple and Facebook. Apple and I can get it together. Microsoft that are really doing the bigger moves right now. Microsoft just got off 448 into almost 449, while Apple, definitely held that 210. Should have been holding my position for a little bit longer. Into the $0.50. Apple now at the volume weighted average price. Last time we were here, we bounced off it. That is until we got that EU news about the AI.
30. If you didn't do that, you got another spike.